the concept of how being autistic inherently has a connection to ego death, as per this video's claims, is like interesting in and of itself. But what really grabbed me was the results of it, like the consequences of the relation of autism to ego death. Because it's not just like, oh, this is like really cool. Like, it's not like some just random fact to spat out. It's not just like, it's interesting how a lot of people with autism are left-handed or something like that. I don't even know if that's true. I would think it is though, just based on like how you'll find a higher concentration of one like thing that is not represented really strongly in society by huge numbers inside a smaller community. Like within the autism community, there's a lot of trans people, for example. Sort of like that. Just like if that logic follows, I would think. And maybe there are consequences to being autistic and left-handed. There's surely consequences. I live them. But like, this one was a little bit like earth-shattering for me, and it also like reinforced some things that I feel and struggle with. So I thought other people might resonate with it. I shared it in the Discord yesterday, and I shared it in a friend's Discord, and like everyone I've seen commenting on it has like was similarly shook. Like mental health stuff is to follow. I should put a trigger warning. Trigger warning. Fidelity. Oh shit! I didn't mean to put that in all caps. Okay. I put trigger warnings for suicidality, bullying, and antisocial behavior in the stream title now. I don't know if that would cover all of them, but like that's kind of the vibe we're going for right now. Sorry if it's something that is hard for you right now. If you want to step out and wait for another part of stream, and like an hour will be past this, and it won't be quite so serious. Just wanted to give people an out. Oh boy, you said what on autism? Autism and ego death? Left-handed autism? It's like left-handed, being left-handed and autistic. There's not a such thing as left-handed autism. That'd be interesting. Achieve temporary ego death with hypnosis, but I'm not sure what ego death fully means. So like the ego is like part of the self. It's what separates you from other people, sort of. Okay, let's first before we even watch the video, let's wiki ego death. But before we do, I'll say, as far as I understand it, it's like an experience of like not being yourself. God damn it. PNG stupid. What's up, goal? There we go. Christ. I appreciate friends making sure I get my ego back as I cling to a hard to hold on to my sense of self and safety, because I never had a proper ego under religious cult/religion. That's understandable. A lot of I would say a lot of abused people maybe not experience ego death, but like definitely have a diminished ego. And when we talk about ego right now, we're not talking ego in the way of like, oh, you're egotistical, like you're self-centered, like not that sort of ego. Like the ego versus the id and the super ego, like those are like terms from like Freudian psychology. And although a lot of Freud's like ways of seeing things are like held in a lot of scrutiny now, and I see it as like how you should think of psychology in a lot of ways, like the concept of the ego and like your sense of like self and like identity kind of. If you have no ego, you don't really have a sense of self. I mean, you could still be sentient, obviously, but it's like it's associated a lot with hallucinogenics. Sometimes you'll achieve ego death on acid or ayahuasca or even shrooms sometimes. And it's like when someone's like, oh, I was one with the universe, like a sense of like it's like you're not you anymore, you're like empty. But let's read and like make this a lot more concise and like kind of get out of the frame of mind of me just kind of like trying to put words together without being like an expert. Because I don't pretend to be an expert on anything. The distinction between you and others defined by yourself is your ego. Someone with a very high ego sees a very clear distinction between themselves and everyone else. Someone who is less sees well or less of a distinction, or at least this is what I've understood. It may be I'm incorrect. I would say that's actually on point. I would say that yes, yes. Ego death is a complete loss of subjective self-identity. The term is used in various intertwined contexts and with related meanings. Jungian psychology uses the synonymous term psychic death, referring to a fundamental transformation of the psyche. In death and rebirth mythology, ego death is a phase of self-surrender and transition, as described by Joseph Campbell in his research on the mythology of the hero's journey. It is a recurrent theme in world mythology and is also used as a metaphor in some strands of contemporary Western thinking. In depictions of drugs, the term is used synonymously with ego loss to refer to temporary loss of one's sense of self due to the use of drugs. The term was used as such by Timothy Leary et al. To describe the death of the ego in the first phase of an LSD trip in which a complete transcendence of the self occurs. The concept is also used in contemporary New Age spirituality and the common understanding of Eastern religions to describe a permanent loss of attachment to separate sense of self and self-centeredness. This conception is an influential part of Eckhart Tolle's teachings, where ego is represented as an accumulation of thoughts and emotions, continuously identified with, which creates the idea and feeling of being a separate entity from oneself, and only by disidentifying one's consciousness from it can one truly be free from suffering. Ego death and the related term ego loss has been defined in the context of mysticism by the religious studies scholar Daniel Makar in an imageless experience in which there is no sense of personal identity, in the experience that remains possible in the state of extremely deep trance when the ego functions of reality testing, sense perception, memory, reason, fantasy, and self-representation are repressed. Muslim Sufis call it fana, annihilation. And medieval Jewish Kabbalists termed it the kiss of death. Carter Phipps equates enlightenment and ego death, which he defines as renunciation, rejection, and ultimately the death of the need to hold on to a separate, self-centered existence. In Jungian psychology, Ventegat and Merrick define ego death as a fundamental transformation of the psyche, such as a shift in personality has been labeled an ego death in Buddhism, or a psychic death in Jung. In comparative mythology, ego death is the second phase of Joseph Campbell's description of the hero's journey, which includes a phase of separation, transition, and incorporation. The second phase is a phase of self-surrender and ego death, after which the hero returns to enrich the world with their discoveries. In psychedelic culture, Leary, Metzer, and Alpert, 1962, define ego death or ego loss as they call it, as a part of symbolic experience of death in which the old ego must die before one can be spiritually reborn. They define ego loss as complete transcendence, beyond words, beyond space-time, beyond self. There are no visions, no sense of self, no thoughts, There's only pure awareness and ecstatic freedom. Several psychologists working on psychedelics have defined ego death. Alanius, 1964, defines ego death as loss of ego feeling. Stanislav Grof defines it as a sense of total annihilation. The experience of ego death seems to entail an instant, merciless destruction of all previous reference points in the life of the individual. Ego death means an irreversible end to one's philosophical identification with what Alan Watts called skin encapsulated ego. The psychologist John Harrison, 2010, defines temporary ego death as the loss of separate self, or, in affirmative, a deep and profound merging with a transcendent other. Johnson, Richards, and Griffiths, paraphrasing Leary et al., and Garth define ego death as temporarily experiencing a complete loss of subjective self-identity. So, although I would say in psychedelic circles, ego loss is a good thing, in psychology and in mythology, it's definitely a good thing. In psychology, as long as it's not permanent, I suppose. But the thing is, and it's kind of funny because like my neatness is showing. I was reading this and just thinking, just like Evangelion. And of course, anyone who knows Evangelion will go, well, duh, end of Evangelion is all about ego loss, right? And it certainly has some Freudian psychology, and definitely some like Jungian psychology in there, and talking about senses of self. And I think that there is a link with like having less ego and like repression of your own identity, as well as like fawning, especially in the sense of identity, because what a lot of people do when they fawn, and again, fawning is freeze or fight or flee in the like in the different possibilities of like responding to like something traumatic or dangerous. A lot of people, myself included, have internalized a need to fawn to preserve peace around us, to avoid conflict or punishment. And a lot of times when you have to fawn, especially when you have to fawn like a particular person or group, even in a cult setting, like Issy mentioned, there is like things that you deny yourself for the sake of the other, and like weirdly you become like the other. You kind of erase yourself. A lot of people, when they're being abused, for example, will take on the beliefs of the abuser, even if they previously did not. They will feel a need to like assimilate with that like one person's culture, like that personal culture of like the things they like, their values, sometimes even the things they fucking eat. Fawning can go really, really far. And on a societal level, fawning happens. And I think that because of that, that need, or that, not a need, I would say a drive to seek survival through avoiding conflict, can really lead to like having your ego trampled, having it be eroded, having your ego or your selfhood be seen as continually secondary. And it's something I experience even in my everyday life. I mean, and that's to mention nothing of just straight up disassociating, which I guess, like, if you're thinking about, like, fight, flight, fawn, freeze, it's also kind of like, it's kind of interesting how, like, you think of yourself less when you're trying to survive. And it's like, yeah, because the self isn't always important in survival. And it's, and based off of nothing, just my beliefs as, like, a person and, like, how people are, I would say that, like strong beliefs will, like, kind of, can reinforce your ego. Strong beliefs about yourself, because I talked about like people being repressed and repressing themselves, and that like leading to like loss or diminished ego. But at the same time, like I'm sure plenty of closeted queer people have experienced, or will probably even tell you that like while being closeted, it's almost like a hyper fixation on it, because you have to like micromanage avoiding anything that would like tell. Like being closeted is like playing a game of Mafia. You're trying to not for them to not know, right? And sometimes it's good to act genuinely like you're not the werewolf or whatever, you know? And now I'm thinking of Harry Potter because J.K. Rowling said that werewolves in Harry Potter were like a fucking metaphor for the AIDS epidemic. Fucking Christ. Yeah, ego death. Woo. Um, so like I don't think that it's just an autism thing, and I would think that it's like co-current with a lot of other ways that people are like forced to live their lives in the current society, or like pretty much society throughout history, because really we still have serfdom and we still have a caste system. It just looks a lot different than it used to during monarchies and stuff. So like, have things really changed? That's a little bit nihilist of me. Things have certainly changed, but it's still like the hierarchy and power structures are still, I would say, symbolically in the same place. Even if power has been um to some degree dispersed because of the internet, because there's different types of power, like hard power and soft power. But that's a completely different conversation I will not get into today. I relate hard with struggling to distinguish myself and others, sometimes my own headmates too. Diminished ego then. Oh, I mean, I would say like I based on like what like the whole like DID framework would suggest, at least in my understanding of it, it seems like there's a lot of people who would look at someone who is a system as like a fragmented ego. I would not agree, at least not in all the cases. Like as a scion of a once completely uh, coming from the same origin from another headman, having split off, being a like being a shard, but I also think of it like as growing back, which is why I like the term scion. I like to think of like growth and regrowth and like plants and stuff, as opposed to like this whole narrative of being like a broken fucking plate. I kind of hate that. Um, that's why I like the plant thing. Because as long as like you're getting experiences, you're gonna grow and like your ego can change, you know? And we talk about with our own system, like self-awareness is like the thing that like makes you real. So like yesterday I discovered I had a new headmate and I was panicking and I was like, oh wait, shit, is this a headmate or I think it's a headmate? And we have this thing that we picked up from somewhere where it's like just knock twice. Like if a person responds or someone acknowledges that they exist, then like we don't question it anymore. At least not like in a serious way or in a way where we're denying that person's existence. Because like being told you don't exist can either make you want to exist less or fight to exist more, which is actually what happened when we first discovered that we were a system. And I don't want to get it twisted. Like it's not as though plenty of folks that are systems don't have trauma, don't have to worry about the thing with like masking, and you're kind of trying to try to all fit into the mold of a single personality that you're assumed to be, even if it's not the primary fronter. Like I still have the freedom in a lot of cases outside of my home to present myself in a lot of different ways. And so I feel like I'm always a little bit like molten lava, not fully cooled when I'm like outside in the world. Like I feel like I diminish we collectively diminish our ego to all be able to comfortably fit in a image of a functioning single human being in a trench coat who's an adult, obviously. Um Damn, now I want to look into research about egoism and like childhood and like through maturity, and like if folks tend to have a diminished ego like below a certain age, because you know the ego and stuff has to form. We've talked before about like, oh, like our earliest memory, and is I'm sure it's like the first memory we ever made I've talked about it on stream before, and we usually think of that as the moment we became sentient, you know? Uh, or I guess we were sentient before. The time where we had like full self awareness, or anything that could be described as self awareness in like a um in a reoccurring way, is what I'll say. So having experienced all that and having all these reference points in our personal life, we're very interested in ego death and loss of ego. Um, Also, thinking about like disassociating a lot, especially into media and art, reminds me of Evangelion again, and makes me feel like I have an even deeper understanding of it now, because like part of the message of Evangelion, especially end of Evangelion, was like don't get lost in media. Like human connections are important even if life hurts, because life will hurt, you know, but it's still worth it, even though like it feels like you are escaping from pain by ego deathing, um, and like kind of removing yourself from the world and from people. And it feels like a stronger message thinking about it in the context of like not just falling into like anime and stuff, because like it was kind of directed like at otaku, and people still use Evangelion as a cudgel to basically call all Evangelion fans pedos, and like people who will never grow up and never got the message, and like will literally run headfirst into as much Evangelion spin-offs as humanly possible, trying to avoid their actual lives. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and it's not as though anime doesn't have a long history of having art with that message, and the fans going in the opposite direction and like completely obsessing over it and like filling their rooms with Evangelion merch. But at the same time, it's like, well, capitalism also. Shit, capitalism encourages ego death. Or like being in a hyper egoed state because you're getting direct ads at everything, and you're supposed to feel like the world is made for you, especially if you're an American with money, with any sort of money. Your disposable income should be your identity, right? Whatever you spend on the money you don't use to survive, if you have any, is is you, right? It's not you. I promise. I promise. I was being sarcastic. I was being sarcastic. Please don't believe me. Just calm down. It's gonna be okay. He goes back. I may or may not have done a little bit of self research into this before. I feel the inverse on this one. I forget myself and get bold, and I start expressing myself when I remember myself is when I'm actually conscious of this shit. That's interesting. I mean, you can have loss of ego without a total loss of ego. That's certainly possible. What's a scion? A scion is a plant that like a plant that if you cut a limb off, like and replant it will grow. So it's like a clipping of a plant grown in a separate pot. Um Me and Thorn used to be one identity, and then we split off. We had a clipping, I suppose. Um I could have made a new identity and a new Sona, but I couldn't afford like new art. Um, so I didn't like redesign my Sona yet. Which is weird. It's like, I mean, I'm using Drizzle, but like I'm different than I was. So using the same name sounds weird. But I know people change all the time, and like everyone's an onion, and uh, but like at the same time, I do want to like establish my ego even stronger and separate myself from like what I've been seen as, because like how I present myself. Like I want to expand my ego, I guess. Cause seeing how Thorn is like made something of themselves being different, I think is really cool. And I'm very for that. Um, I really have only been applying like the whole theory of like headmate psionism like internally and like for ourselves, but actually thinking of like headmates as like plants and like coming from either clippings from bigger plants or from cross pollination from elsewhere, I think is a really cool way to look at a system like a garden, not like again like a broken piece of like glass or ceramic. I feel fragmented a bit, as some headmates can and do have what I want to have and be and do. But they've grown more as themselves, and so do I. We're fragments who have grown as people and as egos. That's super valid too. I definitely don't want to override anyone's framework. I think that I like the framework I have presented because I like it to be more restorative. Although there are like restorative interpretations, though uh it the broken plate thing kind of lends itself to, oh, you just need to like use some molten gold and fuse the thing into one, and I'm not really, I'm not a big proponent of integration. If every person in the system agrees, then like I don't think it's a moral, but it makes me very uncomfortable. um just like assimilation into society keep very weird. As like, we broke hard, but we have put ourselves back together in new ways. That sounds great and inspirational. It's weird that I'm picturing all the different VTuber models as JoJo stands behind the flesh mag. Gosh, sometimes we want to do that for a video, but we don't want to show our face. We have a plan though. We have a plan though for that. We have a really cool hoodie. I don't think so. We've done so with our own system and it works very well for us. Got you. Sorry, I do think so. We've done well with our own system and it works very well for us. Yeah, whatever framework helps. I'm now wondering how this will relate if you start adding in a little bit of Fendom. Financial domination? God, I miss being a Fendom. I feel hard like a scion. A very broken scion. I feel that. Some of my leaves are certainly charred. And don't feel like they can grow again. But new stems. Okay, then by that same logic, would you like me to call? What would you like me to call you if you do not want me to, if you not do not want to be called Drizzle? You can keep calling me Drizzle. If I like rebrand with like an updated Sona with a new bite name, I'll say that it's me. I mean, shit. Fantasia used to go by Infantabite, so like it's certainly something I've been thinking about. For now, you can still call me Drizzle because it's a lot less complicated, honestly, for everyone involved. And I haven't actually decided on a new bite name because I think I would keep my personal name, though maybe I won't. I don't know. I am super attached to Cloud though. Oh yeah, Dale, we're friends. You can call me Cloud. That's like my personal name that I go like, hey, friends can call me this. I mean, people who aren't friends could technically call me this, like when you call like Matt Pat by his first name or something. But at the same time, it's just like I like both. I like my bite name and my other name. I don't know, like how Tony Stark is. Oh, that's really interesting. Like the division of the ego in superheroes, because like there's not a lot of superheroes that have like their like superhero persona known, and so someone like Tony Stark probably has a much more like um singleized ego than someone like Spider-Man or Batman. I mean, Batman like is basically a system, but like someone like Spider-Man constantly fights with those two sides of his life, which I very much relate to, and it's part of the narrative of like what led to the fracturing of me and Thorin. Gosh, I went into deep fluff bite lore. Hello, Taco. Hi, hi. Gosh, I'm still okay. I'm almost caught up with chat. God damn, y'all are frisky today. How is everybody? I didn't ask that. Gosh, chat is bumping. Okay, so I've been struggling to try to wrap my head around what the fuck you mean by saying framework. What does framework mean? I have an idea generally due to context clues, but if you could explain. Oh, of course, Dell. Thank you. I'm sure other people are wondering about that. Gosh, that makes me want to pull up a whole different video. Fucking Christ. Well, I'm basically manic now, so I will explain it before actually clicking on the fucking video because it might not help you understand like completely. So I want to give you a concise my concise definition in my use of the term framework. Okay, so a lot of things can be frameworks. They are like ways of thinking, ways of organizing thoughts. So like, how do I put this? So the US politics has two major frameworks, like republicanism and like democratism. Um, I consider liberalism to be a different framework that it can encompass both. But that's the two political party system, and putting all thoughts into those two different frameworks. The framework of on the right generally valuing things like meritocracy, like I mentioned before, valuing meritocracy, valuing self-sufficiency, valuing like lack of empathy for others, and like some strong sense of responsibility. Whereas democratism tries to espouse like the sense of like social safety nets, like taking care of people, compassion and empathy, at least on its face, Um, in a way, democratism is kind of just like, we're better than those guys over there. But I'm using an example instead of a definition. I'll reiterate. A framework is a way of thinking about like concepts or issues that basically form like that can form like a morality about things, can form kind of like its own internal logic, which is why people working with different frameworks come into tension a lot. I used like republicanism and democratism before, but something a little less heated might be um, the framework of JRPGs versus Western RPGs, something that has actually come under scrutiny in the games, like talking about games in the game industry in general, because at one point, JRPG was used as a put down term for the types of games that came out of Japan that were really popular, that were seen as basically the way the Japanese people like to make and play RPGs, and kind of just all shoving them into like one box. And Western RPGs, at least when I first got into knowing about the difference between Western RPGs and Japanese RPGs, which is already like really shitty because they didn't go like Japanese RPGs and British RPGs. They went Japanese people and the whole fucking West. The fuck is that? I never even thought about that. But like the framework for Western RPGs and stuff based a lot more on action. It's not really turn based. Like, it's more it's more like anger and blood and violence and like simulation as opposed to like story building and role play and zippers. I'm being purposely a little bit inflammatory. Though some people now will say Western RPGs are actually like CRPGs, even though CRPGs, computer RPGs, can be made anywhere. And people have kind of thought critically about the framework of JRPGs because of how stifling it is as a label, and how it just kind of like gels into weird this weird slurry, because if kind of like anime is just like, oh, this was made by a Japanese person, so it's automatically anime, even though like structurally and like thematically, anime is more of a is a medium, not necessarily always a genre. Um, what's another framework? Latchkey Littleism is a framework. That thing I came up with. Because I took the framework of a latchkey kid, also like thinking about like gifted kids and stuff, people with a lot of potential, or given a lot of responsibility early in life who don't really get to fully live the life that we imagine that children should, like with not completely free responsibility, but like slowly escalating responsibility till they learn how to be a functional adult. Whereas I use Latchkey Little as a framework to explain how even though a lot of times I'll be in little space, like as much as I'm playing right now, I am actually in little space, believe it or not. I am only 5 years old. But like um even so, I can be very verbose. I can have a very big vocabulary. I can talk about high ordered thinking. I can be childlike, but still handle like the joke I usually make is doing taxes, right? But like little space helps me cope with things and helps me adult more, even though I'm not technically an adult in that moment. Which is why I like adult as a verb, which is another framework. A framework is really just a way to look at things. I went on for a really long time. I'm autistic. Can you tell? I already said I was manic. Gosh. Am I slurring my words? I want to make sure that I'm enunciating properly. Yeah. Bonus question. My favorite, most comfy undies are a nice fitting pair of Mega Mats. I wanted the bonus question to be inclusive. Since, okay, I'm gonna be real. I think most people who watch me are autistic or like have some understanding of autism beyond what a normal normie would have. But like, I don't imagine that everyone who watches Fluff Bite wears fluffy underwear. And there are other more. Okay, there's not a more comfortable underwear than diapers. I can't even front. However, there are plenty of comfy types of underwear. Actually, I was kind of an underwear otaku, like between being like physically 16 and like 23. I guess I'm still like an underwear nerd, but like it's definitely calmed down as a special interest. There's literally a manga about a fucking uh I think it's like a middle school, but I guess in Japan that would be like ninth grade. Like underwear club, where it's like, oh, we nerd around about underwear and all the different types, and we'll learn how to sew and stuff and make the perfect underwear for us. And it's like knowing like about the history of like women's undergarments in particular and stuff like that. But now that I've been on both sides of the tracks, I have even wider appreciation for underwear because boy coded underwear. I think the most comfy boy coded underwear would definitely be boxer briefs, and then the most comfy fem coated underwear would probably be, I will say it's a toss up between boy shorts and granny panties. Personally, though, I've never worn a thong, and I never will probably. Knock on wood. 10 minutes later. If I was a sum of how I think of myself, I would imagine myself as if I'm made of vapor, but as a consistency and adhesion of thick oil, it keeps other things out, but it constantly is able to reshape and mold, changing its form as I do. Ah, I see. You have a very fluid sense of self. I think that it's good to be able to not be too rigid, because like it's good to have strong beliefs, but like stuff that leads people to like closed-mindedness, bigotry, resisting change that can help them or others, is a lot of times things attacking their sense of identity, things that make them feel like if they don't uphold this thing as right and good or valid, then like it means that they are less person. Which even gets back into like the whole commodified identity I mentioned earlier with like you are the stuff you buy and like what you represent yourself through, like your hobbies and stuff. That's why a lot of people feel attacked when you say like The Walking Dead is the worst show ever, and everyone who likes it is really just the worst taste motherfucker ever. Sorry, I just did psychic damage to myself, but I wanted to say something that I don't actually believe. Greg is so... Taco, of course you know about Dreg. Of course you do. I've been following Dreg for a couple of years now. Damn, this video's 3 years old? Fuck. So, the processing systems of the brain, some people are running Linux, some people are running Windows, and some people are running Mac OS. I don't know what the fuck I'm running. It's definitely not Windows. It might be Linux. I hope it's not Mac OS. I hate Mac OS. So the moment you said zippers, all I saw was Kaiba. Why am I telling you this? Why I'm telling you this is purely because it lets you know how my brain works. Kaiba has zippers. Kaiba definitely has zippers. Especially Kaiba from like Battle City arc. I mean, pretty much onward. I don't think he really changed his outfit after Battle City. He wears that same fucking jacket. I bet it stinks. Yeah, I am on one today.
You have asked me for my thoughts. And now, hey Dad. Yes?
God, I'm watching a fucking Dreg video. Alright, but let's finish. Fluffy underwear. Yes! Oh, what's the most, I said, well, the most femme-coded underwear, and what's the most, what's the most comfy femme-coded underwear, and what's the, most comfy, mass-coded underwear. Now I have to say the, best... Actually, I don't want to binarize it. I'll just say the most comfy 2-tape and the most comfy 4-tape diapers. Right now, I'm really biased because like I just got another case of try agains. So like I'm gonna say try again until someone makes another new diaper that's groundbreaking to the adult baby diaper industry. Because like every few years there's an upset, and I like it. Because my favorite ones used to be Taika Bulls' Camelots, and I still do really like those. But like, I don't know, when you increase in absorbency and you give me Fade When Wet designs, I die, basically. Yes. Song is interesting, though it reveals that I'm standing on a tripod. I do believe The Walking Dead is all of those things. Whew! I'm dying, Squirtle. Oh, Bill, you didn't have to hit me in the heart like that. Walking Dead is one of my favorite shows of all time. I'm a big zombie fan, actually. Even though, other than Resident Evil, we haven't really played much zombie stuff on this channel. Maybe next year. Oh, thongs, not songs. Thong is interesting, though it reveals that I'm standing on a tripod. I don't understand it at all. Thongs are interesting, though it reveals that I'm standing... I still don't understand that. You had to break that one down to me. Hey Lois, remember the time Dreg quotations from Christian Mao Zedong? Sorry, Chairman Mao Zedong. God. I remember when he faked a whole like academic to make a point. So this is completely excluding me currently because I've only used a Venus and the cloth, and now I have, which doesn't have tapes. It's just snaps. Oh yeah, then there's whatchamacallit? Cloth dips. What are the best 2-tape? I don't really wear 2-tape really. Super Dry Kids, I guess. I don't know. If someone knows a better 1-tape, they can throw it out in chat. But like, I'm at a loss. I'm like, I mean, I guess 2-tape bunny hops. Nah, 2-tape bunny hops. 2-tape bunny hops. I prefer 2-tape bunny hops to a Super Dry Kids any day. Fade When Wet hits good. Yeah. And then it fades. Okay, so frameworks. Fucking Christ.
Son, I've been feeling a bit sick recently. Actually, a little bit depressed. What do you do when you're down? Depressed? Son, have you ever heard the tale of the little bitch boy? The little bitch boy? What's that? The little bitch boy was a slave to his emotions, son. Whenever he felt bad or sad, he would stew in his emotions and say that he was depressed. The little bitch boy would stay depressed because he would whine about his problems instead of solving them. The little bitch...
I feel like he's talking about Shinji. And also me.
Boy was not an effective man. However, the little bitch boy's father was an effective man. For the little bitch boy's ancestors had something known as a framework, but the little bitch boy grew up in a world where there was no framework. Known as a framework, but the little bitch boy grew up in a world where there
Assumptions. There are no longer frameworks. 2. There were frameworks.
was no framework. A framework? A way of viewing the world, son. Everything is a framework. In some things, everything is a framework, and some frameworks work better for some people. The little bitch boy had the worst framework of all, which is to say, none. Am I the little bitch boy?
If you have no frameworks, I would almost call that like being almost egoless. I mean, I guess you can have no... I don't think you can simultaneously have no frameworks and at least a strong ego, because like with identity, like your identity also like entails frameworks. Like if you are a fan of Metroidvanias, then you understand the framework of Metroidvanias. Even if you don't have an encompassing political framework, you understand frameworks, and those definitely encapsulate something of your identity as, like, in this case, a Metroidvania fan. They're gonna be saying framework a lot. Also, good morning, Pasta Dog.
Dad, what? No, I love you, son, and I wouldn't disparage you. I'm not sure what you are. I was the little bitch boy, son. You were the little bitch boy? Yes, son. And I hated being the little bitch boy, so I turned to my father for advice as to what to do. And so I did what he did. I took all of my feelings and I...
There is a father, there is no son.
Advice as to what to do. And so I did what he did. I took all of...
Assumptions. There is a father, too. There is a son. Layer 0.
of my feelings and I bottled them up. I shoved them deep down inside until I could feel them rotting inside.
Oh, repression!
So you're saying men should ignore their emotions and women should be controlled? No, son, please. Keep listening. In following my father's advice, I realized that it wasn't quite working, and so I changed my framework. I started being emotionally honest with about half of my feelings, and dismissing and shoving away the other half, almost at random, really. And that's what I should do. If I feel depressed, I should bottle it up, but only sometimes. Just randomly.
God.
Yeah, that's a great idea. No, son.
This was at the height of the pandemic, by the way.
I don't know what's right for you, but what ended up working for me was being strong most of the time and weak sometimes. And I could differentiate when to be strong and when to be weak based off of how I felt when I was randomly dismissing and acknowledging my emotions earlier. Yeah, Dad, that is far from a perfect framework. And you still haven't told me what to do. When I was doing that, I was working out for myself when I should be strong and when I should be weak. And in doing that, I found a framework that worked out for me. This is fucking stupid.
Keep it in context with the context of this video, also having like a whole other meta layer talking about COVID and how bad it is, how bad the government is, like, actually still, I would say that would actually still be relevant to say, still treats COVID. There is a framework about like how you should protect yourself with masks and getting your vax shots and, you know, getting boosters and stuff. And then there's the anti-vaxxer framework that says that that's all hoopla. Many frameworks. Many frameworks. I believe one can throw away their identity and pick it back up just as easily. Fucking Christ. It's like juggling. It's also one of the reasons why I love using hypnosis. It's an easy jumpstart. Dell, I think that maybe you excel at throwing away and picking up your identity. I don't think that that's how a lot of people work. And as someone who, like, for example, has like this medical condition that like kind of presses ego death on me, it's like I do kind of get it. Like, I can certainly lose my ego 1 second and have it back another, and I do also love hypnosis, so I definitely don't disagree in that sense. But I guess it's like, yes, people can, but I don't think it's normal to have that. It might also be like a skill or a thing you acquire by like having a certain sort of neurology, which is what we'll get into in the next video that I'm going to be commenting on. I don't know if I'm gonna watch this whole thing here. I might though. This guy looks like a domesticated suburban. Who's suburban?
All of this is fucking stupid, son. I'm already growing tired of the cadence of my voice. It's a lot harder to try to find out how. What you need to do, son, is you need to find a framework that works for you. It can be any framework. You can pick one at random, really. What matters is that if you don't have a framework, you need to start following a framework and commit to it, like you would commit to a woman. It's very easy to just call something stupid. Are you saying women are frameworks? Why are you so hung up on this? Everything is a framework, son. People are frameworks. Politics is frameworks. Morality is frameworks. All frameworks have flaws, but that's not the point. The point is that any framework is better than no framework at all. Any framework is better than no framework? Okay, I barely know what you're even talking about when you say framework, but I'm pretty sure I can think of a few worldviews that are objectively worse than other worldviews. Find out how to express a thought on your own. But if you believe and commit to that terrible framework and try to act it out, if you don't pick a framework, then you'll never find anything out about anything. And you'll also never have to commit to anything, which is appealing.
Thinking more about this like metatextual framework analysis, I get the idea of like trying out different frameworks, kind of like experimenting with your identity, right? Seeing what frameworks work for you, which frameworks like benefit you and which don't. Like the framework of dissociative identity disorder in like modern psychology is a framework that I reject. It's not a framework that I like. It does not seem appealing. It does not serve me, and I think it does harm to a lot of folks. I like the plural framework. I feel like it's a reclamation of our identity, a way of looking at ourselves as not broken. It's a restorative framework as opposed to a... I don't even want to call it a derogatory framework, more like a pessimistic framework, you know? And like people have frameworks about like what human nature is, for example. I mean, maybe that's why I like zombie stuff a lot, because like depending on which zombie media you're looking at, it's a completely different framework. For example, thinking about The Walking Dead, like our base instincts is like to consume and hurt people in one end of the spectrum, like by the walkers, and how like they're alive but not alive, like definitely not alive, but they still move with locomotion. It's like, well, like if it's the base instincts, is that who we really are on the inside? But then there's the other spectrum of like the bad things people do, trying to survive in that really rotten world, and also how they try to make a home for themselves, and like the ways that they adapt to that new life, and seeing how things change over time based on how people treat each other and how people cooperate. You see more success when people act in the interest of everyone as opposed to their own interests, even if acting on your own interest does benefit you shortly for a time. And you can have competing frameworks. There are literally people in The Walking Dead, for example, who worship walkers and think walkers are great. You know? And so, like, the world is filled with competing frameworks. Like, my framework for what a gamer is, and like, I don't know, someone's boomer parents' framework for what a gamer is might be different, even though they would still technically be the same, in the sense of we're still defining it as someone who plays video games, right? But, of course, there's, like, a lot of implications on that. It's like, oh, what associations do you think of gamers? If someone were to say, you know, like, lazy and doesn't take out the trash, then, like, you may feel attacked right now. But if you're to say, likes taking control of their autonomy and likes pissing themselves, you might feel, like, damn, just like me for real. So, like, there's a lot of frameworks. Frameworks on frameworks. Suburban is a music artist. I see. And now I'm gonna see Suburban and go, huh, Suburban looks like Dreg. So a framework is essentially an ideology or belief system. Yeah, kinda. I say kinda because, like, it doesn't need to necessarily be an ideology. It can also be, like, a system of thought. Like, I wouldn't consider, like, the design principles of filmmaking to be necessarily an ideology. Like, you can understand that framework and it can be an ideology, but it can also be like a system for doing something. Like the framework of building furniture. I mean, it may be an ideology depending on the person, but I guess I just wanted to widen the my approach a bit. And thinking about not having a framework equals like a lower or like more repressed ego, I think is really interesting, and I think is one of the main things I want y'all to take from this video personally. This is Frame Worthless from Dreg. You can watch the whole thing if you want on your own time. It kind of, I think it goes in a direction. I think it's actually positive. I think it's funny how like the like boomer father is like assumed to be like in really bad faith and be controlled by toxic masculinity, and it's like every time he's like and then the Jenga tower of his argument gets bigger. Also, while there's like all these other clashing ideas under the surface, and that thing talking about like layer 1 earlier is definitely like part of it. This video is a journey. You should watch it without my commentary on it as well. That's valuable. I know from what I understand, but that's not just that. But it was some cases run from more complex, harder ideas or truths. Wait, no. I mixed up two of them. I know. From what I understand, is just that, but it was the best way I could compare it. Frameworks sound like boxes people put themselves or ideas in to make it easier for them to process things, or in some cases, run from more complex, harder ideas or truths. Yes, or to find comfort, like the framework of like religion, or just the general framework of the belief in an afterlife. Like that makes a complete division, because like some people, especially Christians, look with chagrin on atheists, and some claim that they have no morality. And it's like, no. And atheists can certainly have a like a moralistic framework. It's just not based on a higher power or the threat of an eternal hell for being bad or an eternal paradise for being good. Sometimes people's frameworks tend to make others feel invalid, and when it's based on beliefs, a lot of time it can start wars too. Funny that. This reminds me of how I play competitive games like fighting games. I don't learn what buttons do. I purely learn from what experiences I've done in before and take the ones that I know. I literally learn how to push buttons in a tempo and coordination to what I see and hear. And no, I don't learn the actual things. That's interesting. I'm somewhat similar. I've been trying to learn like actual like memorizing the which combos and what to use in which situations, and like, oh yeah, there's a zoning character, so I want to make sure that I'm not like all up in my opponent's face all the time, or sometimes ever, obviously, because zoning. It's definitely an approach. It's definitely an approach. And a lot of like fighting game type stuff is like instinct and muscle memory. Or how through middle school and a lower bit of 9th grade, I basically made up my own math equations that all came up to right answers, and then got completely shattered. And how I like to do math when the starting introduced fucking things that don't exist. Why the hell are there numbers and letters being mixed together? And letters can mean literally nothing or infinity. This is bullshit. I see. Actually, that's gonna be really interesting. What you just said based on this video. Let's explore the abstract idea of being autistic being inherently linked to ego death. Cause like, oh my gosh, like the concept of like what you think is good and like what you think makes sense, being like reflected by society to be bad or invalid and wrong, like constantly as you learn and learning constantly through failure and being told that like the frameworks you hold are bad or wrong, can lead to consecutive ego deaths as you break and try to rebuild your sense of self based on what you've learned because you've learned certain things aren't acceptable. Though it's not to say that like in rebuilding yourself you rebuild yourself in a way that like you don't acknowledge or still think in those ways, but you may present yourself in certain other ways, or for example, like in the in your like math equation example, I imagine that to finish school you had to, well, assimilate to the framework of algebra, and probably didn't create a whole new system for yourself based on what you knew then, adding algebra on top of it. I mean, if you did, you probably would be less you'd probably have been less not okay about it, because like I had similar experiences with certain things, like my teacher telling me that I couldn't put lines through zeros because when I get in college, it's gonna be like a type of variable, and it's like we're not even at that level. I'm never going to have that in your class. This just helps me, and I like to have it, and that's how zeros look to me. And it's just like, nope, you can't write zeros like that. If you write zeros like that and everything is around your test, I'll dock off points. And it's like, I'm not even good at math, so like you docking off points is probably gonna be the difference between me passing and failing. So I guess I can't write lines through my zeros anymore because I'm not smart enough to take the to tank the hit to my grade. For fuck's sake, I didn't learn the month of the year till I was 18. This is true. And what I mean is, if I didn't know the order. Ah, I see. Oh, order of operations? No, after my entire mindset of how you do math for the majority of my life was destroyed, I said fuck this and began cheating. Basically, I crashed in all the favors of the people who I let cheat off of off of notes to let me cheat off theirs. Fucking Christ. I actually remember senior year of high school, there was just like a bunch of people who just fucking copied each other's homework. And at first I was just letting people copy my homework, but then I was starting to burn out, and then I started copying other people's homework, and it was just like, Fluff, what happened? Why are you always copying homework now? I used to be copying your homework, now you're copying mine. And it's just like, yeah, it's been a long school. Christ. Nova can't see me being all loud and fussy. Okay. Now the actual thing that I said that we would look at.
I don't know how long this is going to be, but I would not be surprised if I'm just jabbering for an hour straight. I wrote down all of my main points that I'm going to be going through. I'm ready. I feel like I've come to class and I'm ready to give my lecture.
Yeah,
To
lectures.
go through the points that I'll be talking about in today's video, I will be talking about the ways that autistic people go through ego deaths specifically, and then I want to end the video in how it positively impacts some of us. Just because I don't like to be completely existential and depressing in all my videos, because I know some of my topics could be very overwhelming, I always like to round things out with a little bit of positivity, not in a toxic positive way, like woo woo, let's meditate and act like everything's okay, but just in a way of like, life is really hard, life is difficult, but also there's beautiful things as well that we can experience. You know, gotta have that duality there. I wanted to talk about how ableism and being a scapegoat leads to ego deaths. I also want to talk about how our hyper self-awareness comes from the fact that we are constantly forced to perceive ourselves from so many other people's perceptions. I wanted to talk about how ego death is essential for masking. I wanted to talk about the constant recalibration that we have to go through when we process other people's perceptions of us. I also wanted to talk about how having so many ego deaths throughout your life kind of obliterates your ego altogether, and you end up having no sense of self because of that, or no sense of identity because of that. I wanted to talk about how for a lot of high masking autistic individuals, it's a common experience as you grow older and older to hit these points where you have to almost intentionally integrate your ego back into your life, and how ego is not necessarily a negative thing all the time. It's actually very necessary to have a sense of ego. So we have to oftentimes in our adult lives begin to learn how to set boundaries for ourselves, learn how to be empathetic towards ourselves, learn how to ask for accommodations and integrate accommodations, and learn how to express ourselves again. Because
Okay, gosh, only 2 minutes in and I'm already pausing it. Okay, so I'm thinking about Evangelion again because it does have it has like that central thesis I talked about, but it also has other stuff in it too. And one thing about it is like the metaphor of the AT field, because the AT field is like literally is literally the ego barrier. It's the thing that keeps you separate from other people. And by collapsing everyone's ego barrier, everyone's AT field is how instrumentality is to be induced, which is supposed to be like this basically altogether consciousness of every human in existence, of just pure understanding and pleasure and no boundaries between people. Everyone is everyone at the same time, sort of. And rejection of that is like kind of the period on the series that was the original Eva series. And thinking about scenes where the pilots in particular have their AT fields broken, is often leads to very traumatic results. But it's also exercised in their like their interpersonal relationships, and how they fight with one another, or come together, form friendships, or are shattered by their connections going sour, or losing friendships and connections. Which, regardless of giant robots in your life, does happen. If you define yourself by a group of friends that you have, and then you go off to all separate colleges, or some of you don't go to college, but you don't stay together, and then you try to stay in contact and you see that they've changed and you don't really know how they fit into your life anymore, it can cause a sort of like ego shock in the same way that, an angel might disrupt your AT field, in the sense that like these people that you defined yourself, at least in relation to, are now different, and you don't know what that relationship should be anymore. And you certainly know that there is like relation removed because they have a whole life separate from you. I wanted to give a scenario that is like generally common, because like everyone in here should be at least 18. So like they would have at least had the experience of worrying about it at this point in their life. But you can still have that same experience from like moving to a new place. You can have that experience from just losing a friend group, losing a relationship. I'm trying to remember, Eternites actually talked about how relationships are like very powerful and can make you stronger, but they also can diminish your sense of self. In a lot of relationships, a lot of romantic relationships especially, there's like this sense of growing closer to each other, and it's not I wouldn't say it's a thing for everyone necessarily, but there is a common experience of like trying to understand like how that person thinks, and trying to be on the same wavelength, even outside of like monogamy. I would even say like a sense of like being one. I mean, was it like Hermaphrodite? Like in the Ovid is like a story about like a person who's like really, really egotistical and wants to like be so close to another person that they literally fuse into one person of both genders. Both genders, as if there's only two. God. I guess my point is like there's a lot of representations of love and like being really close to someone diminishing the ego, because like I think a part of love, and only a part of love is like having like empathy or having compassion and having like a sense of connection to another person and wanting well for that person. And that naturally takes you outside yourself a little bit. Like, I don't think that it like would destroy someone's ego to love someone, but what I mean is like to love pulls you away from like being so self-focused. At least it can. Not everyone experiences that. Like someone who's a very big narcissist may struggle with like seeing outside themselves and having empathy for others. But generally, a lot of people like take on habits of their partner, and like there's a sense of blending to some degree. Though ironically, I've been thinking of my own relationship right now, or my own relationships, and how different I am from my partners, and how that's good. Like our egos are very intact, I would say. We be skateboarding off our egos. It's awesome. um I could go on, but I just wanted to mention that part because I mentioned before about like fawning and like abuse, and how ego death can, or diminished ego can come from trying to please an abuser and fawning in that way, but it can also come from love and fawning in that way of like wanting to be really close to another person, wanting to be really like them, wanting to feel like you're two halves of the same whole. Um, that can be a kind of ego diminishment.
Sometimes we even lose sight of who we are and what we enjoy because we just don't pay attention to that ever. And I also want to talk about how when you recover from having so many ego deaths and you learn how to integrate a little bit of healthy ego back into your life, you can begin to healthily hold space for everyone's truth simultaneous to each other, and how that in turn allows you to have a clear idea of the collective wellness due to that dissolved ego. But before we get into today's deep dive,
Okay, this is like an ad read, I think. Yeah, that one's an ad read, so I'm gonna skip that. Um, but I want to take the point to mention like how just being othered in a group or society kind of also can push
Speckio
you.
Plays just
You are my
subscribed.
little sock.
Yeah,
Oh
hope
boy,
this
it's
isn't a
Speckio.
bad
I really
time
wanted to
now.
show you this video, Speckio. Actually, thanks for the subby wubby. Wow. Hope this isn't a bad time, LMAO. Oh no, it's fine. We're doing some chattings. Talking about ego death and autistic people. I thought that you would actually really benefit from this video because I know you talked in the past about like not having a strong sense of self and identity and like what you want and how you've had to like suppress that, and like you don't even like wear graphic tees or anything. Like you don't really wear things to distinguish yourself in a lot of ways a lot of the time. So it kind of made me think of that. And I mean, I've struggled with my ego as well, and I've certainly tried to like maybe not flatten my identity to be like nondescript, but I've certainly tried to shape my identity in a lot of ways, even recently, to be palatable to others, for the sake of my friends, for the sake of my audience, for the sake of my found family, for the sake of less conflict in my life, and it's certainly lessened. I'm still trying to like get a grasp on that. Honestly, the last stream where I was talking about like the trans film stuff and like how certain people were like think it's bad to allow trans people from a particular walk of life like kind of find a strong sense of like camaraderie or like go towards what they see as like a fad in the trans community of these ways to like represent yourself and like signify your identity. And I definitely can see how people can see both sides, like the way that you've described, like suppressing your identity, um, and then the how some people would say like, oh, you're just following all the trends, you're just doing what you think society thinks you should do or what you think is popular, like in diminishing your identity and not thinking about it. But I've also heard people talk about how it being doing some of the weird stuff and finding like other people in the community who are programmers and like to celebrate that and make the funny jokes about the programming socks or puppy girls or what have you, as things that like solidify their identity and make them feel good and connected to other people, not things that are like cookie cutter and things that just make them feel like they're getting along with stuff. But at the same time, I definitely feel like that can be an influence on people in a general sense. Um, Being othered is definitely something that puts pressure on you to conform. Whether you want to or not is a completely different answer, though. Ego? Hate that shit. Fucking Christ. You got your lunch lady ego going on, though. You got a little bit ego. You got a little bit ego. Right.
So, ego death is oftentimes described as feeling like a form of dying in which one lets go of their sense of self and identity. So, some people describe it as eye opening, cathartic, blissful, and sometimes even scary and terrifying. Sometimes people can describe that as also feeling like you are one with the universe. I want to continue to highlight that ego is a neutral term here. It's not necessarily just all negative. There's a lot of psychologists that will say that there is a healthy sense of ego because it's good for a person to be able to know who they are, to know what they stand for, to be able to set boundaries, and to be able to take care of themselves, right? The downside to
I'm
having no sense of ego
thinking about setting up boundaries being like connected to ego, and that being healthy reminds me of like the thing about like if someone tells you that if you're gonna enter like a BDSM scene with someone or you're about to start a relationship with someone, then it's like a red flag when you ask them about boundaries and they go, oh, I have no boundaries. It's like, what? Yeah, no. That's gonna blow up in everyone's face. um in the kink world, it's seen as bad because it's like a person who doesn't acknowledge their pain or what will hurt them, and that can lead to catastrophic results when like they go over the limit of something that they're not okay with, while having like said to themselves and to others, hey, I have no boundaries, you can't hurt me, like you can't offend me. And it's like kind of, it can be really messy. And also like people can be hurt unintentionally just in general, um like not speaking up, not wanting to like be a burden, or like just having a sense of, oh, if I like take up space here, that's bad somehow. There's a lot of ways and reasons why someone might say that they don't have boundaries, but it's good to have some sort of boundaries. And I have, especially on the stream, really struggled with boundaries. I'm still thinking about the person we banned, like, what was it, last week, 2 weeks ago now? And how it was really hard to do that. And it was actually seeing someone who I value being hurt by that person and realizing that it's not just me uncomfortable. That, oh, yeah, no, there's a boundary that should be here because it affects others. And that's like some diminished ego crap right there, because it just being uncomfy and like already over the limit for my boundaries should have already made me do that. I am valuable and my viewers are valuable. um I think an elastic ego is best, because some amount of like um wanting to connect with others, some amount of vulnerability happens when you like diminish your ego, um when you let understanding of other things flow in, um and having that like good sense of ego can like make it so you can understand a point of view, but also not have to assimilate it into your own to understand it, and then of course disagree with it. And they've already said this whole thing about like a healthy ego making for a good sense of like interpersonal relationships, not just boundaries, but being able to see other frameworks, and like be able to keep yours intact while still understanding other frameworks is valid. Like, it's the difference between someone who needs for every other religion to be wrong for them to feel safe in theirs, and someone who respects other people's religions and will admit that everyone is acting on faith and no one knows for sure. Saying cookie cutter just now reminded me of drones, and now I have to ask, I feel like ego is basically the entire kink revolving. I actually like drones. I'm not really a drone. Sometimes I'm a doll. But like very similar. Like honestly, there is like a sort of softening of the ego or elasticizing of the ego, I think, for like subs and submission, because letting someone act upon you and like filling a role that you are given is kind of challenging to an ego, which is also why brat taming is so fucking fun, because it's like a strong abrasive ego like letting its presence be known, putting up a really strong AT field, and you just crack it and melt it, and they just I really like brat taming. Taking someone's like, I don't wanna, and then having them as a puddle on the floor 5 minutes later. Pure bliss. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD then. I have a phone appointment right now, but I'll be back in under an hour. Gotcha. I love how I said more than an hour ago. In an hour, we'll be done with this portion, and like we haven't even talked about the triggering parts yet. We're only 6 minutes into this fucking video. I like droning sometimes. It feels good. Same with dolls. Brat taming, when done well, hits good. Oh yeah. I mean, and on the brat side, it's also nice. It's nice to have your... Sometimes it's nice to be ego broken, you know? Damn, girl, let me shatter that ego.
Is that you just lose yourself. All the bad, but also all the good. There's a lot of autistic individuals who end up unaliving themselves because they're struggling so intensely with their mental health. It has to do with a lot, but I feel like going through so many ego deaths throughout your life,
I was trying to hold
so
in my pee because talking about suicide.
Anymore, and you're just suffering, right? So it makes sense that you just don't want to be here anymore. I've heard so many autistic people express how they don't necessarily want to unalive themselves, but they don't necessarily want to keep going either. Like, there's no place for them here. And I feel like if we were to really abstract all of these very real objective consequences of being autistic, it comes down to the fact that there is a lot of ego death that we are constantly experiencing because of how poorly integrated autism is to our society, both objectively and also subjectively in our ideas of autism. I feel like...
Shit, I didn't mean to double speed it. So, I'm realizing that I probably have little bits of ego death every day. I already mentioned how like ego death kind of, or diminished ego, presses on me when during a seizure, and we've actually like trying to be test things, because we can actually induce seizures if we want to. Like I have one right now, and I'm back. I don't know how many seconds that was, but like literally I started slumping in my chair for a second. It's weird. It also kind of like made us more aware of like sometimes by worrying about if we're gonna have a seizure, we kind of worry ourselves into one. Kind of like how you might hyperventilate into like a panic attack by not breathing well, even though the last thing you want to do is have a panic attack, you know? And we've realized that we are generally conscious while we are having the brain electric thingies, because that's what's happening. It's like irregular electrical discharges in your brain. And although we are aware, like especially for like the longest seizures, like if we are not like I'm thinking of like that scene in Soul Leader where Soul is like holding on to Maka's sanity while they're fighting Corona for the second time. And it's like, oh my god, this insanity, it's so strong. Um I don't know if I would exactly call what Soul Eater calls insanity would be ego death, but it's certainly evocative of it when I think about how like during a seizure I can either choose to like ball the fist of my consciousness or let it disperse. You know? It's I mean like it's also why like for the type of seizures that I don't have, but I kind of saw it as like the epileptic seizure and like seeing it as like if I don't have those, I don't really have seizures. While I was in my phase of um, imposter syndrome, I thought it was like, well, if you have a seizure, you know, you're gonna piss yourself and you're gonna fall over and you might hit your head, you might swallow your tongue. I was like, none of that shit happens to me. I haven't fallen over yet. It's certainly it's the risk is not zero, but like I can stand still. I can stand on one foot. I have literally made the joke in Discord, or not even a joke, in Discord of saying, "Oh yeah, my seizures are like manageable in the sense that if I had a seizure on a skateboard, I probably wouldn't fall off." Especially because of how short it is, but like I can keep relative balance while I'm having it. I'm still like aware of the world around me. I don't forget what's happening. If I hear something while I'm having a seizure, like I can still remember what was said, you know? But also what I've talked about early on when I first realized it was a thing in stream, I remember talking about like the good feelings of it, because like a lot of times it's like this blissful feeling, you know? Which reminds me of the talking about ego death and how easy it is to submit to that blissful feeling, that mind blank feeling. Because if I'm not balling the fist of my consciousness, which I do naturally, or sometimes it just overwhelms me. Kind of like when you see like those hypnosis comics where someone's like resisting for a little bit and they're like, no, no, and they go, ah. It's kind of like that. Like I can really resist it, but like as soon as I stop, it's ah, which is really interesting. I can't wait to have my brain scanned so I know I don't have a tumor. But I think about that a lot, and then just disassociating in general can be seen as a form of ego death. And then I was also thinking just now about how I do have something in common with the type of autistic person that's being described, of like feeling as though you don't want to be here, like you don't want to kill yourself, but you want to like stop existing. And a lot of people, even neurotypical people, talk about that thing of like, I just want to not exist for a while, like I just want to blink out of existence for like an hour, you know? And that's something I've talked about in being a plural and part of a plural system, which can be really scary, especially as someone who like generally sees themselves, or saw themselves rather, as like the main one, the one that is being infringed upon by having to share space with all these intruders. That was one framework I used to have about my the multiplicity that we share, but like not anymore. But like I do still have that like main character syndrome in my system that I sometimes feel. And I try to let that go. And that's like the whole like strong ego thing. But like I do enjoy like taking a vacation from existence. And it is something that like, as much as there can be a lot of negatives, especially societally, for being a system, like, oh my gosh, being able to just stop existing at any moment is just amazing, you know? Okay, I'm showing off now. Sorry. I'll explain how I will sit in your lap and behave like a great dog, but I'll also be a little shit like a fucking cat when not paid attention to. Ah, switches. I defused the morning bomb. Hello again. The morning bomb, what happened? Are you a bomb disposal expert and I never knew, Noodle? I'm glad napping helped you, Issy. And welcome, Sonny. I'm also late. This stream started like 2 hours past, 2 or 3 hours past when we would normally be streaming. So yeah. I did that so much, I added it to the superpower on the wiki. I literally gave myself hollow acceptance based on immortality. As long as I accept death, I may not die. So as long as you don't get scared of death, you won't die? That's kind of sick. So yeah, I experience ego death for small periods on a daily. Sometimes I just don't exist for a while. I go back into the inner reaches of the mind. Kind of also how, like, if you hadn't seen a headmate in a while and someone's talking about them, a lot of times they will start existing again and be like, huh? Did someone call my name? Damn. Tap's head. You can fit so much ego death in it.
The first place we experience ego deaths is oftentimes in our family dynamics, because as children, that's the first thing we're exposed to. The next significant area of our life where we experience that ego death is schools and around our peers. I feel like adolescence and childhood is so difficult for autistic people because, one, like everyone else, you don't know much about the world around you or life or yourself. And you're supposed to be learning that information from the people around you, your mentors, your teachers, your parents. And I feel like our society doesn't give enough advice or set neurodivergent kids up well enough. We're constantly learning to use inappropriate tools for ourselves. We go through this process of needing to switch ourselves over from our original programming and our original tool belt over to a different programming with different tools. And I feel like that's kind of where we experience that first ego death of like, I don't know why I feel so different. I don't know why I feel wrong, but I am. And I'm going to learn how to exist correctly and appropriately so that I could be more accepted and integrated into society. Or I don't want to be punished all the time, right? I feel like that has a very significant effect on children because from an early age, you're learning already that your existence is wrong. And that's a very simplistic way to put it, right? Because of course, like wrong can mean many things, but you're essentially learning that the way that you think is not right. The way that you operate and like to get things done is not right. The way that you socialize with people is not right. The way that you express yourself is not right. The way that you would want to learn is not right.
I really around this time in the video when I was first watching it was when I was really starting to like feel a lot of emotions because it's just like, oh yeah, I think about that a lot about like how like undiagnosed, I'm still undiagnosed, like going through my life and just being like, oh, I'm weird, and like learning through failure all the time, like socially and like apparently morally and all these different ways of being told that like I am wrong, or to be told that like I lack common sense, you know. And of course it's like, oh, common sense isn't common. It's like, no shit. Like the things you think are common are only common because you happen to have the same frameworks of like how reality is and how things should be done. Maybe those are common enough that some people can agree upon them, but like if it was common sense, then more people would have it now, wouldn't they? And I mean, honestly, the phrase common sense is not common. I feel is like almost inherently ableist. Gosh. Oh gosh, no. My ego expanded. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna say a lot of stuff from now on that I don't think that I would have said is with much fervor before. Because again, after that last stream, I'm just feeling like I should be like owning myself and my opinions a little more and stop trying to be like so like edging around certain topics. Sometimes I literally want to say things like what I just said and like be, you know, the flaming SJW. And at other times I want to like provide a lot of nuance and like say things that can split hairs, especially in like leftist circles that a lot of time can certainly over self-police and like policing of others, what ends up becoming what a lot of people call infighting. Which happens in any community, but I think that there is understandable or reasonable infighting, and then there is everything else. But normally I wouldn't have just been like, yeah, this seemingly innocuous phrase is actually really ableist, because I always worry about being seen as like staunchly like too PC sometimes. But like it's not always that. I always feel like there's this inconsistency. It's like, oh, can you really call yourself a leftist because you actually think X, Y, or Z, or you think with this and with some amount of criticalness, or you don't believe this thing overall. That other people would be like, well, no, that's just common sense for a leftist, and it's like, common sense ain't common, remember? um, but I guess I'm also allowing myself to be a little bit more angry. I've been talking to particularly Snack about how like I'm still trying to work on like being able to like express myself in the sense of like saying things that I think might disrupt others like routines, or like might take their attention, or ask them for like help or assistance and stuff like that. Like making space, asking for accommodations are really hard for me. It's like extending that ego barrier and asking for help is like, ugh, it's like an ego kite. Want to get some wind to pick me up, you know? But I'm gonna try to focus less on all the things that I shouldn't say, you know? Um, I don't want to say everything, obviously, and it's good to have tact. But like as an autistic person, like especially once I learned I was autistic, like I had to go back through my life and go, oh, so basically people just didn't like this thing that I was doing, and it was seen as a faux pas because everyone else learned pretty early on and very intrinsically that like this thing is okay or this thing isn't okay. Like my parents will always yell at me about like washing the dishes, and I now know that like I struggle washing the dishes because of like sensitivity to like the water and stuff, and not wanting to touch like gross stuff, and like having like such a like hyper focus on like sensations and stuff, they can be really hard because like the loss of sensation I get from like wearing gloves helps me get through washing dishes, but it means that I don't wash them as thoroughly because like I need to feel the grime on my fingers across the plate to know that it's clean. And if it's not, then I get super like focused on it and like just scrubbing. It gets quite stressful. But yeah, like I've definitely experienced a lot of ego death from being told that I was wrong or doing things wrong, and trying to figure out like what is acceptable. And I think that we all live in a society, especially with the internet, that like feels a little bit panopticon-ish, um, especially socially. And it's like you gotta be doing the right thing. As a content creator, you know, I have to worry about like being canceled and whatnot. But like ego gonna ego. Emotionally, I just feel it, what they're speaking is truth. It's how the world is, or at least how my world was when growing up at the same time. I'm now realizing I kind of don't believe in the idea of objective rights and wrongs. I just think that people do awful things. One of my parents used to always tell me that if you believe in good, you have to believe in evil. And like, I try not to apply that framework because I really hate the like seeing things black and white. I like nuance. I think the world is overly gray, actually. There are some things where I'm like, no, this is bad and wrong. But even if I think something is bad and wrong, like, you know, nationalism and fucking genocide, like I also understand how things lead to those outcomes and how people think they're doing the right thing. I don't agree with them, but I do understand how they got there. And understanding how things get there is helpful in being able to prevent things from going. See you, femboy. Gotta do chores. Gotta do your femboy chores. Washing dishes, I understand that feeling. I just accept the most and just keep going at the same time. This reminds me of the way I felt when I started doing dishes, and the fact that people would start with them bitching and I realized I need to specify what the fuck I'm talking about. People just throw knives into the sink, and I'm talking about work. So you just washing, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna cut myself. Fuck it. Literally, Snack was telling me, asking me not to put knives in the sink anymore. For that same reason. I was like, oh yeah, I guess it never occurred to me that I shouldn't put knives in the sink. My framework didn't make room for that assessment of, oh shit, someone might actually cut themselves. Because if I'm washing dishes, I assume there's knives in the sink at all times, actually. But not everyone does that, and like, I don't know, maybe just the way that I'm already used to based on like the house I grew up in, that like no one said no knives in the sink. Well, that was never a thing. But if I had been yelled about it, I'm sure I would have trauma about it, honestly. And like would think that I'm a shitty person if I ever leave even one knife in the sink on accident. And then I would be like, but butter knives are knives, right? And it's like, but they're not sharp, Drizzle. And it's like, I don't care, they're knives, so categorically I'm bad. So I'm actually glad that I had that miscommunication, or didn't learn that that really reasonable standard. Like, honestly, less knives in the sinks means less cut hands. I accept the idea of going okay, and now I've learned that I can reach into awful things and not give a fuck. Such, and I quote, sticking my hand in like a garbage disposal, the blade machine and other things to grab stuff. No fear there. Be fucking careful. That sounds really that sounds really rambunctious, and I don't want you to get hurt. Some amount of caution is good. Bravery is also nice. It's a balance. With me, it's not as easy as just going, oh, I just accept this thing. It's like, if I lose a certain amount of spoons, I'll be like, okay, I have to stop now. I didn't even finish the dishes. Now I'm just gonna lie down and go to sleep because I can't do anything else. I like to use spoon theory a lot, like kind of like a health bar for your energy. And certain things will take more spoons than others, especially things that are hard for you. Even if, like, technically they don't take that much effort in the sense of, like, the locomotion involved. Like, taking a shower is infinitely less spoons than washing the dishes. But doing both in the same day is really hard. And part of it is because both of those things require getting wet. Anything that requires getting wet, not in my pants, is something that takes extra spoons just by the nature of I gotta get wet to do it. You know? That's just one example. Drizzle, if you put a toy knife in the sink, would you cry? No, I wouldn't cry. Today. It depends. Cause when Snack almost cut herself reaching her hand into the sink to drain it, and it was like, please don't put any knives in here, I beg of you. I was just like, no, I'm terrible, no. But like, I got a little bit over myself. At least I'm trying to. Have caution. I learned caution after the pick-at situation. The pick-at situation? I don't even know if I want to ask. Well, be safe, Sonny. It's great to see it. Does showering count? Showering definitely counts. I couldn't shower until I was 14. I showered once before I was 14, and not by myself, and it partially traumatized me, but I already didn't want to get wet. Having water coming at you in fast jets, terrifying. It's still weird to me now, but like, it's a weirdness that I accept. But I hate it. I mean, I do like when the water washes over you and it's just the right temperature and stuff like that. But like that and like having to stand the whole time is just And also dysphoria. There's also that. So there's a lot of things that affect spoons. It's like it's intermingled. Intersectional? Intersectional. I was being done with a pickaxe and destroying furniture. There's thousands of horrible ways it can go. Why do you have a pickaxe? No one give Dale pickaxes. That's just dangerous. Just happen to have one of the luckiest. So I'm still here. Fucking Christ. I'm glad you're still here. Dumbass.
You're constantly being told is not right. The way that you socialize with people is not right. The way that you express yourself is not right. The way that you would want to learn is not right. You're constantly being told, don't do this. That's not okay. Do this instead. Why can't you just follow the rules? Why can't you just do this? And so that feeling of being wrong is deeply ingrained in us and in our bodies and in our nervous systems from an early age before we could understand why. And so as we grow up into adolescence and young adulthood, we begin to deal more with the cognitive aspect of ego death. Now we develop that sense of wrongness in our minds and in our thoughts of ourselves to be able to match up with the feeling of being wrong. And this is where the layers of ego death begin to pile on top of each other. So when you move into high school, college, and when you start to work in your adult...
When you're pushed into more autonomous roles and forced into taking more responsibility. Yeah. I actually struggled a lot when I was like entering college, and I'm supposed to like, you know, follow my own schedule. Well, it's not. It is your schedule, but like, they say you have control, but really because of like required classes, and you know like what classes count towards your major, like. If you wanted to only take all the classes you're interested in, that's not gonna fly. Like, for example, like, the, like, math class, like, I had to take a math class, and I just hate math, and, well, I don't hate math, I'm not good at math, and in a scholastic setting, I usually don't do very well, and a lot of people who were in that situation would take logic, but logic actually isn't easy, and I still struggled. But also struggle because just being autistic and ADHD and like being on my own and not having a real structure, and like sometimes I had classes with people I knew, but like a lot of people, it's very uncommon for you to meet someone with your exact same class schedule, even within your own major. And so that like uniformity of like, oh, we're all going to the same place, lost. And I mean, I still struggle with it now. Like I said, I started the stream like hella late. Like that was a big deal, and I still struggle to make appointments that even like I set the time for. So like as you can see, I'm very a mess. And like the more life demanded more out of me and more responsibility, and you know being like an independent black fae, it was just like it was just really hard to feel like I had a lot of ways to express myself. I'm actually not thinking about capitalism and like the ways that like people are generally forced into labor that they otherwise probably wouldn't even want to do because they need to make a living, or they forego opportunities because it wouldn't make enough, or good opportunities that will hurt them because it makes more, and then you don't have a lot of time, and you want to seek a sense of like solidification of your identity, and you have a little bit of money, so you go, well, these ads that keep telling me I'll be happy if I buy these penis enlargement pills, that'll surely make me happy. The identity of a large dick person will be useful. I have never taken penis enlargement pills. I do not want a big penis. Just a random example. I'm thinking of like a Fight Club sort of framework right now. I was like 17 and I was helping my granddad destroy furniture because we needed to break it down so we could rip it out for the metal and then take it to a scrapyard. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Okay, I'm just gonna say it's now colleges are something, and they're scum. Sorry, they're a scam. Not by the skills that you can learn that's useful, but the price and the difficulty to get in is bullshit. What the fuck is logic? Because that sounds like a really pretentious fucking name. It's like proofs, like if this then that. It's still math. It's sort of like algebra. Sometimes it has to do sort of with physics. A lot of times it has to do with like data points and like which data point should go first on like a circuit or something. I failed the class, so just don't. I mean, you can only take so much of my word for it. What is this tripod situation? I don't. What is the tripod situation? I'm very confused. You mentioned that before with thongs, and I don't. I'm wondering about that. Though I never said I wasn't pretentious.
Adult jobs, you're constantly being reinforced of the nuances of how society operates and how that doesn't come naturally to you. You're constantly learning through messing up, basically, in social situations and in many different situations. Like, oh, I didn't know this before, but now that I messed up, I can show up better next time. But you still take that hit to your sense of ego because you're constantly having to learn the hard way. And that does not feel good, right? It really just obliterates your sense of self-worth to always need to learn after messing up.
Also, is reminding me of experiences I had in employment. Like, I was getting better and better, and like trying to get to the point where I could be like a manager at like the movie theater I used to work at. But then like people would undercut my authority a lot when I was given leadership positions. And like a lot of times I don't have a strong ego, so like if someone tells me that I'm doing a bad job and I need to do it this way, even if they're technically wrong, I try to do it. But then also like there's only so much information I could process at one time, and a lot of times I didn't have complete control of all the resources, and sometimes people would like purposely like diminish my resources because it's like, well, you know, you're gonna fuck it up anyway, so I might as well take what I need from your team or something like that, and I wouldn't be able to like compensate for everything, and like running like a chicken with my head cut off, and then people would see me panicking and be like, well, that person's not a good leader. And even people that I thought were my friends that would like vouch for my competence did not, in order to advance their own careers, and it was really shitty. And it was like this situation where I was told how I was supposed to act and be and do, and then when I followed those rules, the script would change. But it would change in that weird like societal way that a lot of people who are neurodivergent struggle with, where it's like, why am I supposed to assume this, you know? Like, even like, gosh, I don't believe I'm saying this. This is gonna be embarrassing, but putting on shoes for the longest time, a hallmark of being an adult to me was being able to tell your left shoe from your right shoe. For me, the only way I could actually tell was just doing the coin toss of, this is a shoe, it can only go on one of 2 feet. Let me guess. Oh, this feels uncomfortable. I guess I need to take it off. The fact that like if someone were to help me with my shoes, or instantly someone would know that I have the shoes on the wrong foot, it was just like, how the fuck do you know that? It's like magic, and they just looked at it and they just knew. I know how to tell my right from my left shoe now. I don't always know my right from my left though. And it's like one of those things that like no one teaches you in school, this is your left shoe, this is your right shoe. You just assume because of the arch. But since no one told me that, there was no way for me to know that. And then I was seen as like less competent, or at least when I was younger, like they're so silly, because like me being like, whoa, you're so cool, you know your left shoe from your right shoe, and they're probably thinking in their head, this fucking idiot. Having a dick so big it works like a third leg. Ew, no. I have a tail for that. Gross.
And to have to suffer the consequences and accept those negative labels, even though you weren't making those mistakes on purpose and you were genuinely just existing, only to find out after the fact that you were perceived as selfish, or you were perceived as incompetent or ignorant, and all of that stuff. You begin to add layers of shame and guilt to that ego death. So not only are you constantly suppressing yourself, but now you're feeling ashamed of yourself when you are not doing it good enough.
I have been having meltdown after meltdown for the past 2 weeks over the fact that I have a lot more support needs than I realized. I don't want to have to struggle. I don't want to have to rely on people so heavily. And it feels so awful to have these realizations. And on top of that, I continue to gaslight myself and tell myself that I must be faking these struggles, because how the hell did I go the first 20 years of my life not knowing I was autistic and not getting any help and support? And then I remind myself that being in this state right now is the consequence of masking and not getting help and support for the first 20 years of my life. I feel this way right now because I pushed myself so hard to fit in and pretend like I didn't have struggles. And this is the consequence. This is where it got me. I worked so hard to show people that I didn't struggle and convince myself that I didn't struggle. And I thought if I continued to do that, that at some point I wouldn't have those struggles anymore. But all it got me was here right now. I feel like a failure, I feel like a burden, and I feel like this is never going to go away. Like, I'm always going to feel like this. And I know I'm not. I'm just sharing how I feel.
Okay, so that TikTok completely destroyed me last night because I felt the exact same way. So, more fucking fucked up fluff lore. So, at some point into the marriage that I used to be in, like there was a time where we were both working, and then for almost the rest of the time we were married, there was literally like a like this switch between one person being the breadwinner and then the other person being the breadwinner, because one of us was always unemployed because it was really hard for us to both hold down jobs, especially with all their mental illnesses. And just the world being fucked up, and just like what was it, Murphy's Law happening to us constantly. And a lot of bad things happened, and I mentioned the homelessness thing, but like, and I've been homeless multiple times, or near homeless, and like it got to a point, actually with like the highest paying job I ever had, where because I got groomed by my boss, I became afraid to go to work. And literally from then on, I ended up quitting, like maybe like a couple weeks later. From then on, and I'm saying, and this is like 2018, I think. From then on, I never worked a normal job again. It was accumulation of a lot of things. At first, I thought it was just that, because it was the most recent thing. But very much like the whole gifted kid thing, being told that I'm great and I'm gonna do amazing things, and being told to like do my best, and being having like a better grade point average than like a lot of people around me in high school, but not like a very good one. Like for a high achiever, 3.1 is shit. And I could never get above like a 3.2, which was devastating when I got to college and couldn't get above a 2, and destroying my confidence and destroying my self-esteem. And I didn't know, and I was starting to learn slowly that I needed a lot of support needs, but like it wasn't in the framework of autism and disability. It was a framework of me being a terrible, lazy person that played video games too much and for some reason couldn't focus because they obviously didn't want an actual future. All the things that society tells you when you're not achieving, right? And then I had like the death of a parent, and like trying to figure out depression and being abused by a partner and thingies happening that like really made college just a terrible thing. I wasn't married when I was in college. That came later. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of there was just an incredible amount of trauma around like my own ability to do things, and like a lot of focus put on me to do great and to never fail. And like once you get to the point of like college, especially with like how much money it is, like the stakes for failure is incredibly high. And even before I came out as queer in any way, I already didn't want to talk to my family because I knew that a lot of abuse had come from them. Especially in terms of like what I know now was like their ableism, because they pushed me into like They pushed me into like extra school. I've mentioned before that part of my childhood I was like homeschooled at home on top of going to regular public school, which helped me not fall behind based on like my untreated, undiagnosed dyslexia on top of everything else. Um, and like everything was just harder for me, but I thought there was just something that was wrong with me personally that I needed to overcome. Like I didn't know about like spoons and stuff, and like I definitely saw disabled people as like so inspirational because they like were able to some people were able to get stuff done and be amazing, and that's the right way to be disabled, right? A lot of shitty toxic stuff. Um and the burnout that I was talking about in the grooming with my boss was, I think I was like 25 or something. I'd already come out, like I'd already like, been through so much, and then this happens, and I just couldn't keep up the mask anymore. I was too everything. And then in relationships going forward, like it became almost a joke about like when I would finally get a job again. And I felt terrible about it, being supported by at one time 2 partners that I had, and was just like, I'm definitely doing something wrong here. But like I have since like realized and like try to have peace with myself for being as disabled as I am, as being as hard to employ as I am, and I am trying to get on disability and all that. But like that sense of burnout from like life, and a life of trying to be normal and trying not to seek help and not seem needy, on top of the disenfranchisement that comes from like all the intersectionalities and being black and all this shit, I just couldn't function. And shit, I'm burned out now. I'm so happy that we have like an end date for when we're stopping streaming for the year, and we don't have an official start date. We might not start streaming again once we stop till like March, which I hope we don't. But at the same time, like I am fully prepared to commit to that because I really want to like get better a little bit. And it's so scary going your life thinking that you're like just squandering your own potential, and then realizing that like you have potential, but like you are not given the tools, and you are not expected to succeed with certain tools, because to even ask for them would mean to show weakness, which I was taught to never show, even in like the disability of being depressed. My parents were like, oh well, we can give you some therapy, but like you're not crazy, right? Only crazy people need therapy. So like I was pretty much cut off from a lot of like mental health resources in general. So it was like, oh, you're seeking mental health resources? You must be doing something wrong with your life. Definitely unlearned a bunch of that, or I'm in the process of it. But like autism is only one part of that for me, and I think for a lot of people, because a lot of stuff comes like with comorbidities, like all the people who are trans and autistic, for example, and people using their autism as a way to discredit their own identity and saying, there's no way you could know that you're trans. You can barely know your right from your left shoe. God. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on such a trauma dumpy tangent. Funny, streamers like, oh, don't trauma dump in my chat, streamers. Let me trauma dump to my chat. I tried to give you the abridged version, and have you understand where I'm coming from instead of languishing in my own despair, because I'm not really despairing right now. But in radically realizing just how much the world has bent you over and fucked you with an iron dildo, it can just be really, really painful, and just like, wow, finally got that out. Now, if only I could get a therapist. Getting forced to mask and having it super glued on with medication. God. Sometimes I wonder how my life could have been under autism diagnosis, because that doesn't mean my life would have been easy. I mean, I know people who had to go through like ABA, which is literally torture, and how like there are certain hallmarks of ABA that I certainly experienced. Like I wasn't allowed to STEM, for example, growing up. It was seen as like me being like, I mean, it was me literally being fidgety. It was like, oh, why can't you stand still? Why can't you focus? I was like, is it too much sugar? Fucking Christ. And I think about the ways that I could have been tried to even more like systemically forced to like mask and be a certain way, because that's part of the problem I have with like DID as a framework, because DID as a framework lends itself to the best way for you to live your life is to try to be as close to a singlet as possible or function as such, and that hurts us. And masking is like really draining. Some medications that I was on made me actually sick. And I would clearly say this to the doctors, and have a parent in the room dismiss it and go, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Oh my god, people like diminishing the autonomy of like children and stuff is just so rampant. I mean, I disagree with the framework of modern Western parenting for sure. I think it takes a village, honestly. And just the you're too young to know any better about literally anything about yourself, I think is just kind of gross and dehumanizing. And it's the same way that a lot of disabled people are treated, because we're infantilized constantly. Derogatorily, I should say. Not the fun kind. It will be iron if it just went and hit you and then left. This is more like lead because it poisoned you. It means that you have to take time to rid it from your system. Damn. Yep. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. I agree. And I have that image in my head. God. Realizing most conversations I've had verbally are basically forced because people can't understand hums and place of words. Oh my gosh. That reminds me of my struggle with verbalism, or non-verbalism rather, because I used to get into trouble with people with partners and especially with my parents when like there'd be a heated conversation, or I'd be being yelled at, or like something like I'm feeling like rejection sensitive dysphoria, and then I can't talk suddenly. And then it's like, oh, why can't you talk? You're dismissing me. Or like, I need you to say something, anything. And it's just like, I can't. And I learned to try to like force my way through it, which takes even more spoons and like hurts me. And that just wasn't fun. And realizing that I do go nonverbal was like just such a sort of a relief. And knowing that it wasn't just me just being shitty. Because like, that's part of why I relate to Shinji. Because like, sometimes you get steamrolled, not because you don't have an opinion or like don't want to push up against a thing, but because you feel like you can't, or you don't have the tools to. And it's just like, ugh. Hey, Scooter Shy. My life is filled with happiness and sadness. I hope you're doing good today. I'm not bad per se, but I am talking about a lot of bad stuff. As a mute, I've had the same issue. Oh yeah. Fuck, I've literally... Actually, knowing more folks that struggle with being mute or selectively mute has really opened my eyes to the ways that people can be dehumanized. Because, like, some people will say, especially among, like, autistic folks that can't verbalize or have trouble with it, that like, oh, like they have no voice, and it's like, bitch, if someone got hands, they can write something down, or like there's so many ways to communicate. And like not being able to talk or like not being able to verbalize things is seen as like having less intelligence, and that's just not true. And especially on the like, and talking about people on the spectrum, it used to be that whole dichotomy that people still sometimes use of high functioning versus low functioning, and how like, oh, people who are low functioning is like shows that high functioning people don't really have autism because they can function. To have autism means you can't function in normal society and you need like a caregiver at all times or something. And like there are people who do need like extended access to like lots of like help and support and stuff. But that doesn't make them stupid. That doesn't make them wrong or bad. We just live in a society that disincentivizes that, and if you can't, like, contribute to capitalism, you're lazy or bad or wrong. And also, like, alternate forms of communication. Shit, even being in, like, America not speaking English can be terrible because people think that, like, you are, like an asshole for not knowing or not being good at English or something. It's it's so fucked up. Gosh. Sorry, I didn't know this stream was gonna get so fucking heated. I'm having fun here, talking about all this stuff, but at the same time, I'm just like, woo! This is a spicy meatball for this stream. Reaching your max word count, turning into wispy in place of coherence, like smoke pouring from the impossible machine. Fucking Christ. What was I gonna say? Oh, that the thing you said before, Noodle, about like about people not understanding hums in place of words. Something I very much resonate with, because in our house that we live in, everyone's a furry, and we all make animal noises, and like there is a range of articulation that you can get across with animal noises. Like if I hear Snack say something from the other room, I'll be like, it's like, or abba dubba dubba dubba. Like there's a certain way that I might like babble or mumble or like make like animal sounds that indicate that I want them to repeat themselves, or that that like there's like question in my roar, and it's like, oh, let me repeat that, and stuff like that. And you know, I can't communicate everything that way, but there's plenty that can be communicated that way. But my parents would have fucking hated that shit. They hated nuh-uh and mm-hmm. It was like, open your mouth. Like it was just there's certain things that like it really like takes a complete deconstruction of a framework to realize that something's bad, because like so much of like the way I was brought up had like a foundation of ableism, that like there was a lot of stuff that I thought was just like, oh well, that's just being polite, and it's like, actually that's just ableist. How dare you take up space? How dare you not be easily understood? The only times I'm genuinely nonverbal, or at least I'll say genuinely, is little me, and that's it. But I definitely can understand the struggle to communicate in that state, although I find it really annoying to type, which is why I am using speech to text. Like I like talking verbally. It is certainly a thing. I very much like words. I'm a wordsmith. I love poetry. I'm a poet. To be speechless and not be able to speak, not because I'm in awe, but because I just cannot speak for whatever reason, is really scary. Anytime that I go nonverbal, I'm scared, will I never be able to talk again? And as you can plainly see with all the goddamn words I've been saying today, that has not happened, and probably will never happen. Unless I get into some tragic accident, knock on wood. But, like, it's communication is difficult, even when you have the words. Honestly. With mind and fingers alike, I dream and create. With my mouth, I shit, post, and barf. Gosh. You reminded me that I really want to learn American Sign Language again. I was in a club in school, but, like, I fell off. My partner's helped me a lot. Same. Honestly, it's weird when you, like, have envy for, like, people who get, like, the support they need and realize, wait, I think that just means I need support. Because something that I remember one of my autistic friends that I used to have saying about, like, when they were like really like in a really bad state and they couldn't really care for themselves, is their partner would like literally like help bathe them and like wash their hair, and like they aren't paralyzed at all. They were just like very lethargic and like just very it was the result of not just like autism and having like high support needs at that time, but also like trauma and abuse and stuff. And like I was just like, damn, that sounds really nice. And my support needs are not that high, but I've certainly been in spaces where it has been low. I've had situations where I haven't been able to change myself, and I feel bad about it. Although where I live now with my own room, if I'm ever in a state where I can't change myself, I just wait till I have the spoons to do so, and I don't worry about it as much because I have my own room and I can stink it up all I want and crack the window when I'm ready. Stuff like that makes the world of difference, honestly. And like the ways that people compensate for not having those support needs are also satisfied can also cause a lot of damage, can make people act in maladaptive ways, and a lot of the times people are like generally are like a worse version of themselves and they're not getting all their support. Not in that they're worth less, but they're not doing as well as they could be doing emotionally, physically, socially. Like, it makes a big difference, honestly. I anger for the constants, so I'm making a discontent quesadilla. God damn it, now I want a quesadilla. I'll make it during break. Black parenting. Oh gosh. You just open with black parenting and I'm already dying on the inside. Yeah, that is very much a hallmark of black parenting, what I think I experienced. But let's see what you have to say about Adele. Black parenting and its best. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there before I say what the fuck I meant to say. What I meant to say is black parenting, and it's worse able to break and shatter people, as I have my own personal belief that the reason why black people still believe in whipping their kids is because it's how the fuck they grew up, and it's only just generational beatdowns being passed along. Oh, definitely. There are a decent amount of millennial parents who are black that push against that, but a lot of people still really like to hit their kids and think it's okay. And think it's like, back in my day we didn't call child services. Like, it's intense. And like all this like responsibility and like the oscillating between you need to act like an adult, and I'm gonna treat you like an adult, and then you were not an adult, so I'm not gonna treat you like an adult, and you were financially and in a lots of material ways dependent on me, so I'm gonna use that to my advantage to fuck with you, sort of ways. It's just like not something I really like, and probably part of the reason that I have had such a disconnect with the black community at large for most of my life. I have a completely different distrust of CPS because of some fucked up reason. Whenever we had CPS, my mom had friends who were CPS workers, and a fucking cousin who would intercept them and would dismiss them. I've had over 40 cases in my lifetime. That's insane. I have certainly known CPS not to be that good. I know people like get around it a lot of the times, and like abuse goes on. And especially knowing now that right now CPS is being used to take healthy, happy trans kids away from their supportive parents, fucks with me to no end. And it's like, wow, you care more about someone respecting their child's autonomy than you do about someone literally beating their child to death. Love society.
And you begin to truly despise your sense of self. And even if we're not aware enough to realize that that's how we feel, because I don't think everyone is sitting there thinking, I hate myself and I despise myself, but at least you feel it in your core, like in your body. For me, throughout my young adult life, it just felt like I was constantly cringing all the time when I was trying to see myself through other people's perceptions of me. I would, in these moments, play out what happened, but through other people's eyes, and I would watch myself through their eyes, knowing that they were thinking certain negative thoughts of me, and I would just genuinely cringe and think to myself, I hate myself. I am so gross. I'm so disgusting. I'm so cringe. How can I just keep existing like this? I just want to disappear. And I feel like this kind of goes into why a lot of autistic people hate being perceived. Like, it's not just this cute thing of like, I don't want to be perceived. It's like, it genuinely causes your nervous system to activate so intensely because you don't feel safe in other people's perceptions of you, because rarely are you perceived accurately or positively, you know? And I feel like there's so many autistic people who talk about.
I think this is also why a lot of autistic people like tend to be like rule breakers and like in certain ways disruptors. I remember growing up and being an inspiration to one of my mentors who used to say that like, I don't care about how people see me and I act any way that I want to, and da 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 da, and which couldn't be further from the truth. It was just a lot of times I am unable to like fully mask. There's no time that I'm able to fully mask, and like stuff slips out even if I don't want it to. And I do have like values about like myself and how I express myself and things like that, but at the same time, a lot of shit I just can't fake. And so sometimes that's read as like me being so avant-garde and brave, and it's just like I just have a funny brain. I just have a funny brain. That's just the way it works. And I've come into myself a lot more since then, as I imagine anyone would. This is like 12, almost 15 years ago now. But like struggling with like fitting into society and making your own place outside of it or on the fringes of it is something that like people who are otherized do like pretty much consistently everywhere. I mean, our whole channel is a testament to that. Like, it was like, yeah, I'm gonna be a video essayist while talking about being a furry and a little, yeah, and also like intersectional like politics and racism and feminism and wow. And it's like I was like, is there really an audience for that? As I can plainly see, there is. How can I follow the speed limit and the rules of the road if to me the stoplights are all the color purple and the speed limit is just a dash? Whew. Fucking Christ. Symbols mean things, but also, yes, disability definitely changes things if you have color blindness. Oh, that's struggle. Actually, in terms of driving, I'm trying to face the fact that like it's even with how mild my seizures are compared to how bad they could have been. It's probably not safe for me to ever drive, and I hate that. I hate that a lot. It makes me feel like there's a part of my independence that I'll never be able to get because it'll never fully be safe for me to drive, and that's terrifying. It makes me feel infantilized in a way that I don't like. I definitely feel you there.
About how when they go to talk therapy or when they're talking to someone in general, they get feedback from other people like, oh, you're so self-aware, that's so amazing, you know so much about yourself and other people's perceptions of you, and they talk about it like it's this positive thing.
This one completely, it was just like, whoa, this is like in my exact experience. Like, it was just, this video is honestly hit after hit. We're basically halfway through it and still I'm having to pause so much. But like, this has happened to me specifically with crisis lines, hotlines, and warm lines. Specifically about stuff like what do you call it? Gender, not gender. Fuck. Things about like suicidality, mental health stuff, like wanting to grow, knowing my problems. Like I've literally had the experience of accidentally falling into a situation where I'm literally giving the operator on the other end that was supposed to be talking to me about stuff, like advice. Why is my headphones are making a sound? I'm gonna turn them off and on. Actually, they've been plugged up for a while. Hopefully they're not dying. But that's gonna distract the shit out of me if I keep hearing it. Does my mic still sound good? I was worried that I might have switched to my to the mic on my headset or something, which should sound like shit. I'm saying that it's basically how can I follow the rules if the rules do not compute. Okay, I get it. Sorry for the driving struggles to you too. Wow. Yeah. Your mic hasn't dropped quality at all. Thank you. I appreciate the checkup. Damn. Y'all are so nice to me. But yeah, that I've constantly had the experience in therapy and like while in crisis, I was like wow, you understand yourself so much. Da, da, da. And sometimes I'm like, that's exactly the problem. Like maybe it sounds like from here it sounds like I'm really great because I have a great self-awareness. And self-awareness is great. It can definitely benefit you, but that same amount of hyper self-awareness I have also can be very paralyzing to doing things, to like stepping out of what's expected of me. Like it can be incredibly debilitating, and it doesn't exactly stop me from making mistakes, that's for sure. I want a motorcycle because I fear what happened if I get a car. I think a motorcycle is less safe. especially because a lot of people don't respect motorcycles and people are liable to hit motorcycles, not caring about the driver because, well, they're on a motorcycle. They obviously don't care about their own safety.
When in reality, it's absolutely debilitating for a lot of us to be that self-aware. When I've been to therapy multiple times throughout my life, there's so many times where I'll share something in hopes of my therapist being able to give me some sort of feedback or share some sort of advice with me that I never thought of, only to be disappointed by the fact that anything they say is something that I've already asked myself or said to myself. Any advice they give is something that I've already realized myself. And I've always been
a lot of us struggle with craving helpful and tangible guidance, but no matter where we look, that guidance is nowhere to be found. I felt like that in my life for a while, ever since I lost my mentor because he was transphobic. Where it's just like I have struggled to find like role models, people to like lead me. Like honestly, I would love like a VTuber mentor where I can just be like hey, like take me under your wing, and not like in a way where they have to like try to bolster my numbers or whatever, but like someone I can go to for like advice and stuff. And I guess like I sort of have that in Taiga, but I won't get into it. It's complicated.
Disappointed time and time again with how little feedback I can get that actually gets me to realize something new. And I feel like this very experience comes from the fact that we are forced to perceive ourselves from other people's perspectives all the time in order to mask better, in order to assimilate better. We're just always...
A lack of ego can look like someone desperately looking for guidance on how they need to exist rather than just existing. Sometimes it can be just nice to be reassured that the way I'm existing is not wrong. Literally, some like a intrusive thought that happen to have a lot of the time that I'm only through a dialectical behavioral thinking I've been able to like kind of combat, not always, is this thought of like, am I bad? And like sometimes like the context is completely disconnected from whatever I'm doing. It'll just be like because I'm so used to being told that I am bad or I'm doing something bad. I think it's kind of like the narrowing of like the narrowing of the feeling of something being acceptable or not acceptable, and if I am being a decent or like a good or a functioning person, in the sense that like when you get corrected so much, when you're told the way that you think is wrong so much, you start to look for holes in your own thoughts, in your own arguments. You start thinking of yourself as an unreliable narrator for your own fucking life, you know? And it certainly led me to basically seek reassurance when the person I'm seeking reassurance from is just like, why do you even need this right now? Like, I think that's why I also try to be very patient with people who say like sorry a lot, because I still struggle with that too, though less now, I think. Because it can be hard to not say sorry a lot and feel like you're always fucking up. And someone trying to shut you down and tell you, you know, oh, you say sorry too much, you shouldn't say sorry so much, can make you feel even more wrong, you know? And it's like, well, obviously I'm being bad by saying sorry too much. Shit. Sorry. And that narrowing of like the like emotionality to like a single truth that you can act on is something that I've experienced with like all sorts of things, honestly. Shit, I remember someone telling me that I eat ice cream wrong. But that had to do with gender and stuff too, which I think also has to do with why a lot of autistic people end up also being so I should say there is a high amount of transgender population in autistic populations. That's the way I want to put it. Because like these things that like don't seem to make any sense to anyone other than like, this is just the way things are. Men do this and women do this. Like it's much easier to like not have it completely define you or to crave to push against it or dismantle this thing because it doesn't make sense. When one of my parents told me that I couldn't wear her cool fucking leather bomber flight jacket because it was a woman's jacket and I was a boy, And me asking, how do you even know? It's like, well, the zipper is on this side, so that means it's for girls. And I was like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. What do you mean? And so, because you live in a world that's just like anything can be innocuous, like the side of a zipper being like bad, it's just like, I'm just always prepared to go, oh, okay, I was doing that wrong. Sorry. No motherfucking, we are talking about the deepest, most brutal, hellish gamma type shit. Get into this motherfucking. I need you dripping down deep. I need a diving board into the river Styx. Don't love you. You're a poet, hands down. That's the point of the motorcycle. Less safe for me, more safe for others. You're important too. Noodle, you're important, and your safety is important. Right. Wait, the unreliable narrator thing is something that different people deal with? That time when you realize you're not alone. Yeah. It's incredibly common. I mean, I guess some people will say imposter syndrome, but I think that's subtly different. Where it's like you want to be a thing, or you think you're supposed to be a thing definitionally, but you don't feel emotionally connected to it, or you don't feel like you're measuring up to like what people say you should be. As opposed to like criticizing or looking critically at your own behavior and your own ideologies and being like, am I just wrong though? It's like the opposite of the Seymour Skinner meme where he's just like, oh, was I wrong? Am I out of touch? Oh no, it's the children are wrong. It's like, wait, am I wrong? Am I abusive and terrible? Am I an evil trans person who wants to like make everyone trans? Yeah, that must be it. It must be what all the transphobes are telling me. You know? It's like taking what you hear and internalizing it so much, even in a non-specific way, that you see your own identity, your own validity, or your own actions as under scrutiny at all times. And I think that people should be reflective and be flexible enough to be like, oh wait, I was wrong about this. But to think that every thought you have is wrong is also not great. My parents used to interpret my lack of direction in life as me just being content to mooch off of them. God. Love that capitalism. I hope you're gonna be out of there soon, Specs. I believe in you. I'm not remembering of horrible experiences. You ever pilot your body as if you're literally piloting a fucking mech? As if you're looking at yourself from a third-person perspective? Or at least that's how you feel like. But the camera that's looking at you in the first place, but you feel like it, but your camera has been locked in first person, but your controls are third. Yeah, that was me. When I'm like way too damn stressed. I had heard of shit like that before, so I went about my entire school day like this and just masked. That was Dell said that, right? Yeah. Dell, like, I don't know if you know this, but this whole, like, cockpit shit, this whole thing, this framework for, like, what would, for mini streamers, literally be, like, their bedroom, literally comes from the fact that before we were ever had any inclination that we were plural, or DID, as some might have the framework for, we literally conceptualize our entire existence, or speaking in a singlet way, quote unquote, I saw my entire existence as I exist in this flesh mech. My body is a mech. It's I'm in control of it, but it's not exactly mine. Like, you can't see the actual me inside. And I know that there's that meme about, like, oh, you're not really you. This is you. And it's like a picture of someone's brainstem and eyeballs and brain. And I know that that's, like, a really, like, locomotive metatextual way to look at it. But, like, honestly, the missing piece for us was this whole otherkin shit and being like, hey, this VTuber on screen right now, this model, that's me. That's my soul. This is how I see myself. I'm not ready to talk about it fully right now, but we did have an interpersonal conflict recently about how we see ourselves, and someone feeling like because of our self-perception and how that has to do with like our maturity and stuff, that like we didn't we weren't technically an adult. And I mean, in certain aspects we're not, but also like I am legally and physically an adult as far as I know. And there's a lot of nuance and philosophizing that I can make about all that stuff. But like, my point is, in connecting with you about this thing, is just like, yeah, that is very common. And apparently a sign of disassociation, and that you might be plural. However, I don't want to like thrust that label onto you, but you've already given me plural vibes at other points, Del, especially with the like the topa you have that you're like dating, who's like an angel or whatever, if I'm not mistaken. But I try to be trepidatious when I say, hey, you might be plural if, because some people react well to it even if they don't agree, and then other people go, don't try to diagnose me with a mental illness. And then my brain goes, oh, I'm bad again. I'm down to make everyone trans for the record. I'm the straight man in my own chat. Fucking Christ. Y'all are lovely. What time is it? It's 5:14, a sun setting and shit. Whoo. We still got so much video to get through. Driz, I had a hole down to the bone in my kneecap that was wide enough that I could stick my pinky finger in. Fully healed itself without any medical help, coupled with the fact that I maneuver things, smaller things, better than big things. The most I have to fear is the gas pedal. God damn, Noodle! That's kind of badass. But also, I'm not trying to romanticize it. But also, you sound really, it starts with an R. Resistant? It's a word that I like to use instead of strong. But yeah, you have a good defense stat apparently. Resilient. There we go. You're resilient. That's the word I was looking for. Rebellion. For the record, the Fluffs used to stream from a depiction of their bedroom. Did the Triceratops make it in the move? Oh, fuck yeah. I haven't been sleeping with it lately because, well, I haven't been sleeping with it since we moved in because my bed is like half filled with clothes. Thank you for the head pads. Wow. I'm a good girl. Yeah, the Triceratops made it in the move. I did that because it was like what everyone else was doing, you know? It was like, well, someone's drawing, like, if I'm having someone make a background for like chatting and just like chilling and vibing with stream, everyone else has to make their bedroom, so I should make mine a bedroom with like baby stuff in it, right? It's just like, do the thing that other people are doing, just make it in your own style, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But like, when I did see this like screenshot that I used for the cockpit online, we were just immediately enamored. But it wasn't like the cockpit that we actually have in our headspace, so that's why we're having Noodle draw one. When we re-debut next year, at whatever we do, I hope y'all are all blown away because Noodle is doing great work, and I can't wait to integrate it really, really well and increase their what's the word, like the production value of our stream like tenfold. Honestly, I have a lot of plans for next year. Where's that button that sends me back to the other screen? But yeah, cockpits are cool. But yeah, seeing yourself from third person or wanting to definitely denotes a certain amount of like disassociation or derealization. Yeah. Oh, does if you bots another system, would it be like Rock'em Sock'em Robots? No, it wouldn't be like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. It would be like Metabots. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Say I do have headmates, more the merrier, but at the same time, it changes nothing. Whew. Dell is yeah, you're very free. Yeah, I mean, you're technically correct. You are correct. Like, in terms of like, in my sense of like coming out or saying, oh, this thing applies to me. It's like, Well, it always was. I just didn't have a word for it, you know? And that's fucking fair. I'm glad that you're one of the few people that I've told that it's not like shaking their identity to the very foundation to like think about, accept, or like contemplate. Because a lot of people have a strong emotional reaction, especially at first. Not bad there, just a Driz. Hey Glacy, nice to see you. I used to become very sad at the thought that something bad would happen to you and your dino plush would get abandoned. That's such a nice little thought. The dino plush I saved from a dumpster when I still lived in Chicago, yeah. I fucking love that fucking thing. I should take a picture of my plushie soon, since I have a working phone with a really nice camera. I'll post that later. In the Discord, maybe. Yay! Nova's done with class! Woo! School's out forever, or at least for the rest of the day. Honestly, at some point, if you're ever free, I'd love to pick your brain on how the fuck you set up half of the shit you do. But that's mostly because I want to know how the technical of how it works. Whoa! Okay, Del, that makes me really excited, because we work really hard on our stream. And like we've learned a lot. And it's really cool how we have things set up. And it took a long time. And I still feel stupid about it because there's so much I want to learn and know. But I think that's when people say the difference between like an actual smart person and a stupid person. A stupid person thinks they know everything, and then a smart person knows that they don't know very much at all. But they want to learn, you know? So just being a person, another streamer could go, damn, I want you to like show me how you do the things you do. Just makes me feel like, I don't know, it makes me feel confident and like a good fae. I don't know. I did have the experience of being in mech mode once, but I can't remember why. I feel like it wasn't anxiety or anything, but fatigue from sickness or insomnia or something. Oh, you can definitely see yourself from the outside and have that mech moment for lots of reasons. Also, me with a motorcycle would just entail an Eldritch God approaching locations faster. There are Eldritch Gods in your location approaching.
Memorizing it time and time again with how little feedback I can get that actually gets me to realize something new. And I feel like this very experience comes from the fact that we are forced to perceive ourselves from other people's perspectives all the time in order to mask better, in order to assimilate better. We're just always memorizing how we have to exist so that we could hopefully do it correctly the next time around. And that responsibility is so tiring. Oh, I'm getting emotional just talking about it. It's so exhausting to constantly feel like you are always messing up and to never feel like you could get a break and to never feel like you are doing good enough. And that's another aspect of how ego deaths are essential for masking. And this is why I will always say that masking is not a blessing. I think I read this in a comment in one of my last videos where someone was saying how higher support needs autistic deals with direct harm from society for not being able to mask, but high masking autistics have to deal with harm in their personal lives and with their personal mental and physical health. And I feel like I totally resonate with that. A lot of the times
this reminds me of a thing that I think we've even brought up in the last week as well in that last stream, but I might be wrong. It's something I think about a lot. And it's like a delineation with like being like marginalized because of race as opposed to being marginalized because of being queer. It's something that my old mentor used to say of like it's harder to be black than it is to be queer because at least with your queer you can hide, you can be in a closet. And it's like black people can't do that, and it's like true that there is not a closet for being black. The only way for someone not to know that I am black is if, you know, because of how I exist online, I don't tell anyone. If I don't tell anyone, then I can pretend to not be black, I guess, but I don't really see much point in that. And I'm tired of, like, repressing myself in a lot of ways. I'm not gonna do that. But, like, I always had this weird feeling about it, especially because I was closeted at the time, and it's like, well, what if you're both? Let alone just the like trivialization of, oh, well, since you can hide it, obviously you have a better life because you can like do the meritocracy bullshit and try to work hard in society. Like people try to look at like the popular like famous queer people like fucking like Ellen DeGeneres or RuPaul, and they go, well, look at them. They're all like gay and stuff and out and like living their best life. And it's like they're rich. Most queer people are not. A lot of queer people will never be out, unfortunately. It's not safe sometimes. Sometimes there's a lot at risk that they don't want to lose. Sometimes they don't fully self-actualize in time and they don't get to live a long enough life to get to that point. There's lots of reasons. And that's tragic. Still queer though, and like having your, and that's the weird catch-22 of being closeted, because in that situation where I could have like put in my perspective of actually being closeted is not easy. For me to stick up for closeted people would be to potentially out myself. So I was stuck in this impossible situation where I couldn't stick up for myself or people like me because, well, I wasn't out. Fucking Christ. Hot singles, nah, Eldritch Gods. I would think I was in what is it, psychosis and neurosis, where the fucking word is. I'm having a breakdown that day. For me, it was interesting. It wasn't the first time that has happened in my life, but it was very interesting realizing the people around me who I thought would help me if I ever needed something couldn't fucking tell the difference. But it's very introspective, very weird. I experienced psychosis. I have a consistent psychosis of thinking I'm in a simulation or a video game. I know a lot of people like ideologically think that they're in one, but like it's kind of different. And the psychosis like spikes in my perception of that during very particular times. Usually when something good is happening, like especially things that I feel like are too good to be true. Like anything related to my luck stat, honestly, I'm like, wait, why do I what? Especially if it's happened to do with like my living and like my existence, because a lot of times I have been destitute and been like, well, I should probably give up, and then something happens and it's just like, oh, well, it would be a shame to give up during this plot line, given that like the support came out of nowhere or this opportunity came out of nowhere. But it always happens. I'm just like, statistically, I should have like failed and died by now. And I'm sure that psychosis has a lot to do with like the trauma I have. But like, even logically being like, oh, it's psychosis, it's not real. It's still like, huh. I really connect to that movie Inception because at the end it's like left as a question of like, oh, is this person actually in their dream or not? And it's like, well, you need to live the rest of your life as if it's actually your life, because if you do what his wife did, that's bad. And like, I guess like falling back into the dream instead of being the quote unquote lucidity of the psychosis of saying, oh wait, this reality isn't real, does not help me, because if I'm wrong, then there is no going back. So I operate as if this game is like, you know, that this game has stakes, even if my psychosis leads me to believe that it is just a game. It's weird. Isn't y'all Sona's black coded? My Sona is. Technically, Punk Bites isn't because she doesn't have curly hair. But like Lore, she like presses her hair. We really want to get a comm done of like some of us helping her do her hair, which would be nice. We actually used to press our hair when we were in high school. Our parents got really mad at us. It was like, what, you trying to be white with that straight hair? I was like, no, I was trying to be an anime character. I am totally Caucasian, most definitely. My skin color is melanin paper. Like, no. That is a little bit too much melon. I mean, my skin color is snow and clouds. Fuck no clouds. Can I have a little bit of colorization depending on the sunset? I think snow and cocaine. Shit, that same word. Dill. You're fucking. You're on one today, Dill. Gosh, I remember I was in VC with Dill for the first time. I was like, listening to Dill's voice, and was like, damn, Dill's voice is oddly comforting. Hey, Dill, are you black? You can kind of closet being black. It's just really expensive. Just look at Michael Jackson. Being closeted in that way isn't being closeted. That's being like stealth for like a trans person. Which only really works if people don't know your history. I know you put /J Glacy, but like I had to like my particular autism loves looking at something like that critically. Even if it does take the wind out of the joke a little bit, because I do think it's interesting to think about. Or you can be poor like me and bathing bleach. True story. It just didn't happen to scrub my skin. I see. Gosh, I'm glad you survived that. That sounds really dangerous. Gosh, self-hate is a hell of a drug. People think that lucky things are divine intervention, so your psychosis is average if nothing else. There's a difference between psychosis and faith, though. I think a lot of religious people will be very upset to hear what you just said, Specs. By the way, the Inception top falls over after the credits. Sorry to be that person. It doesn't fall after the credits, what do you mean? Wait, like at the end of the credits? Like there's an after credit scene where it falls? Are you serious? I hate them. As a white person, stop being right about how violently boring we are. Noodle. You're not boring. White culture is a lot of stealing things and telling people you're not allowed in my treehouse. I know plenty of exciting and amazing and awesome white people. I have perfectly good friends that are white. And I think that like this, it's weird for me to like push back against that self-perception because POC folks bond so much over calling white people boring and all this stuff, but like when you've lived a life like mine where like acting a certain way that is like not in line with stereotypes for your race or having interests that like are seen as like bougie or like weird within your culture is seen as white, you start to realize that like whiteness is like a justification to be any way. Like as a POC person, you're not supposed to be boring, right? And as like a disabled person or any type of marginalized person, like your story is potentially inspirational. Like you're not supposed. If you're an ordinary POC person, then you don't matter because you're not extraordinary like Michael Jordan or something. Like those are the important POCs, right? The people that inspire us. Everyone else is treated like chicken liver. The weird thing about being white is that you're allowed to be boring. You know? I think on an individual level, a lot of white people I know just aren't. But like y'all fall into that like the white stereotype of, well, I like pumpkin spice lattes and saltine crackers. And it's like, bitch, I like pumpkin spice lattes and saltine crackers. Get in line. Deconstruct whiteness. That shit's stupid. Black calming voice. Nova, your voice is calming too. But I didn't whatchamacallit. I didn't clock you as black when I heard your voice though. Sometimes I wonder if I'm clockable as black based on how I talk, especially when I get excited and I'm not paying as much attention to how I talk. Some people have said to me, "Oh yeah, you sound black," and then other people are like, And of course, that's already like a weird thing to be like, "Oh, you sound black," but there are certain cadences that are common in different communities, not just around race, like. There's like the faggy twang of like what was it like Big Gay Al and stuff in South Park where it's just like the image of like the bent wrist gay man, like that sort of thing is like very much like a stereotype, but some people do talk like that. I have known them. And like they naturally talk like that in that like seen as exaggerated feminine way, but it's like it can be a signifier, and it does come from somewhere. So like when I hear a voice and I think, huh, that reminds me of black people, it makes me think of a way a black person would sound. I'm not as much like leaning on stereotypes, I'm more leaning on tropes. No debating. And bleach was my mom's idea on how, I guess, her way of curing eczema. Damn, that's abuse. I actually do know some people who like their parents tried to bleach bathe them. Like that is a real thing. Fucking crisis. I mean, fucking Christ. There is a difference between psychosis and faith? Is there? That's a can of worms that I can't open right now, Specchio. That could be literally a whole like 3-hour stream by itself. You're on like the top tier atheist anti-theist talking points right now though. I don't think faith and psychosis are the same, but I see where you're coming from. Also, Drizzle, I love the fact that some of the first, what I say, 5 minutes of me memeing, of me for 5 minutes, you just go, are you black? American white is boring. Yeah. It's its own little safe space that sucks culture out of people. It's like, oh no, you're not Irish, you're white. It's like a monolithic blanket to separate the goods from the bads. It's shitty. I remember someone saying the sound of the top falling over is at the end of the credits, but I don't think I've ever confirmed this. I see. I guess I have to see watch Inception. Maybe I'll make the Discord watch it. American white sounds like American cheese. Probably a better classification. Oh my god, I hate American cheese. Unless it's on a nice American burger. Gross hair on your chest. We're POC and CS is boring. Nova, you see yourself as boring? I mean, I guess you're kind of like Ray Ayanami. I would say you're soft-spoken. Not boring. My bones hurt, and I don't know what I'm on about. But American cheese sucks. I'm with you there. We joined the Amori stream, a psychic radar went off in our head. I don't think anyone who likes Amori can be boring, honestly. Gosh. I'm glad that we bonded over Amori. Amori is my shit. Also scares the fuck out of me. I'm an atheist. I'm very much, and I very much understand what the fuck they're saying, or sorry, what he's saying, or they're saying, or she's saying. I don't know Specky really. Oh, Specky is a trans girl. Correct me if I'm wrong, Specky. It grows hair on your chest. It grows a goatee on your forearms. It grows a beard from the pits. So your soul, and most importantly, for the public dreadlocks. Sorry, pubic dreadlocks. Ah. Ugh. I don't know about anyone else, but I want to be hairless from the scalp down. Ugh. I don't mind hair on other people, though. It's a nice texture. Also, the more pubic hair you have, the more you have like a pee stink when you wear diapers a lot. So it's also like a sanitary thing.
Autism can be and I feel like I totally resonate with that. A lot of the times autism can be mistaken for borderline or bipolar disorder, especially if you are a woman, a minority of any sort. We are constantly needing to recalibrate our sense of self and identity because we're constantly needing to process other people's perceptions of us. What this can look like is you become a perfect person for all these different situations and people to a point where your sense of self is never able to come out. And I think sometimes that looks very much so like borderline.
So, although I think it's really interesting of that overlap, and although sometimes I'll hear a thing that resonates with me, I'll be like, oh, well, maybe that applies to me. I very, very much think, just for myself, that I am an autistic person who has borderline personality disorder. BPD, yeah, that's what it stands for. Borderline personality disorder. I don't think that it would be a misclassification. Not been officially diagnosed, so I haven't gotten the A-OK from a doctor to say it. But that's why I think for myself, because I have a lot of like the borderline traits and stuff like that. I think one of my new headmates literally asked Snack yesterday if we were bipolar, and it's like, I don't know, ask them. It's like, I don't think we're bipolar. I think we have borderline personality disorder, and sometimes that looks like looks like a bipolar disorder. I did mention earlier that I was manic, for example, which I might still be. I'm feeling good. I'm vibing. I don't know how y'all are feeling in chat, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm feeling the give and the take. Like I feel like an awesome MC right now. Shit, I lost my place. The breaking down and reconstructing yourself and trying to be the perfect person. I mentioned this last stream because I was talking about the whole thing with trying to be a perfect minority, trying to be the perfect baby fur, trying not to offend anyone, knowing that under the scrutiny of a lot of people, I am potentially really problematic. I've even been told so by people or whatever. But trying my best to navigate the world, making the least amount of waves possible, trying to seem the least amount of danger as possible, especially because of mental illness and black. Even outside of being black, there is a big stigmatization of mental illness with criminality and especially violence, when honestly people who are disabled are more likely to have violence done against them, and that sucks. But I have certainly been able to keep a big chunk of my ego, but I've certainly made myself smaller. Non-derogatory, or no, that one's derogatory. I've made myself smaller in a lot of ways derogatorily to fit into more people's boxes on what's acceptable. And next year, I'm gonna try even harder to be more of myself and not worry so much on the backlash of my existence, because someone's always gonna have a problem with me. We're questioning if we had BPD. It's quite common, honestly, and it's really easy to pick up because abuse. Completely off McFucking topic, but Mori autocorrects to Omarashi in my head. And that kind of fucks me up specifically. I love Amori Omarashi. So fun. Like legit though. Yeah, one of the awful things I saw as a young person on the internet was pubic dreadlocks blind women, but they were stained red. Gosh, it reminded me of all the people who came at white people for wearing dreadlocks, and I'm just like, honestly, I could care less. Not to say that I don't think there's an amount of appropriation in it, and there's a lot of white people who go, wow, I can do black people shit better than black people, and I think that that's really shitty, a shitty mindset to have, but overall, just having it doesn't really fuck with me, honestly. Oh, hello. I don't stink right now. I mean, I have the. I mean, my designs faded when wet, but I have a stuffer. I only stink for pee today. How are you? This is a thing to come into. Yeah, we're talking about autistic ego death. Also, bonus question. The comfiest type of underwear. You can also separate into different by type. I separated my preferences by male coated underwear, female coated underwear, and diapers. I bet that tweet that Leaf put out about other baby fur streamers is making the rounds. Or sorry, ADBL streamers is making the rounds. I don't think I've sat in on your streams a lot, but I've certainly seen you around. I'm pretty sure I'm following you. Kim Kardashian renamed a black hairstyle. I want a curb stomp. Yo, what's good, Fluff? How's it hanging? Oh, hey, Kraken. We're pretty good. Talking about some high tier mental health stuff. How are you? Pause or Alfs? If I have to choose between them, I'm gonna go with pause. Literally, Alpha Gator Z's make me itchy. There's something about the fragrance stuff they put in it. I don't know. It just makes me squirm. Honestly, Alpha Gator Z are punishment diapers. My favorite diapers right now are literally Try-Agains, and I just ordered another half. Well, sorry, I just got another half case and just stocked my shit up. I follow you back. Thank you. Glad to see you here. We've talked about underwear before. We disagree. Ah, yes, Specchio, the fucking proponent of like thin ass mask coated boxers. Couldn't be me. Damn. When I was masking as not incontinent, I would like literally get cuts from my wet ass piss soaked boxers cutting into me. Bad time. My type is only one. It's an ancient bread known to me softer by all. Are you talking about underwear? But softer by many and all. And if you're a bastard, but most importantly, the greatest and most beautiful thing that is about my underwear is that it is almost ubiquitous household name of value, something that everyone in their right mind should be able to understand and know. And what is its name? Fruit of the Loom. Fruit of the Loom is a brand, not a type. That's like going, what's your favorite genre of video game? And you go, my favorite genre of video game is Konami. Ugh. Pukes in my mouth a little bit. It's like that is a publisher. That is not a a genre. Sorry. Please try again. I'm becoming a fucking G Swamp Thing. I keep pacing to type and wash dishes, and my fingers are getting pruny. My favorite Swamp Thing is from that game I played last time. Damn, I love Swamp Things. They're the shit. The snort was adorbs. We stand. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm now doing the flappy hands. Wait, I'm not sorry. Flappy hands. Flappy hands gang. All my homies flap their hands when they're excited. I don't know what the fuck I'm wearing right now. The best I can tell what type I'm wearing is that I go in Discord and I take a... It's like, I don't even know what the underwear is, but I'll take a picture.
And I think this kind of ties into the concept of how autistic people sometimes can seem like the uncanny valley. You know, like you just kind of feel off around us because you could tell there's just so many masks there and scripts there that it's like, who is underneath that surface? And that's the sad and ironic thing about this, is that we experience these ego deaths, we mask in order to be perceived accurately. But in order to be perceived accurately, we have to become as inaccurate to ourselves as possible. So if you are a welcoming, warm, generous, caring, empathetic person, if you were to just show up as yourself, people are not going to see that or get it or perceive.
Before they continue, I want to point out that I have met several people, especially in the overlap of like ADBL and autism, where it's like super friendly, super like trying to be like understanding or flexible and like a general like welcoming person. Like within the overlap of those two identities, I have found a lot of solace, or even if people that I haven't like became friends with, like a feeling that like this person gets it. This person has a good vibe. And you can sometimes tell that when like someone honestly is just like, hey, you want to be friends? In that kind of like kindergartner fucking way. Which is something I crave even like outside of the space. Like, I know a lot of adults from any walk of life struggle with relationships because once you're into like quote unquote full adulthood, you don't have the structures that would usually force you to be in close proximity with a lot of different people that a lot of types of relationships would naturally form. And you have to fight harder for them. And a lot of people cling to the relationships they have had previously because new relationships are hard and scary. And thinking about like how challenging it is to exist in this world, but there are still people who have that sense of like vulnerability and not having to like, I don't know, doll up their wanting to be close to someone or thinking someone's cool with like, I don't know, like the type of small talk that you can tell someone's like kind of not used to, that they're trying to break the ice in a way that seems a little bit awkward to even them, and like really scared that they'll fail and the person will be like, oh, you're weird. But there's plenty of people, like I mentioned with that overlap with autism and ADBL, where it's just like coming authentically as yourself and not being weighed down as much by that sense of like panopticonness of being like, am I doing the right thing or whatever. Like I think Noodle posted something in the Discord of like being like them with like a frog or like a snail or something, or a snake, something that's like a gross animal, and being like, oh, do you want to be friends, do you want to pet this frog? And it's like that vibe. I like when people bring that energy. But I've had talks with a lot of people who have been in that place and basically told them, and it feels really shitty for me to tell them, especially because I hate to like tell them that they're being wrong or that they're gonna get hurt. But because of the ways I've been hurt when I was more naturally like that, and before I had to like force myself to like still be vulnerable when like meeting people and stuff, was just that, hey, a lot of people are gonna see you being genuine and trying to connect with people and being vulnerable and being like, hi, and they're gonna think you have an ulterior motive. They're gonna think you're trying to love bots them, and they're gonna think that you're gonna try and manipulate them. Because there are manipulative people who do that, but there are people who genuinely are just like, just hi, you know? And it sucks that some people still have to be that cautiousness. And sometimes I see that, that like sort of innocence, quote unquote, or that not experience with like being told you're wrong in that way, and feeling really bad of being like, I feel like Joel from The Last of Us being like, kid, you got the spirit, but you gotta know when to let it out. Plays the guitar. And it's just like, it certainly has helped some people I've known. And there are some people that I've known who have struggled with it and have been like, hey, Driz, why aren't people responding correctly? Or I shouldn't say correctly, but like, I'm being nice, I'm saying what I mean, I'm telling them I want to be friends. Or like, we had a friend that like did a lot of like free art for people, and it's like, why doesn't everyone trust me? Why does everyone think I'm a bot or something? And it's like, most people aren't this nice in real life, online or off. So people have their guards up because they've been hurt. And because a lot of scammers do try to appeal to people's better nature of like acceptance and wanting to be understood. And unfortunately, those people poison the well for everyone. Funny pants. I don't know what the fuck I'm wearing right now. But wait, I read that already. Gosh. The job I started last week is 90% dishwashing. Pruny bleach wire fingers is just my reality now. Oh, right, because you're a lunch lady now. Good on you. Well, I mean, if you like that. For me, I would die. Okay, I wouldn't die. I've been a dishwasher before for a summer, but I hated it. Water dexterity +2, my beloved. I have no shame oversharing myself. The fuck? But I'm genuinely ignorant. I don't know what the fuck the name on these things is. I've had them long enough that the tag has ripped out and they wore off or the other. Again, I'm an underwear nerd, so like I wouldn't be as much thinking about brand as I would be thinking about like shape. I mean, cause I mentioned like, for example, with like femme-coded underwear, like granny panties and thongs and boy shorts. But there's a lot of different types of underwear. There's like hipsters and like ultra hipster, which like I would enjoy if I had bottom surgery, but I don't, so I don't. Not usually. And then there's like gaffs. They're specifically for anyone with a dick that's trying to have the appearance of not having a dick. Taps diaper like a door. I show Pasta Wife. You can talk to girls and it's just us. It's just us. What's it's just us? No, it's not called you can talk to girls. It's called, oh, you're saying you can talk to, oh, I see. You're being silly. You're calling, you can talk to people, talk to girls, because, like, there's a lot of girls in there. Me being absolutely bonkers, juiced as to what the fuck is even going on right now. Well, we're talking about ego death and autism, but it ends up we've ended up in a rabbit hole about like disability and being like atypical of what society expects from you and like what that does to you and how you have to reconstruct your identity constantly. Because people expect different things from you and tell you that you're wrong all the time when you're neurodivergent and especially autistic, and how that overlaps with a lot of different ways of being that force a lot of different types of marginalized people to like cut off parts of themselves or repress parts of themselves to fit in and to just be told that they're not wrong. And we've been talking about a lot of different experiences, so a lot of different tangents have broken off in different directions. So yeah, if you came in the last 20 minutes, I'm sorry. I like the people I hang out with or that I communicate with. If I respond to you in chat, I'm fucking with you enough to like you. If I respond to you in Discord, fuck with you enough to talk to you. If I do not hit you back at all, I probably don't fucking know you, and I need you to back the fuck up. If I ask you to talk on a later date, I like enough to actually take time out of my day and plan for you. Don't be fucking late. Sorry, I have ADHD and I have a really hard time making deadlines, even ones I set for myself. But you know, I try my best. Frogs are kind of gross. Frogs are gross, and I love them. It was a snail. I'm sorry. It was a snail. I love snails. I gotta go back to writing, so I'll talk to you later, Fluff. See you, Kraken. Round. Gosh. So much chat. Okay, I'm gonna scroll back up and read Dell after I read everyone else. Let's see. This is what happens when I do speech to text. I will rant and speak my goddamn mind as I think I correct myself halfway through. Hell yeah, it's heaven to me because lesbians. So many lesbians. Dishwashing is tolerable. I'm pretty sure I'll promote the cooking things at the start of the year. Oh, okay. I look forward to your success in your culinary arts. You know what? If I just took these off, fold them up on my bed, nothing little about it, where I could send that picture of the undies. Yeah, that's smart. Gosh, that'd be a funny challenge. Take a picture of your underwear, but like not on your body, just like on your bed or something. That could be a meme now. First rule of dishwashing: there are always more dishes. We gotta be more active in the Discord. Oh, I see those bottom fingers, Nova. I know you're trying. We haven't been super active VC-wise, but we have been trying to chat in the Discord more, because we've been a little bit disconnected. But it's been fun. Oh yeah, the game is called You Can Talk to People, with like the number 2. That is the title. Gay lesbians that represent us both, actually. She's basically Ag and I'm basically Joyce. Gotta go turn the internet off to keep up the appearance that I don't sneak off on the internet. Gonna petition them to give me back the internet once I get my first paycheck. Good job. I hate your parents. See you later, Specchio. Where did I throw this in the Discord? Because I'm lost. You know what? This happens so much, but I am literally gonna... Sorry, I realized I had a DM open. And I was telling a friend, and I haven't mentioned this on stream, I'm actually operating on like 4 hours of sleep. Which may be why I'm so off the walls right now. But I think it was kind of funny because it's like, oh, rest up. And I'm like, I'm doing the opposite of resting up. I'm streaming right now. I'm so cool. Ba 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 ba. Wow, someone almost got banned out of our Discord, but they already left. I think they're mad. Right. Because Dell was asking, where do I put this? I'm going to make a new channel. I try not to do this too often, but I'm literally just underwear chat. I added it in self. God, for any and all underwear discussions. God. I have opened up a can of worms that I will never be able to reclose, will I? Gosh. I have achieved the thing where I literally did not realize that someone talking to me in chat was talking to me in chat, or I didn't recognize the different name. Because chat's been moving that fast. Chat's been moving that fast, my brain's been moving that fast. So I'm sorry if anyone felt ignored. I am sorry. I promise I haven't forgotten where I came from. I'm so cool, Fluff says. Her processing chip literally on fire. God. Now you're reminding me that I'm hot. God damn it. And all I was wearing was a hoodie and diaper, but fucking Christ. Gosh, I am living off of vibes alone right now. To be fair, I'm supposed to also be streaming. But half the damn time I see a stream to get into a bunch of combo and really deep into it, I say, fuck the stream. I'm sorry, Del. After Christmas, my gift to you is that I'm not streaming for a while after that, so then you'll be able to stream so much. Give me a moment so I can go and take these off and make it the most photogenic picture. I don't want to be mocked for my artistic ability. Damn, Dell, I can't believe you taking such shitty shots of underwear laying on your bed. Huh. Can't believe you. Believe you would show your skivvies here. So yeah, now we have an underwear chat. Fucking Christ. Okay. We're still not done with the video. We're still not done with the video.
Perceive you as that. It was beneath that surface. And that's the sad and ironic thing about this, is that we experience these ego deaths, we mask in order to be perceived accurately. But in order to be perceived accurately, we have to become as inaccurate to ourselves as possible. So if you are a welcoming, warm, generous, caring, empathetic person, if you were to just show up as yourself, people are not going to see that or get it or perceive you as that. You have to figure out how to view yourself from their lens and how to then adjust your settings to show that you are all of those positive attributes in a way that they can understand.
That's to do with frameworks. Literally, you want to communicate the things that you value, but if someone has a different framework, then it may not it may not track. So like if you want to show that you're like compassionate, if you like are like if you're too heavy-handed with like, you know, compliments or being nice to someone, someone might perceive it as you like love bombing, like I mentioned before. So depending on the person, you might want to dial it back, and that's necessary in society and the world in general, right? But like it is still like really, really stressful, especially when you have a history of being ill perceived and it going terribly. Yeah, I made an undies channel for any and all things undies. I think I called it Undie Chat. Yeah, I named it Underwear Chat. It's on self under Scales and Tails. Anyone who's on our Discord knows just how fucking clogged it is with all these fucking channels. It really is just a show of like all our little interests and things that we think other folks care about too. Damn. I can't show you what I'm looking at right now, but it's super cute. Oh. Christ. I love my friends. It's how my positive way was telling people to not be down on themselves. Sounds like I'm crushing you the fuck out of my framework. I mean, certain frameworks will resist others. Like if you have like a depressed framework or like a framework that like centers you as like worthless and not like worthy of like respect or like compassion, then someone being respectful and compassionate to you will not compute. You'll be like, I don't deserve this. You obviously don't know the real me because the real me under this framework is bad and you should treat me as such.
But get that in time. You have to figure out how to view yourself from their lens and how to then adjust your settings to show that you are all of those positive attributes in a way that they can understand. But get that in times 20 or times 100. That is what it's like to be a high masking autistic who is constantly going through ego death. And the thing is, a lot of autistic people don't have the luxury to not mask and to not have to go through these ego deaths, because you kind of have to choose between one poison and the other. You could either continue being yourself and not masking, being authentic and suffering the consequences of ableism. So missing out on job opportunities, being phased out of jobs because everyone is alienating you, or you're judged more critically, or you're suffering the consequences of being alienated.
Consequences of alienation in these situations literally threaten access to gain support. That literally happened to me. Like when I talked about like having abused people in the past and like having a fallout with the partners I had at the time, and you know what led to my divorce and shit. Like it culminated in like a loss of a lot of the support that I had, because the friends that I had that were my support system were like, and I mean, I don't want to say rightfully so necessarily, but like under the framework that a lot of people operate, abusers are not worthy of respect or empathy or help. So once it was like, oh, this person has done abuse, this person is an abuser, this person does not deserve these things, but I still need support and help and compassion. I mean, not just as like a person, but also like as a disabled person and a marginalized person, and like that damage overwrote those things, and it's understandable to a degree, but at the same time, it's like it reminded me, and it continues to remind me that you can lose everything by not like following the social script correctly, even if you are on paper doing a lot of the things that you're supposed to be doing, which is very terrifying. Nariko, welcome to the stream. Hello. We've been talking about autism and masking and marginalization and trying to fit into boxes so other people will accept you, and the ego death of constantly being told that you're wrong or operate in society wrong and have to like rebuild yourself in a way that other people can understand and accept, even if it's not a place that's fully comfortable for you. Amongst other things. Also, we're talking about our favorite types of underwear. I'm doing pretty well, actually. This stream has been really fun. I hope you're doing a good day.
And less
Having a
included
good
in your
day.
friend groups, suffering because everyone is alienating you, or you're judged more critically, or you're suffering the consequences of being alienated and less included in your friend groups, relationships, family life. Or you could learn to assimilate, mask, and figure out how to be liked and included by becoming everything and everyone else other than yourself. And I feel like all of this is rooted in the fact that our society is just so ableist. Like, if you think about all of the attributes of being autistic, those attributes are not accepted, understood, or liked in social settings.
We've been trying for a while now and we're pregnant.
Imagine how many people would deem his response as rude and unlikable, when in reality, he's just autistic and may not be masking well enough. Me not knowing I was autistic for 30 years, also me in almost every conversation I've ever had.
Why?
Well, my granny's not here anymore.
Oh, she's dead.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess. We ended up taking the stairs because I didn't know there was a lift. And bless her, she was struggling a little bit. But
Was she disabled?
Oh no. Oh, she was teeny tiny. She had these tiny little shoes.
Why was she so small?
Well, she was 4. It was a doctor killed.
What kind of doctor was she?
What? I've been beside myself since my cat died.
Yeah, it's crazy. Things die, you know.
My dad used to call me Jim Jims.
Is he dyslexic?
Oh.
Being someone
Fucking Christ, that's such a mood. And that is very much what is given autistic people that the reputation we have as being like emotionally cold and distant and like not empathetic at all, which I mean, I won't say that no autistic people are like genuinely those things, but a lot of stuff is read like that because like we're trying to figure things out, and like we're looking at it in a lot more analytical way, and we're looking for patterns and stuff, and sometimes we don't know what we should be saying, and we're like learning in the moment, and sometimes you just don't have enough information. You ask questions that a lot of people maybe wouldn't deem stupid but would deem as rude. I am cold to a lot of things unless I know who the person is. I think that's another thing. Like when you get to know a person closer and more, you'll see more of their personality, more of their ego, as opposed to someone that you don't know very well that's gonna keep you at arm's length because they don't know if they can trust you yet.
that doesn't know how to reciprocate other people's energy the way that they expect or want you to, not knowing how to show up for someone in a way that could be understood. So not being able to express yourself in a way that other people can understand, or express how you care for someone in a way that they can understand. Saying certain things that might offend someone when you genuinely weren't trying to, like asking a question when you want to understand something, but everyone takes that as passive aggressiveness, or having flat affect and everyone perceiving you as being intimidating and mean. You know, these are attributes where people absolutely despise. We are in so many instances the scapegoat because of ableism. Everyone can sense that there's something different about you or off about you because you can't mask perfectly every time, right? And sometimes it comes off unnatural, or sometimes the mask slips. I feel like so many times people don't know how to coexist as different individuals, or they don't know how to resolve issues peacefully. So if there's a lot of tension between people and they don't know how to resolve it within themselves, and they don't know how else to get along and coexist, it's easier to, let's say, alienate that one autistic person and for everyone to kind of target all of that tension or that negativity onto them, and then whatever energy is left over that's positive is able to be utilized for each other. What makes this even worse is if you do have genuine connections with one or two people within these groups, you now deal with the fact that they only talk to you or interact with you when everyone else is gone. So how many times have you guys been in spaces where you have one friend that is in the main group, but they only really pay attention to you or hang out with you when it's just you two and no one else is around to see it? How many times have you brought something up to them about the group and they actually agree with you and say, you know what, I see that too, that's wrong, I don't think it's okay, but they turn a blind eye to it once the group is together and they turn their back against you and you look like the crazy person, you know? Experiences like this make you go through another layer of ego death where you feel like you're just crazy. Like you take your perceptions of the world and your observations, you try to reflect it back to other people that you trust in order to get some sort of validation of like, does anyone see this too? And especially when you're simultaneously
I was thinking about when Dell was talking about earlier in chat about the mech thing. I was like, that's something other people experience? I'm like, shit, that has defined a big part of my being and even our our content. Like, hell yeah. I think I saw my partner showed me a post like a couple of weeks ago that like details some things that was like, oh, you probably like have dissociation or even maybe a system if these things. And one of them was if you think of your like self-perception of like your existence like operating a mech or a video game. Especially seeing yourself in the third person or wanting to. Because apparently that's a form of dissociation. You're disassociating from your body. And I'm just like, what? Well, I should have been saying no shit. But fuck. Wait. Do I need to? I think I need to rewind. The seeing trying to reflect your experience and trying to get confirmation that you're not crazy, that you haven't come to the wrong conclusions. Like you're seeing these patterns. A lot of autistic people will see patterns that other people don't see or won't see much relevance in, and people wonder why you're focusing on those patterns. Or they'll think of like you're focusing on those patterns meaning something that means like you're aligned with like thinking that says that this is a good thing just because you're noticing the pattern and being like, oh, this thing. It's a lot of times that someone will be scapegoated or even just like will honestly like just do damage to other people and hurt other people not meaning to. One time I'm thinking of right now is like another autistic person I knew. I'm not like friends with them at this point anymore. But like there was one point where I knew a person who after discovering that I was trans and knowing that trans people change their name, demanded that I tell them my dead name because I know what name they were born with, so it just makes sense that I tell them the name I was born and given. And I was telling them that it was transphobic and that was bad and rude and mean. And they could not compute why that was. And like everyone there in that social setting who like knew him, like definitely like gave him shit for it. And like I don't want to not say rightfully so. But at the same time, I do, as an autistic person, have empathy for that when it's just like, wait, if these are the rules of society, why are they different for you? It only makes sense. And like, he didn't want to hurt me. He didn't want to make me feel bad, but he did, and sometimes you do. I mean, I certainly have, and I still struggle with it. Everyone does, to a certain degree. It's just that, like, for autistic people, it can be very formative to how they interact with people at large because they have literally learned how... Literally, the whole world is a hot stove. You have to learn which stuff is okay to touch sometimes. And sometimes you're the hot stove.
Experiences like this make you go through another layer of ego death where you feel like you're just crazy. Like you take your perceptions of the world and your observations, you try to reflect it back to other people that you trust in order to get some sort of validation of like, does anyone see this too? And especially when you're simultaneously being scapegoated and everyone's turning their back on you, it genuinely makes you question your reality. It not only hurts you on an interpersonal, emotional level, but it oftentimes threatens your sense of safety, because when everyone else in the situation, in your relationships or at work, when they're all turning their backs on you, you feel like your sense of stability, your foundation is just gone. Like you have nothing to depend on. You don't feel safe. You feel like all of it could just be ripped out from under you. And that is a scary feeling. It's also just really hurtful to go through that sense of betrayal. There were so many times where I would have observations of unhealthy things of like a group of people or a work life situation. I would be very genuine and open about communicating it to someone I thought I could trust. They would relay back similar sentiments only for them to turn around and continue assimilating to that same toxic cycle and act like I'm the outlier crazy one. The one friend that I did have, I don't feel safe with them anymore. And so I now have to choose to either continue being friends with them, knowing that they're going to continually turn their backs on me and enable others to scapegoat me, or I could choose to genuinely just do everything by myself and have no allies. And that's another aspect of the ego death, is just traversing life on your own. Even if on the surface you may be able to maintain some sort of interaction with some people, that's not the same as genuinely being by yourself in every aspect of your life. Like coming home to an empty house, not having anyone to spend your downtime with, not having anyone to talk to share your ideas or observations with, to talk about anything with. And especially when you're someone that has such an active mind, that is like a personal hell, to have such an active mind but no one to reflect that off of and bounce back and forth off of, and feel that much more lonely and crazy and gaslit. Like there's so many layers to this, and all of those layers don't feel good. You could either genuinely hate yourself and be like, I'm always wrong, I never make accurate observations, I am crazy. Or to be like, I do see things that no one else sees or everyone refuses to see, and I'm just alone in that. But with that being said,
and that can be really scary, and it's isolating, and like in the derogatory term of saying someone's egotistical, like that can lead to that sort of thinking only you're right, like seeing patterns that other people don't see and being like, well, those people are stupid. Like it can lead to some really toxic thinking. I mean, honestly, like any type of extended isolation will do that. And I mean, even amongst people who are like, ooh, bootstrappy, there is that thing where it's like, oh, I can't rely on anyone else. And like, as people, we're supposed to rely on other people to some degree. There's a thing that Dell said that I don't think I read. I shall not be judged for my undies. I am the one who took the step to leaps and bounds to create a new channel. I am the pioneer here. I am the trendsetter. Del, are they roasting you in the in the Discord? I only looked a little bit, but a lot of people were talking. I was like, wow, this new channel bumping. Let's see. I've definitely fought for people. I've definitely sat on the sidelines for others. I mean, you can't be at the front of the fight for everyone, you know? You'll get tired. Can't pour from an empty glass, you know? Or empty picture. So that's the part that we're misunderstanding. I don't see myself as that. I saw myself as that and it was not like a mech. It was more like a marionette on strings. I was moving each finger, ligament, digit, and muscle fiber individually. The world echoed, no matter where or how spacious area was a nightmare room. It was just a piece of life, interesting day at least. That doesn't sound that different to me. I mean, like, it's a different framework, but to me, it still communicates the same idea. Like, Whether it be a marionette, whether it be a mech, whether it be like a video game character or like a remote control car, like it's still like a distance from yourself and from your body and like something acting upon it as opposed to it being fully autonomous, you know? I was a puppet in the body when I usually feel like I'm already passively playing a game of life a lot of the time. I don't see this as a reality, but this time I feel like my camera view was locked in fucking first person, but my controls were someone in third. The, like, you weren't controlling you, but you were aware of being controlled. Is that how it is? Solipsism, too. Hello, Prismatic Blood. I forget. What's solipsism? Okay, I'm back. I need a break. How's the writing going, Kraken? Okay, now I'm curious. Well, not just oh, wait. Is that a... That is a raid! Fucking hell. Thanks for the raid. Holy shit. Thank you, Germinal, raiding with 16 raiders. Hello, raiders. I am Fluffbite, the Fluffbite Entertainment System. That is the name of the channel, but we have individual names here. Think of this as a hub channel where a lot of different streamers stream. However, we all reside in one body. We all have our own personas that help us self-actualize. We are really queer and really disabled, and we really like talking about like advocacy and stuff about like mental health and disability. We're also POC, so we care about like intersectionalism, feminism, that sort of thing. We're really big indie game fans, and we're a plural system, meaning that we are several different individuals all inhabiting the same body. If you want more information about that, there's a in our about section there is a more detailed explanation of plurality. It's a really cool framework that helps a lot of people. Some people have a medicalized framework for multiplicity, but it's the same umbrella. Although like the experiences can be different in a lot of ways. Most people have experience with DID, but not necessarily plurality, but it has been more common. I am Drizzlebite, Drizzle for short. I use she, they, they, and it pronouns. Thanks for coming. I hope you have a good time if you stay. But feel free to do whatever you need to do. Oh, this is also an 18 plus community. This is a Littles, like an ADBL and Baby Fur safe space. But you know, you can be a normie too, I guess. Let's see. Let me get a shout out for you, Germinal. Let's see. What were you streaming? Appreciate you trusting your community with me. Oh, you were just chatting as well. Nice, nice, nice. Some people started to think they're the only person in the world. It's pretty much what solipsism is. Thank you. I appreciate the short explanation. I did just Google it, but I Googled it at the exact moment I got rated. So now I was like, oh no, brain. But Germinal, please take care of yourself. If you need to skedaddle, thank you so much for supporting me by sharing your community with me. If you need to like take care of your body, like be around loved ones, just rest, that's all totally cool, and you should definitely be kind to yourself. A bunch of stuff. We talked about art vandalism and read the anti-fascist FAQ. Ooh, that sounds really cool. Fucking Christ. Gosh, I gotta definitely check out Germinal's channel then, because I'm like, I'm an anarchist. I really like that shit. Wow. I've been meaning to read actually the Anarchist Cookbook. And at one point, for our community nights, we were actually reading The Conquest of Bread. Maybe we'll pick that back up soon. Gosh. Dishes Purgatory. I'm sorry you're in Dishes Purgatory. Also, be aware of the trigger warnings. I think we'll probably be talking for at least 20 more minutes, maybe even another hour. This stream has gone, this part of stream has gone on longer than I had imagined. We have topics of the day, and our two topics of the day are, what's the most comfortable underwear in your opinion, and also the main topic of the day, autistic ego death, and what that means for like being autistic and existing in society and stuff like that. And we've reached a lot of different points of interest. It's really an outcropping of different concepts about like assimilation and like operating in like an abusive society that you have to constantly like correct yourself within, as well as trying to find connections and facing isolation because of how you process things and how you think differently, as well as just generally struggling in an ableist society. It's been like a really amazing discussion. And chat's been moving hella fast. So I am sorry if I miss anything. If you really need me to see something, feel free to do the highlight message thingy with your points. If you have enough points, I know people who just came in might not. But if you have any questions about anything from being queer to being plural to, you know, like autism or anything else we're talking about, feel free. And that means anyone, even people who are lurking before the raid. I know you're here, and I appreciate you. Lurkers make the world go round. But the trigger warnings having in the title right now are suicidality, bullying, and antisocial behavior. There might be some other ones, and of course, like ego death. Like ego death is triggering to some people. I want people to know what they're getting into. Oh, gosh. Those are a lot of words. Those are a lot of words. Okay. Oh, speaking into the void. Oh yes, that's another thing about our community. We're very mental health focused, and unlike a lot of streamers, I do appreciate people talking about their struggles and stuff like that. I do discourage trauma dumping, but like being self-aware and talking about your struggles, and sometimes they do mesh with the topic of chat, but they don't always have to. And we have this channel redeem where you can spend 3 points and you can talk about anything that's on your mind. I can't promise that I can solve your issue, but like I will see it and it will exist, you know? Maybe an anarchist. Thanks for following. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness. And maybe the fall of hierarchy. But yeah, I really enjoy seeing folks speak into the void. Sometimes you just need someone to like acknowledge your existence and your struggle. In my class, a student said to a teacher, "You're going to be a woman about this, aren't you?" Fucking Christ. And I just thought I should share that because the audacity. That is very audacious. You're gonna be a woman about this, aren't you? You're gonna get your panties in a bunch and like care about people's feelings and human rights or something, or autonomy. Fucking Christ. That's like the top tier showing your ass moment. Fucking Christ. Also, all of my friends think I have autism, so this is my therapist. I don't know how to feel about it. It takes a lot to like process and stuff. I'm still undiagnosed, but I have been pretty sure I have autism for like, I don't know, 6-ish years, I think, now? No, actually, just about that wrong. And it's been certainly an experience. And, like, I was in, whatchamacallit, like, feeling imposter syndrome for a while, and, like, I would say that there are a lot of frameworks in the world, and if it doesn't work for you, then that's okay. Though I do encourage you to, like, talk to other autistic people that you know, or try to look for like communities like this one that have a lot of autistic people, and try to see if you can find some common ground. Because even if you don't feel that autism describes you, you can still find some common ground and maybe some community with folks that might share similar struggles to you. I try to tell people all the time that even if you are even if you're not autistic, you can certainly have struggles that autistic people commonly have, like having sensory sensitivity, for example. Not only autistic people need to wear like those big like noise canceling earmuff thingies, you know? When you say antisocial behavior, do you mean antisocial behavior in the sense of crime or interpersonal behavior? Kind of both. I wanted to cast kind of a wide net. I guess leaning more towards interpersonal behavior than crime. But that is a good question. In terms of autism, it's really common for people to not know, like social scripts or whatnot, and not know that they're doing something that's a faux pas. But I mean, autistic people are also seen as like doing criminal behavior, and I think a lot of different types of like mental illness and neurodiversity is seen as like suspect. The way cops are trained is very much in line with if a person is fidgeting, if a person isn't making eye contact, if a person can't keep their balance, then they're like inebriated or dangerous or, all these different things that they're trying to like lie to you and stuff like that. But you can have autism, you can have anxiety or OCD, or just be very uncomfortable around cops. I know I am. And they'll read that as like, signs that this person is doing something wrong. And it's just like, no, please, I beg of you, have empathy, right? So more in the interpersonal relationships, but definitely can bleed into crime. We certainly talked about a few other connected topics in terms of like ableism and how that hurts people and how people like react to the society they live in and then hurt other people unjustly, but also like unsurprisingly, because some people don't have like outlets, or some people are so isolated that it's hard to connect with others, so it's hard to like do good. Gosh, now I'm thinking of fucking FD Signifier's video. Yeah, fuck the police. I'm extremely neuro silly, but also don't want people to tell me that. I love that. Neuro silly. I gotta add that to my dictionary. Thank you so much. I love you. Gosh. Just got my ADHD diagnosis. I think it might help me get some resources. Sorry, just a thing I'm happy about. What? How dare you apologize to me, maybe an anarchist? I am so happy for you. Share your joy, share your truth. This is the place. It's not bad to say that. I'm so happy for you. Gosh. And that's the exact sort of thing that I mean, like, there's so many spaces where like speaking in a certain way or being like vulnerable or just what's the word? Like not thinking about like, oh, is this an okay thing to say? Or like trying to be like absolutely polite all the time. And it's like, oh, is this rude? And it's like, a lot of times it's just not what people expect. I like when people talk about things that make them happy, honestly. Cops? Empathy? I do admit, cops really struggle with empathy. Look up 30% cops and you'll understand why. Christ. All of you are going in my fucking pocket. We're going into the woods. No, we're learning a Slenderman. I mean to it, maybe, but I messed up. Now I'm humiliated and my good name is soiled. It's okay. We soil ourselves all the time around here. Being soiled is also good. It's down from 40%? Oh no, it's definitely not down from 40%. I just misremembered the number. See you, Pyro Anarchist. Nice to see you. Bye-bye. Have a good sleep. Like, it's down from 40%? What? Also, I have a very interesting upbringing. Oh, thanks for the follow, Pyro Anarchist. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness. And hopefully bagels. I hope you like bagels. Shit, my brain cache cleared. I was gonna say another funny thing. Groovalicious, thank you for following. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness. Whoa. Damn it. Gosh, y'all better stop following me. I'm smiling so hard my face hurts. Ugh. Y'all are so mean to me, bullying me, making my face hurt from all the smileys. Gosh. What the fuck was I gonna say? Oh, right. My weird backstory. The Dr. Lou, thank you for following. Your future will be filled with happiness and sadness. And the pain of my smile. Something butter sauce. Butter sauce. Oh, right. It's really funny, because, like, I'm one of the people that, gets targeted for that meme where it's like, your all cops are bastards, yes, including your bastard cop relative. And it's like, I agree. I was raised by a cop and a lawyer, and it fucked me up for life, but also taught me very many things to watch out for and who not to trust. But it took me a long time to like fully wake up to, you know, propaganda and stuff. But it didn't take that long, and being black, it really wasn't that hard. Oh, you can spread your face a little bit more. You'll just look like Jeff. Although, I don't think you'll rack up as high a body count that you might have racked up in the body count. Oh, you mean like Jeff the Killer? Because I mentioned Slenderman. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. While I'm doing our little sailors flying to the moon on a velvet shore, I want them to read this purely because it makes no sense. Anyway, this is truly the shit that I adore. Well, me too. Yeah. Yeah, I don't, this isn't my default outfit, the sailor suit, but it always feels like a special occasion when I stream. Oh, thank you for following. Wait, I missed your name. I want to read it out loud so you can feel extra special. Thank you for following, Burnett Fato? I think that's how you pronounce it. Wow. Oh shit! Okay, I was thinking I knew that name. I actually follow a German and I watch their videos all the time. The fact that they even noticed me is just like, oh wait, I was like, that name was familiar. Fucking Christ, that's so awesome. Gosh, I love anarchism. Now I'm flapping my hands even more. It was like, ooh, senpai noticed me. I didn't put gloves on. This is a war crime that the seasons are changing. I like that the seasons are changing, although when it snows, I'm gonna cry. Thank you for following. The fog is coming. Well, I mean, I like Silent Hill. It's really nice and cozy. Okay, I don't know what they were talking about this one. Questioning your reality. There we go. I love it when YouTubers put little thingies up. Little thingies up. How do I put this? I love it when YouTubers like have everything sectioned out, especially when I'm pausing so much. I don't usually do reaction videos like this, but like this one was so important to me that I just had to.
Not having anyone to talk to share your ideas or observations with, to talk about anything with, and especially when you're someone that has such an active mind, that is like a personal hell, to have such an active mind but no one to reflect that off of and bounce back and forth off of, and feel that much more lonely and crazy and gaslit. Like, there's so many layers to this, and all of those layers don't feel good. You could either genuinely hate yourself and be like, I'm always wrong, I never make accurate observations, I am crazy. Or to be like, I do see things that no one else sees or everyone refuses to see, and I'm just alone in that. But with that being said, I do want to now get into the more positive aspects of all of this. There's another...
Oh, that's a good place to pause it. I'll drop the link in chat, since there's a lot of people here that are not in our Discord now. It is called Let's Explore the Abstract Idea of How Being Autistic is Inherently Linked to Ego Death. And when I post this on YouTube, it'll be in the description in case anyone was wondering, because as much as it's nice to like watch someone else comment on videos, I also encourage you to look up the video yourself and watch it, you know, without my commentary. Because, you know, I did that first, and that's why I decided that it was a good thing to talk about, because fucking Christ, this has been such an eye-opening thing. And it's only a 32-minute video, and I've been talking about it for like 3 hours. Like, legitimately 3 hours. Whoa, no, what are they talking about? I'm relating too hard. The experiences of, like, ego death that have you kind of, like, reassemble yourself because of rejection from society, being scapegoated because of, like, being different, like, especially, like, thinking different, and, like, hurting people or being seen as like rude or bad in some way because of the way you think or the way you interpreted things, especially in the realm of like not just like communication or miscommunication, but like values, and those being misconstrued based on how you think. Thinking about like the stereotypes about autistic people of saying like that we are like emotionless and we don't have empathy and stuff like that, and how a lot of times that's not true. Most of the time it's not true. It's not true. And a lot of times those things get interpreted from the people around us because they're not thinking the way we do, and they assume that like the disconnection or the lack of emotion to a thing that we're looking at analytically is us looking at it discompassionately, when a lot of times we're trying to figure out what's happening or what's being talked about and what the stakes are based on the context clues, because we don't automatically have a lot of those assumptions that other people have. One of the examples that was used was like someone being like, we had another baby, and it's like, oh, is that good? And being like, of course that's good, what do you mean? And it's like, a lot of times, like, you don't know what other people's values are, and you have to, like, kind of, like, poke and prod at it and make sure you actually know. But a lot of times, a lot of people end up being on, like, in an antisocial space, and not connected with a lot of people because they're being perceived constantly as bad or rude or insincere. And the trauma that is involved in, like, trying to shape yourself into a person that is seen that way, even if to you or certain people, they do see those things in you, but like common neurotypical society does not. God, I hope I explained that right. And I'm having one of those moments right now where I'm just like, I'm second guessing my reality and wanting to get that verification that what I said makes sense, because it makes sense to me. I don't know if it makes sense to you. I don't know if my internal logic is good all the time. Yo, Sonny! Still alive, I see. Good job. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're watching this VOD all the way through and not watching the video beforehand, you're stupid, because we take so long talking about random shit on the side that by the time we got done with this video, it was absurdly different. It was an absurdly different watching experience. That's fair. Why are you calling out people watching the VOD for, Adele? Okay, so what I'm hearing is you definitely have autism, Groove. You welcome! Get observed, nerd. The no empathy thing is so cruel. Oh, incredibly so. I have a lot more empathy for other autistic people even earlier on in my life than I think that I would have had otherwise, because my first partner ever, or my first official partner, was autistic, and like I had to like sift through a lot of ableism that I wasn't even realizing existed when people would talk to them. One of my parents, literally to a high school kid, like a 15-year-old, said, "Oh, I'm worried about you dating this autistic girl. What if you have kids with her?" And it's like, what do you mean by that? Well, if you have kids with an autistic person, then your kids will have autism and they'll be disabled. And lo and behold, she didn't know this, but like, you know, her child had autism. And it's like, well, if two autistic people have a kid, they're definitely probably going to have autism. And it was just some of that blatant, blatant ableism that like really woke me up to how fucked up society and like people that even I love think. And, you know, I knew that person, but also my high school girlfriend at the time literally had a little brother who was seen as what would be called like low functioning autistic, and like there's like a whole slew of like experiences that I have like witnessed, like kind of like watching like him interact with his family and her interact with her family and the ways that they were judged and stuff. And I was just like, damn, autistic people have it really hard. Not really knowing about like masking and like high functioning behavior, which I would later learn in college when I started not doing well and it's selling anymore. And I was like, wait, I thought I was smart. Didn't find out I was I didn't realize I was autistic until I was a little bit further into adulthood. Well, physical adulthood. I'm still baby brain. This is not on topic at all, but at the same time, I just had a great idea. When I get at least 100 or say 50 people on the wiki, I'm gonna do like a census and see what like the common correlations between people. Ooh. Wikis are cool. That's so autistic. My autistic friends are more understanding and compassionate than most people I know. Honestly, almost all of my friends are autistic or have autistic traits. And I know that that's part of just like the thing that happens. Like as a queer person, most of my friends are queer. Most of my friends are trans. Like it just kind of happens. Like, you know, game recognized game. But like I definitely have noticed like a deep well of compassion from other autistic people. No need to be sorry, Sonny. I know that it's like considered like a low bar to be like, oh, you're alive. Because I was not being sarcastic when I say, yay, you're alive. I am happy that you're alive. I'm happy that you're here. I know that sometimes just being alive doesn't seem to amount to much. But like, I think that that's great. And I know like regardless of what you're struggling with, that like a lot of people probably expect a lot from you that isn't fair. But I think that just that is good. I want more from you than just being alive. I want you to have good things, right? But at the same time, like, that is a triumph. Actually, in fact, everyone who's alive in chat, I applaud you. You're doing good. Okay, people say it makes sense. Bye, Groovalicious. It was lovely to see you too. You're probably gone by the time I say this, though. Because keeping up with chat is hard. One of the fun things from childhood is just getting to feel connection to neither my school, nor my family, my city, or my neighborhood, my state. They know my identity. Wait. One of the fun things from childhood is just feeling connection to maybe it's either instead of neither. My school, from my family, my city, my neighborhood, my state, from my country. The only reason I have not decided to do was please. It's because the friends that I've made along the way. And I'm realizing that sounds wholesome, but realize how many others are excluded from the list. It's terrifying. I think connection is what keeps us around and alive and thriving, honestly. We are buffering, so I guess Twitch doesn't want us here. I'm sorry, Sonny. Rawr. I have a lot of empathy, but also get baffled when I can't understand motivations. When I can't understand intentions or reasoning, I get insanely frustrated. I honestly feel the same way. Like, I like to think that I can follow other folks' logic, even logic that I don't agree with, and it's really hard sometimes. And I hate to say it, like, I sometimes see people as a puzzle, but sometimes I do. And it's really cool. Like, I've always liked Sherlock Holmes, for example, but, like, obviously, like, that whole lack of empathy that he usually has, he has a big ego in a bad way, is generally, like, seen as a bad thing. And kind of is, because he's arrogant and an asshole. But, like, being able to suss out a lot of truths from, like, some simple observations, I think is, like, incredibly powerful. Actually, instead of Sherlock Holmes, I would say Jimmy Kudo, as in Conan Edogawa from Case Closed. My favorite detective, honestly. I don't think he's autistic coded, but, like, I can have headcanons. Oh yeah, we're weebs here, if anyone was wondering. For reference, for those who have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about with a wiki, I made a VTuber power scaling thing with a wiki. And well, I want to see what the correlations between different people and how many globblers are there, how many kobolds, how many dragons, how many demons, and the common powers that people choose, and how many people choose to be in lore to be immortal. I see. I knew that, but thank you for telling people. My parents knew I was autistic since I was a kid and kept that and other diagnoses from me until I started discovering them on my own as an adult because my mom didn't want me to use them as an excuse. Prismatic blood, I have a very similar experience. I don't think I got tested for different kinds of neurodivergencies, but like several different schools I went to that I was subsequently kicked out of was like, you should test your kid for a learning disability. And my parents were so insulted, and like they were just like really well educated black folks, and were just like, we don't want your life to be harder, so we're just gonna pretend that you don't have anything wrong with you or anything different about you, because your life will be different, and if you just ignore it, then it's the same thing as it not existing. They did that with my dyslexia too. And it really fucked me up for life. But I am glad that I was able to figure some of that stuff out. And still learning myself, obviously. Sometimes parents can be a bummer. I still believe that if you choose to be immortal and your very own story for an alternate, your values on death and how much you want to distance yourself from it. That's interesting. I mean, I think it's very common for people to want to live forever, though. Even people who don't have, like, lore. See ya, maybe an anarchist. Bye-bye. Bye, I'm leaving too, lol. I love it being like, oh, I'm gonna leave, and then post one more thing, and then leaves. Dish as hell level complete. Now it's time for me to battle the desire to play around with the hyper-offensive video games and draw ass. Whose ass are you gonna draw? I mean, I have a nice ass. You should draw my ass. Pat and floofy. It's your boy Adugo. Hi! I came to the to the front of chat now. I've read so much now. Hope you're doing well. Also, anyone here who's new, feel free to tell me your pronouns. That's always good. Again, mine are she, they, it, and they. She, they, it, they. Yeah, those ones. My learning disabilities mostly got ignored since I made up my own coping mechanism strategies, lol. Yeah, and that sort of gets talked about in this video too. I don't think it delineates too much between like being diagnosed and being undiagnosed. And just like how a lot of autistic people learn through trial and error and being told they're wrong or doing something wrong or thinking in a way that's antithetical to like quote unquote common sense or how society thinks you should act. Or do things, and basically having to learn how to navigate that, and that's how it can lead to ego death because your sense of self is like eroded from being told that you're doing things wrong and that your values or your mechanisms are bad or misplaced. But a lot of people who are autistic will have alternate ways of doing a lot of things that won't make sense to a lot of people. And for some people, like, seem like more work. And maybe they are, but, like, there's a lot of factors that make that a thing. Like, you know, a love of routine, for example. Anyway, we went to take a shower, and we left earlier. And now we're having food. And yeah, Twitch is being crap, so it might be back later if it fixes itself. Sorry. I responded in chat since it was so bad for it. Ugh, it sucks when your internet's being all phooey. I drew my own ass and gave it to a Star Wars battle droid one time. I want to send on a photocopier now and get pee all over it. I'm anything for pronouns, even money if you're willing to give me. She, they for me. Oh gosh, she, they, such a good pronoun combination. Honestly, instant classic. Whew, okay, maybe we'll get even closer to finishing the video.
Forth off of and feel that much more lonely and crazy and gaslit. Like there's so many layers to this and all of those layers don't feel good. You could either genuinely hate yourself and be like, I'm always wrong. I never make accurate observations. I am crazy. Or to be like, I do see things that no one else sees or everyone refuses to see and I'm just alone in that. But with that being said, I do want to now get into the more positive aspects of all of this. There's another aspect that not everyone gets to reach in their lifetime, where if you foster enough peace in your life, enough regulation, enough genuine, strong connections with people and yourself, you begin to return that healthy sense of ego back into your life. I feel like you could create a potential for you to be the person that can hold multiple truths at once and to be able to validate everyone's experiences, including your own. So making space for the fact that you might make observations that is accurate, that is a hard truth to swallow, being able to accept that most likely everyone else is not going to see what you're going to see, and that is okay with you. Not because you want it to be okay, but because that is just a truth, that is just a fact of life.
This relates to dialectical thinking. I mentioned that dialectical behavioral thinking has helped me. I say dialectical behavioral thinking instead of dialectical behavioral therapy because I have not undergone dialectical behavioral therapy, but I do have a dialectical behavioral therapy workbook. But I do not see it as a hard and fast alternative. I still am trying to get into therapy, but the tools that I have learned with that workbook have been phenomenal for like being able to function much better and being more emotionally regulated. And a lot of that stuff that I struggle with regulation sometimes comes from like the truths of the world and having to like deal with the fact that like things are a certain way and they won't easily change, and even if they are changeable, they're not changeable by me myself, like ableism in society or racism or something, for example. But also like what they're talking about with the whole thing of like, well, you can see an observation and it can be true, you can have an observation and it can be a true thing, but not everything you think that is true or true for your framework is going to be understood by the people around you at any one time, maybe ever. And being able to like sit with that and be okay with that is like really hard. And I think one thing that that happens a lot in like an autistic brain when rules come up, when it's like, oh, you're breaking the rules or something like that, is that thing called whataboutism, where it's kind of seen as like not responsible or not nice to go, what about this, because you're pointing at like irregularities in the system or things that fall through the cracks, or exceptions because maybe someone's has a high enough level in a hierarchy to ignore certain rules. It's like, why don't rich people pay as high taxes as poor people, for example? Easy one, you know? But then being told is like, well, that's just the way things are because rich people just deserve it more. It's just like, that doesn't really track. Right? And it can lead you to like some really terrible places in the sense of like things being unfair and you seeing this thing and people being like, well, yeah, that breaks the rules, but that doesn't matter. You have to follow the rules. Don't worry about what everyone else is doing. Which is what you get told as a child too a lot, when you point out things are being unfair or punishment isn't being meted out equally. And although it's not something that I rejoice in the knowledge of the world being like broken or like there being contradictions and certain people letting certain things go and not others, or people picking and choosing who they like may react angrily to and who they'll act more compassionate to under like the same circumstances. Like that dialectical behavioral thinking of like being able to like have both of those things be true at the same time of like, okay, this is an unfair thing, but it doesn't erode my truth. It doesn't mean that I am wrong just because I don't follow this thing. Or even with like spiraling and trying to make sure you don't come into like some type of depressive spiral where it's like thinking about a bad thing that hurt you that sometimes you dwell in, and instead of being like, oh, this is a bad thing, like it was unfair, and you're remembering that time, it's dialectical thinking can be along the lines of, this bad thing happened, but it was out of my control, or I made a mistake and I've learned from it and I'm trying to do better. It's like radical self-acceptance, kind of. Rich people should pay higher taxes. Yes, I agree. I feel like there's a pun-worthy opportunity with British currency pronouns for someone called Penny. I don't know anyone named Penny, but now I need to name a character Penny so I can take advantage of that. Genius. So the joke internally of my brain is just going, I'm dressed up as him on a stripper pole, dancing, flying, fingering myself around. Sorry, flinging yourself around, not fingering. And then when I get down to low reveal something, you look over and it just says on my crotch DLC. And you go, come on, I want to play, right? I just need a little bit. I awaken. Oh, hey, Issy, or whoever else is running. Cool beans. Oh, what kind of service help have you had today? I've been really wanting to pick your brain about that. Maybe not right now, Issy, but like you having the DSP and having someone who's like literally is their job to like give you help and like allow you to have more independence. Something that a lot of people like having like any approximation of a caregiver or someone to help you with like the things you have difficulties with seems like a weakness or something. And I like to dispel that for people who think that like even though it would be good, they could never actually like try to get one for themselves, you know? Maybe I'll interview you about it sometime. Mom, the food sucks. Mom, the food sucks. They respond with, what about the food sucks? These kids in Africa are starving, and my internal logic has always been like, many other people, well, I guess they'll still starve, because its food isn't gonna make it all the way there, is it? Gosh, I hate that logic. Ugh. Rich people should pay taxes in general. Yeah, I guess they don't usually. Usually they get paid money by the government. Tax credits. The world is unfair. This is a good practice in learning to live with it. From people who have an opportunity to make even a minor thing fair pisses me off. You are exposing something that I had neglected to mention that I'm being reminded of in this moment, especially because I know people who dialectical behavioral therapy and dialectical behavioral thinking is not helpful to them, or they find it very a struggle to fully get on board with. I have a partner who doesn't like dialectical behavioral therapy, particularly because of like the sort of abled mindset of like it being the most and this is something that I've heard a lot of people say, that like it is very effective at treating a lot of things like BPD and depression and like a whole host of things, right? And treating it well. But the part of the reason that it's being pushed so much by medical professionals right now isn't necessarily because of its overwhelmingly good effects. It's because of its overwhelmingly short-term effects for getting people who could not otherwise had functioned in capitalism to suddenly function in capitalism because, like you mentioned, Prasmatic Blood, it's a good practice in learning how to live with the injustices of the world. It's a way of turning that thing inward, kind of like how the petroleum industry did with like the carbon footprint and making people like hyper aware of like how their consumption impacts like global warming, ignoring the fact that no single person or shit, even like a community or a town, can do more pollution with their individual contributions than like a company like BP does, right? It's patently ridiculous, but it's literally propaganda made to make people blame themselves and feel guilty about their own actions and be like, what can I do to change things? And it can be that same thing with the use of dialectical behavioral therapy to get people who cannot work or function within capitalism to accept their lot in life and be productive. So there is that double-edged sword there. I was trying to get something similar set up for myself, but then COVID, and I don't trust people coming to my house not to give it to me. That is fucking fair. I can kind of understand that. I've been really angry about the whole like COVID thing and the response to it, especially still right now, and masking and stuff. Like if me or my partner go out anywhere, like a lot of times we're the only people wearing masks, and it's really fucking irritating. Like people will be like, oh, be social, come to this block party, and it's like no one's wearing a mask, no one seems to care about that sort of thing. I mean, I know people do, I know plenty of people do, but like sometimes I even like don't want to go to protests because I'll see like a bunch of people protesting and like doing videos and stuff, and it's just like, I don't see a goddamn mask anywhere. I'm scared. I'm so scared to go to like anime and like furry conventions for the same reason. I'm gonna try to go to one next year, but I'm still terribly scared. I'm gonna wear that mask the whole time. You're absolutely freaking right. I've heard that experience from friends who did DBT. Damn. Okay, well, I like my framework and my worldview just got reinforced by that. Because I've certainly talked with some people about it, and a lot of times the response isn't like, "Oh, Driz, you're wrong." It's more like, "Well, it still helps people," and like, it's helped me. But like, I definitely can admit that like, there is an ulterior motive to why it's being so celebrated right now. It's like, oh, we can make you useful. Yay! Yeah, sorry, I haven't been wearing a mask. It's been hard. At least I got my COVID booster, but fuck. Sorry for not helping with myself. You doing the best you can, Issy. Don't beat yourself up too much. I know someone who hasn't gotten any sort of vaccinations because they're very disabled and they cannot by themselves go to get one. And no one in their life who could help, who could like drive them to the place, or even in the event that they can't take care of themselves even more than they already struggle with already from like the pain that you might get from the reaction to getting vaxxed, like they won't be able to take care of themselves. So they've had to wait and wait and wait. And they're already what's it called? Immunocompromised on top of it all. And it's just like, fucking Christ. So please don't beat yourself up. And shit, even people who aren't like immunocompromised and have like all these like extra factors to why they're not vaxxed or not masking or not up to date on their latest vaccination, like, I don't hate them. I have a big problem with anti-vaxxers and anti-maskers. But people who are struggling and like and that sort of thing, not the same deal. I will admit that I will be frustrated if I saw you randomly in life and I didn't know it was you, and I'm just like, man, that fucker's not wearing a mask. But if I knew it was you, it would be like, that fucker who's my friend's not wearing a mask. And then I'd give you a mask. I caught it once, and I'm even more disabled. I can't bear to get it again. I know the person I mentioned literally has gotten COVID like 5 times. It sucks. I saw at one point people were thinking, why don't we just try to get in contact with our senators and spread the diseases to the older members of our government? That would be biological terrorism, which I cannot publicly endorse. I have to finger wag. Wow, that's such a bad idea. No one should ever do that. That would be bad. And, you know, human life is important. You should never violence, right? The state has the monopoly on violence. People have been wanting me to use color and doodles a bit more, and it makes me want to fucking explode a little bit. Is it because of your color blindness, Noodle? I know that's something you kind of struggle with, right? And it makes doing art kind of hard? Or more challenging when people want a certain thing? I would imagine. It's been hard to want to go out while masked because of anxiety with airflow. That's a vibe. Maybe getting a more permanent, like, bigger mask might help. There's a lot of different types of masks. When I go to the furry convention next year, I plan on getting like a mask that's bigger than like what we normally would use, because we use like, I forgot what the kind is, like a PPE something. The partner I live with is like in the medical field and like and also does a lot of research, so knows like the proper mask to get and stuff, and like gets them by the bots. Like by the really large bots, so we like really only re-up on masks like twice a year. So we always have some on hand and stuff. And I don't really have to put that much critical thought into it because I live with someone who cares a whole lot. I mean, I care too, but like I can only do so much, and spoons and yeah. There was a time where I wasn't going outside at all because I was just, you know, like I had trouble with the mask. Like I had trouble with my anxiety and like breathing and it being hard to breathe, and sometimes it still is, but at the point I'm at now, I can literally skateboard with a mask on, no problem. But also make sure to bring water with me. If you can get a HEPA filter, a computer fan, and a battery and stick them together, you'll be that much safer without a mask. Okay. Gosh, good tips in chat right now. I'd be happy to mask up with you, Driz. Yeah. On Beyonce with you, I haven't left the process of my residence in the past 5 months unless for less than a day. I'm quarantined, I'm a container of all viruses, and most importantly, you're supposed to read this entire thing as if you're doing the Oppenheimer speech, because I remember I am the destroyer, I am the deliverer, I am the one who knocks. That last thing is a fucking Breaking Bad reference, you fucker. Also, I haven't seen Oppenheimer, so I have no idea. I just know they drop bombs on innocent people. And now I've taken a shower. Woo! Oh, you're clean. Wow, Kraken, I'm so proud of you. Now you don't smell like diaper piss. What pisses me off the most is when I'm wearing a full-on respirator and I sniffle on public transit from allergies and people unmask and glare at me. I'm like, protect your freaking self. I mean, I've heard that masks help protect others more than they protect you. And I've always seen that, like, that framework as, like, that framework is where I get a lot of my, my displeasure and, like, saltiness from, because I'm just sitting there, like, you don't care about anyone but yourself. You're like, fuck everyone else. As long as I don't get sick, I'm fine. You know, disregarding the fact that wearing a mask will make it harder for you to get COVID. Like, that is true. And it's just like a lack of empathy. And like I know that the fucking like Asian hate that had to do with like COVID and Trump calling it like the Chinese virus and stuff has certainly bled into people's like frameworks of anti-masking, because it is very common when you are sick in a lot of Eastern countries and a lot of places like China and Japan or Korea to literally just wear a mask. And it's like, oh, I'm sick, I'm gonna wear a mask and protect everyone from me. And a lot of people sometimes see it as like being extra nationalist and, you know, not being so communist or Chinese or something to like not wear a mask, which is fucking ridiculous. And wow, get your head out of your ass, I say to a person who categorically would probably never be watching this video or looking at this stream. I'm colorblind and anxious, it'll look bad. Have you thought about getting someone to like spot check for you and tell you if the colors line up? I'd be happy to do it for you. I'm sure there's other people in your life who would too. Although I know it's like another thing I have to ask people about and I need help with. God damn it. Being disabled sucks. I don't know what anything actually looks like. References are your friend. If you have money, who does, you can get positive pressure power respirators. I don't even know what that is. That sounds expensive. Hey, not all the time, only sometimes. And it has powders to cover the smells. I only just got baby powder again, like a couple of days ago, and it changed my life because like less rashes and like just the smell. I was so sad of having to wear without any baby powder. It was killing me inside. I was like, no, I'm stinky. Don't clip that. Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer is, I think, the movie that was like about the nuke that we dropped twice on Japan. And see, you and me didn't do shit. The American government did that. Sorry, I am radically rejecting the notion of we did this. Even if I was alive at the time, I wouldn't have agreed with it. I don't agree with a lot of shit that's happening right now. I don't agree with Israel and what they're doing. A lot of people in America seem to disagree. Weird. And it's just like, I am not responsible for the American government's handling of foreign affairs. I do denounce them, however. And yes, that is what Oppenheimer is about. I remember it was like such a weird kerfluffle when Barbenheimer, the meme thing, was getting picked up by like major news outlets and like major thingies. There's a Japanese like Mattel. I think Mattel's who owns Barbie. Yeah, like a Japanese Mattel account posting like Barbenheimer stuff and being like, yeah, watch both movies and da 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 da. And they got so in trouble because they were so wrapped up in the meme that they lost sight of the context of Oppenheimer. And it's like, yeah, Oppenheimer was not a popular movie in Japan because people died, and those effects are still being experienced today. It's a lot about the person who also like, you know, designed and like, you know, the scientist that is responsible for those bombs, not just the bombing itself. J. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb. I hate him. I wish he never did that. The man that coined the famous term, I am become death, destroyer of worlds, and disdain for having created it. Yeah, I guess he hates himself too. Gosh. That's a hell of a legacy to have. Gosh. What about cream? I've thought about using cream to help with avoiding rashes. There's one cream that I've used that I haven't used again, which was really fun, but I don't use it for anti like rash reasons, though I do think it helps. I think it's called Diaper Magic. I'll have to post it in the Discord. It makes sense how your diaper is all slippery. Take that what you will on what good uses it has. Other than like a Home Alone trap. Because if you just put it on the ground, someone will slip and bust their shit. It's like CPAP, but for awake and for unsafe air. Oh, okay. Gosh, I wish I could just filter all the air around me. You can clip it. It's fine. It was a joke. Oh, I see. You already clipped it and posted it. I'm hydrating because Prismatic Blood told me to. Imagine being so devoted to science and achieving the impossible, only to see the effect it will be used for. Oh, I can imagine that. I have literally accidentally armed people with arguments they've used to hurt themselves and others. I'm just like, fucking Christ. Use the lubricant against stare ninjas. Oh, hey, Evie. Just came in. The first thing I hear is cream rash. Cream, technically speaking. Can magic be real, please? So we can create cursed diapers? I mean, maybe diapers that always clean themselves? Damn, that would be really useful. That would be useful for me right now. But, you know, I have my diaper is tank class right now, so it can take a few more hits. Okay, it can probably take one more hit, because it's still going. Do I still have stars? No, I do not have stars. All of my stars have faded because they're wet. So yeah, I'll probably have to change soon. So after we're done with this section of stream, I'll probably take a break to change and probably rest my voice bots because this section of stream has been going on for 4 hours and 41 minutes. I still haven't played a video game. I'm still gonna push that back by doing other shit. Because we gotta design a diaper for NEETs later, and talk about NEETs, and how most NEETs are disabled, and how it's really a human rights kind of thing. And, you know, poverty, and, like, ableism and disability. Wow, it's like all the things I talk about are connected. God damn it! Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need to take a break soon. Fucking mega hydrate, motherfucker. I can't. It's too much. Bully. Your waterboarding Drizzle ASMR. Okay. Ugh. I think that's as much as I can drink in one sitting. Please, no one else redeem hydrates for a while. Okay, let's continue the video. We're talking about positive parts of this whole process and ego death and reforming yourself and stuff.
And you have taken time and effort to make peace with it. And that is like the ultimate ego death. You know, to be able to know and accept that everyone is valid without needing to question yourself and without needing to question everyone else. I feel like I've only started to round out into that aspect of my life in my late 20s. I'm 27 now, where I could see a truth, and instead of needing to confront it or talk about it or get other people to realize it, I could just accept that truth on my own, feel valid in that, and not question myself. And if anyone in the situation ever were to bring it up to me, that's when I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. And I've been seeing it for a while. And to not feel offended if no one sees it or if people turn their backs on that same observation after the fact. I kind of understand at this point that everyone is on their own journey of realization, of understanding the world and themselves, and I could kind of make space for all of that. I feel like being able to arrive at that point is extremely freeing because you're not feeling as if
egoless means freedom. We liberate ourselves from the anxiety to defend the illusion of who we are. Calling back, I will say it is important to have some amount of ego. It is healthy. And also, like, depending on the truths that you're observing, it is good to bring those things up. Maybe not to desperately get the validation of, okay, other people are seeing it necessarily, in the sense of, am I right? But sometimes, like for example, this stream, what we're talking about right now, me resonating with this, I wanted more people to see it. So instead of just going, oh, that is the truth, this whole ego death and autism thing, this is like really important, and like living my and like going the rest of my life and only bringing it up when someone comments on it, I was like, no, I mean, I have a platform, I want to talk about it, I want other people to see this and see if this framework helps them. And it seems like a lot of folks have been resonating with it. Just my observation. But that's only an observation. An autistic observation.
You're holding the weight of the world anymore. You're not feeling like you're constantly fighting against the current or sinking in the quicksand. You could kind of just create this peaceful space for yourself and exist on that island. And I feel like that's not something that is commonly achievable for people, to be able to hold multiple truths. Most of the time, people are so binary. People are so defensive. They're just constantly trying to defend why they're doing something, why they're valid, and in turn, invalidate other people in order to prove a point or to prove something to themselves. And that is just such an ugly cycle. And I feel like people don't see that until they've gone through multiple ego deaths of like, do you not understand that you could see the sky as blue, but I could also see the sky as cyan blue, you know, like both could be accurate. No one's wrong here. I feel like a really good example of this is the other day, my partner was sharing an experience with me, and then my response to him was to say, yeah. And then he got offended because he was like, do you agree with that? And I was just like, no, I don't agree with that, but I could see why you feel that way. And then he got really annoyed and confused and was just like, why would you say yeah if you don't agree? Because when you say yeah, that means you agree with it. I kept trying to explain to him, like, just because I say yeah doesn't mean I agree with him and that's my opinion. It just means that I heard what he had to say. I heard how it impacts him, and I could see how that impacts him. And I feel like it was just really hard for him to understand that. And I feel like I've been through this so many times with people where upon sharing something with me, I just say like, okay, I could see that. Some people may feel really uncomfortable with that because they are so used to people either completely agreeing with them and relaying the same experiences, or being extremely defensive because they have different opinions and experiences. And I feel like this is also why
I think that's why a lot of autistic people get in trouble a lot in conversations, because people misinterpret like what side we're on in certain arguments, or because we might see nuance in a situation where like normally in society you're told that there is no nuance and that you're either one or the other, and any deviation from that means that you were on the opposite side of the argument to whoever else, to whoever you're talking to, and that doesn't always make sense to autistic folks, honestly. Bro, I'm watching that video right now, having a crisis because it is so me, and she's putting into words how I feel. Like, it's not helping though. It's like, this is how you are, and it sucks. Groovalicious, I'm so sorry. I hope you can come to a place of like self-acceptance, especially since you're struggling with like just like the concept of you being autistic and whether or not you want to accept that label. I understand like it's sounding really bad and like, you know, it being like, wow, just life is gonna suck. Kind of like how some people try to discourage like queer people from coming out, where it's just like, don't come out, be closeted, because if you admit to the world that you're queer, your life is gonna be harder, like automatically. And like, that is true. But like, you can still grasp happiness in this fucked up place. And you can still find like a sense of stability too. And not everyone's gonna understand you, and some people will definitely treat you bad, and you definitely are gonna have to, in a lot of cases, mask or like code switch in order to get out of situations or into situations that would normally bar you from entry or would be awkward for you or painful. And you're gonna have painful experiences as an autistic person, especially now that you know, or might know. I don't want to like label you if you don't feel like you want that. But I think there's hope. But I am sorry for how you're feeling right now, because I understand how shitty it feels. Because the world is not made for us. It's just not. I understand agreeing that things are awful in the reasoning of why it is a whole different level, purely because I have really fucked up ideas on how war is okay if I'm put into a place to be a general. I don't give a contention on slaughtering people. This isn't many of the rules that really need to be abided by. I mean, if you're already looking from the perspective of a general, yeah, like, I think that happens a lot, where it's just like, I understand the logic, even if I don't agree with the logic, or I don't want the results of what that logic means for like the consequences of like people having to live in a society based on those decisions of where that logic goes. But especially as a content creator and someone online a lot, public figure, I have learned to police myself and panopticon myself very, very much. I don't know if that's a good, well, that's definitely not a good thing, but like, I try to have tact and understand where other people are coming from, and try to understand the ways that people might misinterpret me, just as much as I try to focus on being interpreted correctly. Even around autistic people, I feel different though. Like, I consistently feel like everyone is ill in this joke that I was never taught. Even other autistic people. That's valid. I mean, everyone's different. No two autistic people are the same. And I think that there's like culture that like they form from like the shared experiences and stuff like that. Actually talking about me being trans and like trans feminine and stuff like that is was talked about in regards to that last week, in terms of like people who feel like they don't fit in like trans femme culture, when they see all these people bonding about all these experiences that they don't have or that they don't align with. In that same way, like I am understanding you saying like you don't feel like you're fitting in with other autistic people because your experiences are different. I felt the same way when I first like transitioned. I felt the same way when I first realized I was ace. Of feeling different, but also different from the people that I should be relating to. And sometimes you can grow more camaraderie and understanding with people and their experiences, even if they differ from yours within your community, by spending more time in that community. Like right now is like probably gonna be the worst time for you in terms of like that self-exploration. But I hope that you can find connection with other folks. Although like there are surely atypical people even amongst groups that should be like very understanding. I feel like I'm not made for this world, and it's not made for me. It's not. Like what I said is like very. I see it as a truth, as like the world is not made with autistic people in mind. The world is not made with people who think differently than like the status quo in mind. There's a lot of ways that like the world is incompatible for a lot of different people. I do want to mention that like the whole ego death thing and not feeling like you fit anywhere and being told that you're wrong again and again by society or people you know has led a lot of autistic people to unalive themselves, and that's terrible. But I also, as someone who's also struggled with depression and stuff, also understand that place. I know that's not what you're saying, or I don't think that's what you're saying. However, I was connecting it to that thought because like feeling like the world isn't for you and is like super inhospitable makes people want to leave it, or at the very least makes people isolate themselves. That has led to me being like hikikomori or like, you know, agoraphobic, trying to avoid going outside as much as possible, or if I do go outside, trying to avoid people. I skateboard everywhere. Like I don't have to generally like interact with people a lot of the time. I find ways around it. And I definitely feel this world's inhospitable. I'm sorry that you feel the same way, or that you feel that is inhospitable, even if you don't feel the same as me. I do want to leave, LOL! I know I'm not supposed to laugh, but I just didn't want to project my experience onto Groovalicious, but like also it's just like, okay, like those thoughts and those statements can lead to those like conclusions. So it's weird to have the experience of, okay, I feel almost reinforced in my belief that I was like right in like mentioning that because of like the probability of maybe that being at play. But then it also makes me sad because I don't want to fucking be right about that. But you know, we talk about struggles here. See ya! You're welcome. I hope to see you again. Do your best. I feel like I'm not fitting in with other autistic people because I'm different, which is weird and egotistical, so I'll just hate myself for it. I know Groovalicious shouldn't or probably isn't still here, but I do want to say if other people feeling that way, that I understand what you mean. I don't have the exact same experience. I've seen other people struggle with that as well, though, especially people who didn't have an autistic diagnosis or didn't think necessarily, but like in my retrospective analysis, or like, oh, these are like a lot of autistic like signs of being thought to be egotistical because of how they acted and they were taken as such, even though they weren't thinking they were better than anyone. Sometimes going on like a whole like rant about something you have like a special interest in, for example, can read to people as like mansplaining or something, for example. And it can be really hard. Finding an environment where people aren't gonna bite your head off for the simplest social infraction and people are like patient with you is like paramount to community building sometimes when you're not good at socializing and getting along with people. Same, Groovalicious. For me, that feeling is constant, at least partially a result of trauma. I agree with that. I feel that. I did find if people are aware you're new to their group, they tend to be more willing to explain their in-jokes. Indeed. I feel you there. We're not made for this world, so we make the world to be better for us. And that's why we fight for fucking, like, liberation and stuff, you know? Fuck this world that wasn't designed for us. We should change it. Just like I need to change my pants. This is reminding me of some shit I wrote down a while back. Let me go on my page and grab some of my quotes.
A lot of autistic people, opinions and experiences. And I feel like this is also why a lot of autistic people are able to have such good pattern recognition and why we're able to have a clear idea of the collective wellness. Because when you have that dissolved ego, you develop this capability to put yourself in everyone else's shoes, to hold everyone's truth, to understand it, and to learn how we could do better or what needs to be changed or integrated.
Sorry, I just experienced ego death for a second. I mean, seizure.
Of the collective wellness. Because when you have that dissolved ego, you develop this capability to put yourself in everyone else's shoes, to hold everyone's truth, to understand it, and to learn how we could do better or what needs to be changed or integrated. Because you deal with having to integrate that within yourself, right? And I think that's also why a lot of the times it's easy to make autistic people the scapegoat, because much of the time we are that mirror to other people. Not mirrors in a way where you reflect the same energy back to them, but mirrors in a way where what they put onto you isn't being reciprocated. And so they are left to almost see their own flaws and what's not working out and be faced with those choices that they may not necessarily feel good about.
I interpreted that last statement as kind of like being projected upon. I don't know if they would have said differently if like that word had popped into their head, but like that's what it seemed like to me. Like they're trying to get a reflection and they're trying to get a reflection or a refraction, but they're not getting that. So it's like, well, the thing that I gave you, you're not reacting to in the way that I want, so I have to come to my own conclusions about it. Or I don't understand the signals that you're giving me, so I can only understand the signals that I see, which can be a problem of bias just in general across all people. This stream reminds me of how like whenever I try to watch a 30-minute video with some of my partners, it takes up to like an hour and a half more, or just for one video, or a 15-minute video becomes an hour with gay girlfriends. Well, to be fair, this stream that or this part stream that is now at 5 hours, literally I was looking at another video and I only like analyzed or like commented on like 3 or 4 minutes of it on top of talking about this video. So it's like so many different things like mushed and squished together. This is gonna be an interesting watch. I can't wait to actually watch this probably not right after stream, but like later at some point. Hopefully I won't be like, damn, I sound batshit right now. Because I'm feeling myself hard as hell right now. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everyone who came. Thank you, everyone who is like giving me their energy and like giving me their thoughts and stuff. Like I feel really connected. Gosh, it's almost like I'm in The Wired or something.
Or attributes that they may not feel good about. All of this to say, not every autistic person is going to be completely egoless. I'm not saying every autistic person has ego deaths. I'm just saying that the autistic experience for a lot of people out there does naturally elicit multiple ego deaths for many of us. And I just wanted to make a video that kind of talks about these very abstracted ideas and just like catalyze it into some sort of physical format. If you are an autistic person that resonates with having multiple ego deaths throughout your life, and you, if anything, might struggle with having no sense of ego, no sense of self, I want to encourage you to pay attention to the advice and the content that you're ingesting, because a lot of the times the advice that
if you have an unhealthily low sense of ego, you can begin to utilize content to enable the never-ending process of correcting yourself all the time when there may not be anything that fits. Yeah, you'll constantly seek like correction, because if you're so used to people telling you you're wrong and doing something wrong, then like you won't feel safe just being yourself. And like that leads to over policing and what I was calling like panopticonalization or whatever.
Is being put out there for everyone to follow doesn't necessarily apply to people like us. And so I might make a video separate from this that kind of goes into that in more depth, you know, going through advice that we commonly hear online and from other people to follow because it's going to benefit us and it's good for us, when in reality it might be counterintuitive for people like us. I hope this video was interesting for you guys. It's such an abstract idea, and to be honest, it took many months for me to kind of put together these thoughts in order to talk about it, because I thought about this so long ago, but I just didn't know how to make clear all the points and figure out how they interconnect with each other. So I feel like I finally kind of reached a point where I could talk about it. Let me know in the comment section down below what your experiences with ego deaths have been like. From one person to the other that's also been through many ego deaths, I not only empathize with your experience, but I encourage you guys to begin to figure out how to center yourself back into your own life. And
there's a difference between being a self-centered person and being able to healthily center yourself back into your life. That's to say, you are important. Is not always bad or like arrogant or egotistical to put yourself first at times. Other people are important too, but your needs are also valid and valuable.
And I want to reassure you that it is not selfish to do so. It is not selfish to set boundaries. It's not selfish to express yourself. It's not selfish to empathize for yourself. But yes, thank you guys for tuning in on today's video and having this very nuanced discussion with me. Again, go check out Magic Mind in the description box down below. Take some time to regulate today, and I will see you on the next video.
Also talking about autistic stereotypes. We could just go through this channel all day, honestly. I'm really not, but like, I really much could. Okay, let me read through chat some more. Oh, hey, Pebbles. Let's see. Into one of my mini poetic quotes, I have a fucking turn of them pre-made. It's also one of those many things I used to do when I would join into someone's chat. I would put in one of those quotes and half the damn time I'd be called a bot. Understandable. Honestly. Sometimes people think we're bots, but for a completely different reason that has to do with our plural kit and the tool we use to like self-actualize in Discord, because it uses a bot and people will be like, wait, why is that bot talking to me? They seem sentient. What the fuck? And I have to explain what plural kit is. I feel this is a fun space. Wowzers. I just remembered something really dumb. There's been multiple times in my life where I literally said I am dead and new me will form. Fuck, that's like the most on the nose ego death I've ever experienced. Oh, we've had that experience a lot with like we've in the past, when now we would recognize as like a new headmate, we would literally have a moment where we just like completely like be like not have any sense of identity at all. There'd just be like a silence in like our self-conception, and then whoever was fronting would go, I know my entire life up until this point, like I still have my memories, but I feel like a completely different person. Why is that? And up until like relatively recently, a little bit before COVID and realizing that we were a system and navigating some of those things, we didn't know what that feeling was. We couldn't understand that feeling, and we never talked to anyone about it because we didn't know how to put words to it other than the words that I just said. And we were so scared that people wouldn't understand us, or that people would belittle us or trivialize our experience or be like, what the fuck do you mean? And it just was so isolating to constantly have that happen sometimes and not know why. And we just look at our hands and be like, I'm in this body and it feels like I'm in this body for the first time, but I know that it's not. I mean, I have these memories, so it can't be. And now I'm thinking of Ghost in the Shell and not trusting your own memories and shit. The never-ending process of correcting yourself. I've been struggling with this a lot recently. Gosh, coming in the chat and you feel like immediately called out. we do really live in a society that's doing that, even for like neurotypical people, in the sense that like being online and constantly having like a a like a list of things to measure yourself against to make sure you're not doing or saying certain things, and that people aren't taking you as like bad or in bad faith, or all these things, be it racism, ableism, that sort of thing. With the ableism thing in particular, like the rabbit hole can go really deep. Like when people think about like correcting behavior and like language. I remember a couple of times where on the left people have been like, oh, like because idiot and stupid come from like really ableist roots, and they're talking about and they are basically disparaging someone for like having like a quote unquote lower intellect, which is already like intelligence, or especially like IQ is like based on like really racist and ableist, like a really ableist and racist framework. And it does, and there's a lot of types of intel, and like emotional intelligence isn't measured by that in any way. And a lot of people who don't have like adequate education, and were deprived of that, won't have a high IQ score because they weren't given the tools to pass the IQ test or do well on it, rather. And so it's like there's a bunch of standards that do have really fucked up roots, and like there is a lot of like waking up, being woke on the internet, of just being like, oh shit, I didn't realize this thing that I thought was completely innocuous is actually bad. And like there is reason to be critical of the history of things and the history of language and how it's used and how it's changed. But some people like are really trying to fit everything into a box and be like, this person is bad. And it's like, oh, you don't want to control your language to the point where you don't say stupid anymore, then you must be ableist. I'm saying this as a person who still struggles whenever I use the term stupid, even when I use it for myself, because sometimes it can be fun, like I'm a stupid little piss baby. But then like someone could use that same logic that I just used to be like, oh, then we should be able to use the R slur then, huh? And I'm like, no. I see where you might take my logic to that extreme. However, no. Some stuff requires nuance. Some stuff is a little bit more broad strokey, in my opinion. And it can be hard to like be trying to figure out like if you're doing the right things according to what other people, especially in your in-group, say like your morals should be and what's good or not, and like why there's like a bunch of little like fringe diversions and schisms even within communities that seem on the whole like they should be agreeing about things. It's tiring. And that's if you're trying to like better yourself and not hurt people, let alone just like struggling with communicating with people and being on the same page. God. I remember the first one was in third grade. And by the end of high school, I say that I had overridden myself, I would say at least 9 to 10 times, something like that. Oh my god, now I'm thinking of like a memory card, and like it's like, do you want to save your game? Are you sure you want to save over this file? And it's like the file is saving over yourself. Oh, is that black and white background from Madoka? Yes, it is. I made it all, I don't know, I want to make a lo-fi Madoka something. And if I do, that'll probably be the thumbnail or whatever. Our headmate who did high school for us. Wow, I want to unpack that for a second. I know I haven't even finished your statement, but it's just like that's something that I've heard about before. It's not something that I've personally experienced in that same way. Of like, okay, like even if I didn't know that was a headmate or that had headmates, like the experience of like, oh, this person is basically who fronted for most of high school. Like we definitely have parallel experiences, but like damn, plurality can be and multiplicity can be really fucking weird. especially taking that conceit and being like, my headmate completed high school, I technically did not. And like the weirdness and the schism of identity that can happen there, and that weirdness, especially when you happen to share the same memories, and it's like, well, like I didn't finish high school myself, but like I still have that knowledge. And I just think that that's just like, and it's something that I fully understand, but I just think it's really interesting, and I know that a lot of singlets might go, what the hell? Though if someone's in this space, I don't there's not a ton of singlets in our community. I'm sure there's some. There's definitely some. And there's some people who have been like, yes, I'm definitely alone in here for now. But like, a lot of my homies share bodies. But yeah, you're saying our headmate who did high school for us was like, fuck this, I'm out at the end of high school before we knew we were plural. Damn. Shit, I thought when we transitioned, I thought I was the boyness in us dying. And I wanted to disappear because I thought that my existence was inherently dysphoric. Which is funny because now I am a non-binary, vaguely femme-shaped thing that doesn't use he, him pronouns, but does sometimes like to be called a boy. Which is funny. But like my, or the self that I used to be before we had the schism and split into two different... Wow, I'm about to say a weird statement. Before the original Drizzle, because I am not the original Drizzle. Fun fact. When the original Drizzle split into me and Thorn, we were having a like crisis of identity, and I was even still clinging, and sometimes still do, to like our dead name as not as a way of like, this is still me, but like using it as like an anchor for identity, because a lot of identity is like kind of based in like memory, and like being able to say like, I am this person because I've experienced this thing, all these things that have formulated me in my life, all these foundational things, that's me, right? Because I can perceive that my past exists and I can reflect on it, I know that it's my past, right? But then just being plural can like totally blow that out of the water, because you can have experiences that you can like reference in your head, and it's like, I didn't live those. I didn't act on those thingies. If I was in that situation, even at that time, I would have acted differently. It was really scary growing up plural, because sometimes someone would front, and I would be in like the passenger seat and watching them do something, and I'm like, am I possessed? Why am I doing this thing? I don't want to do this. It feels so weird. More like I kill the current me and a new one takes the place. There are no multiples. It's just someone kicked the other one into a grave, which they fell crumpily and dustily. Probably formed into some calcified material, which cracked and shattered, and then buried that motherfucker. That's quite an image, Del. Serial singlet? Fuck. That's another term I gotta remember. What was it? Neural silly and serial singlet. Gosh. Serial singlet. Gosh, that feels... It runs off the tongue really well. I was joking about how it sounds like it's just one person, but a new one each time when what you said happens. Nodding along to all this. Being a good person is hard. It is. And everyone's concept of being a good person is different. Like... I know there's people who don't think I'm a good person, and that reality can be true for them, and I have another truth. Though I don't like the binary of good versus bad. I think the world is gray. I think most people are gray. I think that it's actually really rare for someone to be like really, really bad, and I don't think anyone is like perfectly good. And like, I'm thinking of fucking Kanye West being like, Hitler did good things, actually. I'm just like, even if he personally paid for someone's like cancer treatment, that does not outweigh the damage and the destruction and the genocide and the like Like, that black is so murky, even with the little bit of gray that exists, it is inconsequential. Like, and obviously, most people in the world aren't gonna have as profoundly bad effects on people as someone like that, or even someone like Donald Trump. But like, at the same time, delineating between people who cause real material harm and people who don't and are often victims and are trying their best, I think is important. Sometimes I do simplify my language when I know that my framework of rejecting the good versus bad dichotomy can come into some issues. So sometimes I simplify it for people. Like, if someone's like, Driz, am I a bad person? I'm like, you're not a bad person. But it doesn't hit the same when if I were to go, you're not a bad person, because bad people don't technically exist. Everyone's filled with happiness and sadness. Everyone's filled with good and bad. What you externalize changes based on your experiences and how you feel and your moral compass and so many things. It's a constantly moving goalpost. Is what I would want to tell the person, but I know that's not necessarily what they need to hear in the moment. What a mood. I actually don't have a lot of memories because I was in hibernation from ages 11 to 19. So maybe I am unqualified. I think the longest I haven't fronted was maybe a year. Possibly. Or, I always have to add the caveat because of the whole thing. It was like, well, the original Drizzle. Because that's technically not me. Even though I have the original Drizzle's memories. So it's just like, it's this weird, complicated, contrived thing. I feel like being plural and talking about your backstory and like your history and stuff almost feels like talking about fucking Kingdom Hearts lore, because it just can get so fucking complicated when it's like, oh, technically, before the rapture of Drizzle. Choose your next words carefully. Thorn, probably. Gosh. I personally see the world as its base, as all the awfulness in the world is a neutral. Being good is just putting anything into it. At the same time, if you want to also be considered good, don't exert anything that's fucked up. Well, that's the weird thing, because like I said, constantly moving goalposts. Like, I don't fully disagree with you, but at the same time, like everyone's like conception of like that good and bad is different. Something that's really affected how I look at that in particular, actually, is this thing. What was it? Okay, so the harm. Okay, I'm gonna talk about a taboo topic, but I'm gonna talk about it in a way that this community or most of the community will understand, because, you know, this is like ADBL and a little safe space, right? So, a lot of people will say something like, okay, ADBL, baby fur, littles, that sort of thing, are not bad. They don't do harm. Like, as long as you're following the, you know, you're not trampling over people's consent, you're not engaging with people who cannot consent, or the power dynamic is such that their consent is compromised, or simply, as long as you're not hurting people, I don't give a fuck, is what a lot of people might say. However, how you describe hurt and personally how I conceptualize hurt and doing damage runs counter to that, because you living your life how you do, even if is not like how someone would normally conceive hurt of, like I mentioned, like trampling over someone's consent, like doing something that's kind of hard to like see as a gray area of hurting someone. Like punching someone in the face is hurting someone, right? But like, I have had to, in a lot of ways, and this kind of relates to the whole like changing yourself and the ego death and the like trying to figure out how to express my values in a way that other people understand and will gel with their values, even if their frameworks differ from mine in a way that would change how they view my morals. That all is to say, I don't go by the statement, it's like morally good or morally neutral as long as it doesn't do harm, because there are lots of types of harm. For example, there are people who have been victims of CSA, and although ADBL is not like pedophilia or anything like that, a lot of people who have been victims of CSA definitely have trauma that makes being in like ADBL spaces difficult. And seeing that and being reminded of that pain in lots of sorts of ways is harm. It's not like direct harm in the way of like harassment or something, but it can be taken as a form of harm. And I know that some people will be like, oh, like sticks and stones don't break bones and words never hurt you, and that's bullshit. Obviously, like verbal abuse is a thing, emotional abuse is a thing. There's a lot of terms of abuse that don't involve touching anyone at all. I have hurt people and abused people that I did not physically touch while I was hurting them. It's very possible to hurt people without touching them. So that is to say that I definitely have fallen into over policing myself in certain ways, especially when it comes to taboo stuff that I enjoy, like ADBL, because as much as like I think that ADBL is okay, it is taboo. I can admit that. It is taboo. And because of that nature and how some people have certain experiences, they will like have some harm for being in contact with it. But that doesn't make it bad. And also that person has responsibility to like mitigate their harm and not just, you know, do like AoE damage to everyone around. I mentioned this last stream with like fucking J.K. Rowling, but because J.K. Rowling was a victim of sexual assault by a man, she construes a bunch of trans femmes as men and is like overly protective and like overly vigilant in a way that's maladaptive and hurting, and using the power that she does have to hurt tons and tons of people, more than just trans people even, based on very real pain that she feels. Her pain is real, but she is like expressing it and acting on it in a way that is doing damage. And the hurt that she feels when she sees trans people being treated validly is not the same as the damage that she does to trans people with her power. I hope that makes sense. God. Cruvelicious, you're such an autistic chump. Gosh. Have you even had an ego death today? Can't believe you. I bet you put the square hole in the round hole. The square peg in the round hole. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. I want to say I only found your streams recently, but they make me feel so safe. So thank y'all for creating this safe place. You're welcome. I always say this is the safest place as we can make it. And I've added an addendum of this is the safest place as we can make it together, because it's also the space that other people are in and how we react to things as a community and like our shared beliefs, and how we deal with the contention between our differing beliefs creates the safe or unsafe space that we're in. And it makes me really happy to know that people feel safe here. To continue being vulnerable, like especially considering there's a lot of people who even like current regulars don't know a lot about like my or our driving principles that like made us that made us the type of streamers that we are and has shaped the space that we're in right now and try to have for others. We hurt people. We recognize that we had hurt people. We were hurt by the fact that once you're labeled an abuser, like you can't there's like the not restorative justice, the like kind of like vengeance sort of justice that happens a lot, that even if you want to change, there's not a lot of sources to change. And there's a lot of people who make mistakes and do bad because they are in a bad place. It doesn't mean that the harm they did doesn't matter, but it does but it does come from a place. And a lot of people can't change or become better unless they have support. And although, like, because of like parasociality, I can't be like someone's support system, I can certainly be a part of it. And we created our channel partially to use our lived experience on both sides of abuse to better have empathy for people who are struggling on either side, and to like use what we've learned from our life experiences to help others not make the same mistakes or heal from the mistakes they have made. But it always feels weird to like be like, oh, we're in a safe space, but we're talking about triggering topics quite consistently. And it feels like this weird juxtaposition of someone being like, I feel really safe in this space. But it's like, but the space is triggering. That doesn't make sense. What everyone tells me is that, you know, like if a space has triggers in it, then it's bad, you know? Which isn't true. Feeling safe to express yourself and express hard truths and know you're not going to be seen in bad faith is also a type of safe space. And that's what I try to cultivate here. What we try to cultivate here. And I hope anyone else who feels the same or feels like touched by that message will try not to just like, you know, ingest the content that we make, but also try to make connections within our community, because I know plenty of people who have made great friends or even sometimes partners within our community, because although, yeah, I am the streamer and stuff, like, I hate hierarchy and I want to, like, you know, flatten it, at least as much as I can, responsibly. And I want people to, like, even though we can't see each other, have some amount of, like, social, emotional safety net. A place where they can be them and be in pain, and it's okay. Pain doesn't justify taking it out on other people. Yes, agreed. Incredibly. This was mild make me cry. Rawr. Seeking out more of the same pain and having an excuse to do it. Yeah, it's like eye for an eye sort of stuff. LMAO, look at this dude, they didn't even have an ego Dell. Shaking my head. Why do you get to have 2 ego Dells? I've been here for metaphorically 2 seconds and it definitely feels very safe. I just did a fist pump. You know, I'll take on this topic. People that have done harm but trying to change is super refreshing. You're welcome. Literally, when the partners that we had at the time that like we realized that we were being abusive, told us that we were being abusive and that we were hurting them, we were struggling to find like outlets and ways to help. Like what a lot of people do when they struggle to find something, or like advice, they might go to YouTube, right? I went to YouTube. I love YouTube. I go to YouTube and I'm like, how to heal from being an abuser. And almost every video is about to separate yourselves from abusers, how to heal from being abused. And there was just so little like regard for people who are trying to change and be better that like I was perplexed, and I was just like, am I allowed to get better? I mean, thinking about like even like the jail system, the prison system, and how it's like, oh, we're gonna punish you and put you in a position where you're more likely to do more harm because of the trauma you are put under and like the things that society says of you, that like you're really damned if you do, damned if you don't in a lot of situations. And I saw that reflected in like how a lot of people are like ousted from community when they fuck up, and like sometimes you do need to protect the community, and I don't think that it's like a black and white either, but at the same time, like the way that people who have done harm is seen as like there is no going back has been really eye-opening for me to be on that side of. And although I'm not happy that I hurt other people, I am relieved that I was able to learn and that I was able to realize that there is that deficit. And then a lot of people do harm because they don't know how to not. And that doesn't mean that they deserve all the forgiveness. And honestly, like, the people I hurt have not forgiven me. To be clear, those people are not in my life anymore, and they are happy about that, and I respect that. It took a long time to like get to the place I am now. I'm very much about compassion and empathy here. I do my best. There are people who claim restorative justice who are really just taking mob vengeance. Yes, yes, like so much so. And like a lot of people have been like feel powerless, and with like the rise of cancel culture, a lot of people have felt like they have the means to like get justice. And some people think they're just like, well, I can't get like restorative, not even restorative justice. I was like, I can't get justice at all, so at the very least, I can get mob vengeance. I understand where that comes from, but at the same time, it's like it just spreads more hurt. Hey Nova, I get you even more, Drizzle. I will not explain while on stream why I understand and relate to you, but I do. I see, for sure. I'm finally eating my slow oven cooked spaghetti sauce. Ooh, that sounds good. When our oven gets fixed, I'm totally gonna make some spaghetti sauce. Fucking Christ, I love spaghetti. Gosh, 5 hours and 33 fucking minutes. Part of me like really just doesn't want to break my momentum right now because stream has been so happy, but like honestly, I do have to take a break or else I will crash and cry and moan and complain and maybe come. I have chips. It's my boy! You got chips! What kind of chips? I like sour cream and onion. And also, what was it? The purple Doritos? I forgot what they're called. Salsa Verde? Salsa Verde is fucking awesome. All these things would be really cute, and I would love to hear the, oh, CL shit. You should come at the end, you know, fucking go ahead. I've been meaning to talk to you off stream, Del. We should totally hang out. I've been meaning to do some more community nights and just casually hang out in Discord and whatnot. Maybe one day. I do struggle sometimes. Yo, you wrote poetry, Nova? Oh, I definitely want to see. Tacky ketchup and sriracha. Yo. I love making mild sauce. That's just mild sauce. Purple Doritos. Sweet chili. Okay, yeah. Sweet chili. Thank you. I was wrong. But I think salsa verde is actually the green ones. By the way, most people in Discord at me, I'm always on invisible. And no matter whether I'm on it or not, you'll find out whether or not I respond to you. I see. I know a lot of people who are permanently on invisible, basically. Okay, I'm not gonna get stuck just making small talk now, because as much as I like it, I need to change. I need to change desperately before I leak in my seat. And I should probably eat because I haven't had food since breakfast, and it has literally been like, the stream has been 6 hours and 12 minutes long. Poetry is really nice. I used to be on a poetry team. Let me get the break bump, which I call the tummy bump. Incontinence does have its benefits. Whew. Okay. Thank you for watching. And if you don't, if you're not here after I come back from break, I definitely still appreciate you being here. Otherwise, see you soon.